I'm going based off of the reading.
Good morning, Madam Mayor.
Good morning, Madam Clerk.
All right, if you are ready, we will
Okay.
go ahead and call this meeting to order.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, it's Wednesday, January 11th, 2023, and we are going to kick off our city council meeting. We are going to take some item out of order. Mr. City Manager, what item is this? I want to make sure, I know we have a packed house. And we have some very important people in the house and busy people. And so I want to get you back on track and start with your day. So we're gonna start with item.
Well, we need to do the Pledge of Allegiance and the roll
We
call.
will.
And
I just want to let everyone know what's going on.
We're going to start with D5.
D5?
D5, Delta
Okay,
5.
so we're going to start with item D5. And with that being said,
Epstein's over there if you want him to do that.
I will, hold on one second. That being said, we would ask that, and I'm gonna just double check with the city attorney's office, Carl Hall, that we can take that item out of order and then ask the public to give public comment based on that item.
Yeah,
Correct?
that'd be fine if we, public comment on the police chief item.
So, Mr. Shipman, the statement was that we would like to call the meeting to order, do the pledge, take roll call, open item D5, since we have a large number of our police force here, and then following that, we will then open public comment. So we will not lead the meeting with opening public comment.
We've never done that before.
That's why we're asking.
If I may, yeah,
That's why
okay.
we're asking
Okay,
our city attorney.
Oh, I didn't understand because we've never done that before.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
Um,
And you want to do it to get the police officers on their way before the public? Okay.
My question is,
Uh-oh. We're at capacity. Why we have a bunch of...
Is that, that's not. To give clarification, one of the reasons is that Madam Clerk tells me we have about 3 hours of public comment. So that's why we're trying to get this item first on the agenda. How are you? Good to see you. Busy. You too? Yeah.
So, here's
Okay.
the order of business here. We do need to do the Pledge of Allegiance, we need to do the roll call, and then I would like to open D5. We'll do the presentation, we'll talk about it, we can have public comment on D5, and then we'll do general public comment immediately thereafter. We'll get into the ordinary agenda. We do have a couple things we need to move around in A4. We have one thing that's going to come off the agenda, but that is how I would like to approach this so that we can get our police officers back to work here in the community.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And the attorneys feel that's okay?
We're going to have Carl weigh in.
Yes, we think that'll be appropriate.
Okay. All right.
All right, pledge.
That the advice of our city attorney, that is the,
Right, everybody will have an opportunity to provide public comment. We're just going to have public comment on the police officer item first so that we can facilitate all of the public commenters that want to be in the chambers. Right now, we don't have enough room in the chambers for everybody, so we have to take this item out of order.
okay. All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, then we're going to start the meeting. Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask for the Pledge of Allegiance, and I would love it if the esteemed police chief, wonderful Jason Soto, will lead us in the pledge. Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We are calling roll for Wednesday, January 11th. Councilmember Breckus.
Here.
Dewar.
Here.
Martinez.
Here.
Ebert.
Here.
Taylor.
Here.
Reese.
Here.
Sheevy.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum of the Reno City Council.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to send it right back to you, Madam Clerk, for public comment strictly on this item.
Thank you. So we are now opening item D5, which is discussion, possible ratification, and confirmation of Catherine Nance as the City of Reno Chief of Police.
Okay.
And we do not have any public comment registered at this time.
Okay, and I just want to remind the public that we will take general public after this item. Correct?
That is correct, and we did not receive any written correspondence either. So we are ready for a staff presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. City Manager Doug Thornley, take it away.
All right, Madam Mayor, members of the council, I'm Doug Thornley. I'm the city manager here in Reno. You can see by all the badges here in the room that today is a momentous day. It's been a long time since we've gone outside the agency to appoint and confirm a police chief. I believe the last two police chiefs, both Chief Soto and Chief Pitts, came from inside RPD. And so after a robust process where we searched sort of all corners of the country for the best candidate, I am very proud to appoint for your confirmation today, Catherine Nance. Chief Nance is presently a deputy chief for the Stockton Police Department. This is her 27th year in law enforcement. Her resume, of course, speaks for itself, but I will hit some of the highlights for your consideration here today. I have some notes because I don't want to get it wrong. Chief Nance spent 7 years in patrol as an ordinary police officer you'd see on the street. She was a field training officer for the Stockton Police Department. She then moved over to detectives, where she spent 8 years doing both gang violence suppression and homicide work. She was a patrol sergeant for 5 years, spending some time as the captain for strategic initiatives for the Stockton Police Department, where she worked with the unhoused population in Stockton, California. She worked on mental health initiatives, both in the community and for the police department. She implemented a data-driven approach to traffic enforcement that included sideshow enforcement. She spent 3 years as a deputy chief, both in logistics and operations. Effectively, she is running day-to-day the Stockton Police Department presently, and we are very proud that she would join our team. I believe she is a transformational leader. I believe she is the right person to lead RPD, and I think she represents, the next step in community policing, where we have such a strong foundation already because of the men and women who are standing in the back of the room right now. So, with utmost gratitude to Chief Soto, his command staff, Chief Nance is ready, willing, and able to take over the helm at RPD. And I believe that we will have many, many years of good things to come out of that department.
All right, thank you so much. I'm going to open it up to the body if anyone has any questions of Chief Nance or our city manager. Go ahead, Devin Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have questions, but I want to say a couple of things. First, I want to thank the City of Reno staff, especially on the HR side. I know that this process was a long one, so we started off by going outside and hiring an agency to help us find the best candidate. And that process then led us to countless public meetings, different kinds of opportunities for people to meet the candidates. And ultimately, I believe the process itself is a reflection of this city's commitment to its people, its safety, and that the idea that we would go out for a national search, I think to some people initially there was a question about why that was needed. And I think ultimately this candidacy proves that we have done it right. But really it started with the city staff and their efforts to attract and bring someone of this caliber and quality to us. So I want to thank them. Second, I want to thank Chief Soto himself for his years of service. He and I have a long history, and our bonds of friendship go back prior to when he was chosen as the chief. But in this capacity, I've gotten to see him in a different light, and really it's been the privilege of a lifetime to work with him, alongside him. And then next, I want to say to you, Ms. Nance, we had a difficult week this week with our police department, a very scary week. We spent some time together earlier in the week, and the men and women of this department really thinking about how challenging and complex the job is and the ways in which each day the men and women of this community who put on that badge and decide to put their life on the line for this community can be challenged. And thankfully, of course, is doing well, I understand. But in that process, I got to see a bit more of a human side of you. And it really was, again, an honor to spend the time with all of these men and women. Many of them in this room were there that night. And in a difficult time, I think it is incumbent upon all of us to understand that our police officers put their lives on the line for us every day. They have a very tough job to do to maintain the public safety and to also hold accountable those who break the law. And so I'm very much looking forward to working alongside with you. I think City Manager Thornley said transformational leadership. And I see that. I see that quality in you. And in the times that we've had the opportunity to spend together, I know that your years of experience in Stockton will really benefit this community in ways that are probably immeasurable today, but in 10 years from now, we'll be reflecting on it in the same way that I have reflected on Chief Soto's tenure here. Again, I could not be more excited to go down this road with you. I'm excited to support the city manager's decision. I think each of my colleagues has a similar excitement about it. And at the end of the day, there's a lot of work ahead. And I am hopeful and excited that that person is you and that we welcome you and your family to this community. And it'll be an exciting opportunity for all of the city of Reno to watch you soar. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. Before I move on to other council members, we have Chief Soto, who's so incredibly humble all the time. I would love for you to please come up here. I know you hate that, but we would not be where we are today if it wasn't for you. And I have to say, some of my absolute darkest days and my brightest days in this city were spent with you. And I am so incredibly proud of everything that you have accomplished. I am so incredibly proud of the men and women of the Reno Police Department. You guys, by bar none, are the absolute best of the best. This city is so lucky to have you. And we were so lucky to have your leadership. So This is a really hard goodbye for me because you've just done a tremendous job and you've done it with so much heart. And I got to watch firsthand when you would walk up to those little children with gifts every Christmas and all the little things that no one else in the public got to see. And I just can't begin to tell you your compassion, your empathy is so remarkable. And that's what makes a wonderful police chief, someone that does this job, leads it every single day with so much caring and compassion for a city, but for people and children. I mean, I know some stories that are just, would make all of you so proud, but you are so humble, and so you never, ever want to take credit. So today, this is incredibly difficult for me, but I'm also excited for our future, just as I will sort of step out of here in a few years. And I can't thank you enough for what you have done for this community, Chief Soto. It is tremendous. So give him a round of applause. By the way, I just want to point out he did his job so well, he ended up being the city manager for a while. No, you did a tremendous job, but that's how much we love you.
He said he was going to cry. About our community, and about the men and women that do this job. They don't get enough credit, but they do an incredible job. We have the best department in the nation. We are understaffed. But I will say that the men and women of the Reno Police Department have carried our community through some of the most difficult times in our nation's history. I am so proud of all of them. It's not about me. I've gotten all the credit and acknowledgement for 8 years now. It is about all of you, and I am so happy that we have Chief Nance. She's an incredible leader, and she's going to take this department up and onwards. So thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Lastly, I want to point out under Chief Soto, because again, you're so humble, you will never talk about your incredible accomplishments, but one of the most important things that needs to happen is that every single officer goes home to their family every night. And under Chief Soto, that's exactly what happened. Every single officer in the city went home to their family. So we're so incredibly grateful. So thank you. Yeah. All right. Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Yeah, pretty hard to follow all that. But I wanted to reflect on a couple of the things that were said that I felt as well. You hit it exactly on the head, Madam Mayor, when we talk about Chief Soto. I was going to start there, that this was a very bittersweet day. You and I have been through all of this together, and we totally concurred with Chief Soto's selection as a chief. He did a lot of work to build his entire background, his resume, check all the boxes, and do what needed to be done in order to step up and become the police chief that our community needed. And I've already cried. You got me started. You continued me. It's a very challenging day for all of us, but it's a fantastic day as well because we get to welcome a new chief, and I will certainly be supporting your nomination as that leader of our police department. And you have a tremendous breadth of experience. I spent some time with you, mostly on the phone. You're charismatic. You're a very interesting and experienced person, and I think you will do a phenomenal job following in the footsteps of Chief Soto. I too have followed, what's been affecting the police department and our whole city of Reno employees this week. It's it's obviously snow and plowing, but it's also shooting in hospitals and, catching the bad guys. And that has affected all of us on council as well as our whole community, the people that have been following the stories. So in a nutshell, you're seeing City of Reno, Ms. Nance, and all of its joys, the hardships, the challenges, and how we tend to rise above. And so Jason has led us in that. He's been an inspirational leader himself, always available to us, always sharing with us his perspective so that we could support the police department the best way that we could, whether it was money, staffing, new police station, that you won't be living in, well, for just a time maybe, our old jail. But there are plenty of things on the horizon that are phenomenal. So I'm going to stop there. I just want to welcome you, give my goodbyes. I hope that we have a pretty big farewell event for Chief Soto, if that's his wish. He may want to just walk out into the sunset. I don't know. But thank you for being here and putting up with our process. It was a long process, and you have come out on top of that process. Really looking forward to working with you. So thank you.
All right, any other council members? Seeing that there are none, I am going to then, just from the city attorney's perspective, I believe at this time I can make a motion to appoint, what we say, Chief Nance?
Confirm.
Confirm, okay, it's confirmed. We don't do this that much, so, okay. So I'd like to make the motion to confirm Chief Nance.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'll just start with that. So I watch a lot of council meetings. I've told a few people this. I'm kind of goofy about that. I think that they're just amazing to watch, government and process and how things go. They're not supposed to be emotional events, and that kind of bothers me because I'm a sympathetic crier. So if we could just stop that for the time being so I can get through all of this, I'd really, really appreciate it. Just thank you. Thank you for everything that has happened through this process. It is absolutely an honor and a privilege to be here. 26 years ago when I started the police department in Stockton, I never imagined that this would be my future, and I'm here, and it's amazing. So it's been a great process. Everybody here is so amazing and so professional and so helpful with everything that needed to happen. I'm very excited to move forward working with the men and women of the Reno Police Department and just keeping this city safe and continuing to work on the community needs and the community relationships that have already been built. I'm very thankful for Chief Soto to have led this path to start the organization on a trajectory that's going to be easy to pick up and continue to move on. And bringing my leadership skills and some different perspectives and ideas into this community is something that I just cannot wait to do. I've been very open and transparent about what my initial goals are. We already use a lot of data and data-driven policing, but really looking at that deployment and how we use our data to ensure our community safety and to make sure our officers are safe also. And then working with our partners and stakeholders and figuring out what our plan is for the police department. What is our strategic plan? What is our goal moving forward? How are we going to be a better organization from the very last person hired to the most tenured person in the organization? I guess I am the last person. I'm going to be the last person hired. Yeah, that's me. Okay. That was kind of a weird statement when I realized that was me. So with that, I do think that every single person in that organization has a place, has buy-in, and will be brought into that fold on how we're going to make this department different, better, and continue to move forward. I need to thank my husband. He's here. He has driven me up here multiple times just to look around to see, and I just really have grown very fond of this community and the people here. So I'm excited to full-time live here and be here. I have a lot of thanks to my family at home for supporting me and allowing this to happen, which it's going to be amazing. Also to the city manager, thank you so much. This process was hard. But from the very first time that I talked to the recruiter and read the brochure until he called me and told me that he wanted me to take this job, did not have one time where I had any sort of thought of this is not where I wanted to be and this is not the job that I wanted. So for that, I really thank you. Every employee in the city has been so amazing to me, and I am just very thankful for all of that. So, and the community helped with the search process. They were brought in early on. I appreciated that. Meeting people at the meet and greets and meeting people along the way has just been amazing. There were several panels. There was a lot of people on the panels. I do not remember who was on the panels. So if later on you were on a panel, please remind me, because I will not remember. It was a very big whirlwind of a day, and it has been ever since. So I look forward to starting and to being here full time, and I can't wait to join this department.
Well, we look forward to welcoming you and your husband to the community. Thank you so much. Really, really exciting. And I had a long conversation with Mayor Tubbs, who was the mayor of Stockton at the time whenever you were there. He said wonderful, wonderful things about you. And he's a pretty detailed guy, and very upfront and transparent. So I just have to say wonderful things that I have heard all across the country about you and the things that you've accomplished. And so we're really, really excited that you are here in the city of Reno and will become part of our community. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you.
All right, Madam Mayor. With that, we are going to move back to item A3, opening public comment.
You don't want to do that.
And I would like to state for the record that we currently have 42 individuals registered for public comment. So if everybody takes their full 3 minutes, that's a little over 2 hours. So if we have additional members who are here, staff that's going to make presentations, we have 2 hours of public comment. So if you would like to return to work and come back at a later time, please feel free to do so. Additionally, we will be looking to do a queuing system. So please, when I state your name as next in line, come up to the front so that we can continue to move through this line fairly quickly.
Okay, with that being said, Madam Clerk, maybe I could get staff to get a chair up here so that the second speaker in line can sit down, and then we can move right into public comment for each person.
There's a chair over there.
Is there a chair over there?
No, I'm letting
Oh, there
Tyler
is.
know there's a chair over there.
So the purple chair.
So he could bring it over.
Thank you. So yeah, let's do the purple chair.
Thank you.
Tyler, you could put it over on this side. It's a little less crowded.
All right, Madam Mayor, so we're going to go ahead and open item A3, general public comment. So for the audience, it should be noted for those in the audience that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Please note that council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you are called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. If you're an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Lastly, while in this room, please be respectful. Warnings will be issued by the presiding officer if there's disruptive behavior, and you will be asked to leave chambers if the behavior continues. Our first public commenter today is John Ilescu, followed by Sonia Ilescu, followed by Chase McMullen.
All right, and just to let everyone know, I'm going to cut everyone off at 3 minutes so everyone has equal time on the floor. I think that's really important to also mention.
First of all, I've been in this community 55 years.
Identify yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Dr. John Ilescu, former plastic surgeon. and a large family here that I bought here. And this morning's been a tearjerker. It's nice to see our community so close to each other, because we forget what responsibility you really have. I want to welcome the 3 new members to the City Council. I certainly want to thank Mayor Sheevy. She's had her hands full. On a personal note, and then we'll get to this problem. In the last few months, I have some properties, and I've had 8 big windows broken on 3 or 4, as recent as last night. 2 big windows were broken out of a building that is the only historic building downtown. It's the oldest historic building, pardon me. And it's a problem. It's a major problem because we all care. And we all are confused, don't know which way to turn. Now I'm going to have my wife, because we've been together 50-some years, and I'm 96 from the Second World War. I'm going to have her read her feelings on this situation, trying to keep our city together. We want to follow your guidance, but we all have to work together. It just can't be the big casinos and big people. It's us little people too that count. And everyone up there is a little person. And I want you to know we appreciate you. And that's not just words from me. At 96, I don't need words. I'm going to introduce my wife, Sonia, and thank you. And she may also read a little thing I have. I did leave you a series of little articles that explain what the right-of-way is and what controls we have in front of the businesses. We own that property, but because of the right-of-way, there are certain restrictions. People have a right to use it, and we have to protect it for them, and we have to work together. And the proprietor can't do it alone. He just can't. He can't be in the store and out and all that. So thank you for your patience. And I'm going to let Sonia talk, and I'm very humble to all of you. Not because I have to be. I feel that way. Go ahead.
Chase is going to take you.
What there?
Chase is going to sit you back.
Huh?
Chase is going to take
No, I want to stay here with you.
Okay.
The beautiful Sonia Iliescu, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sheevy and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you in an informal way. I did write some thoughts down. I'm speaking in regard to the situation that occurred recently with the City Council in regard to one of our tenants. We own, as my husband said, properties in the downtown area. I would personally like to speak on behalf of our tenants. And I will read my comments so that I don't lose my way. Our family owns the property where the Right-Way Market is located at 330 Evans Avenue. 12 years ago, Bob and Devinder Dillon came to my husband and me inquiring about the availability of leasing the property on Evans. The building was part of an early Reno industrial area and had been constructed in 1930. It had been used as a warehouse for many years before we purchased it. We did not anticipate renting it at that time. We tried to discourage them because we did not want them to be unwisely invested getting the building converted, excuse me, into their dream store. They enthusiastically persisted, and we yielded, giving them 6 months free rent to complete their plans and establish their business. They turned the old no-income warehouse into a viable, profitable store of which they and their family could be proud. This business became an anchor for their extended family and numerous employees. I do not know how much they paid for the contractors and subcontractors that they had to hire, but I'm sure it was a large investment. In doing so, they created a business that serviced the local neighborhood and provided a convenient stop for commuters to and from the downtown area who ride the municipal buses and don't own vehicles. In my experience with Bob and Devinder Dillon and their family, I have seen hardworking people who are kind and compassionate and respectful. They are now confronted with a complex civic problem that unintentionally landed in front of their business. This is a community problem, a government problem, and one that I do not believe this family should be facing alone and should not be severely punished by revoking a privileged license that they have respected and that much of their livelihood depends on. I sincerely believe that they are willing to work in harmony with the city's protective agencies in an attempt to find a workable solution. Please reconsider the revocation of their packaged liquor license. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sonia. Very much appreciated. And Dr. Iliescu, thank you.
Combined with hers?
Yes.
She got your time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And look forward to meeting
I
you
would
all.
ask the city manager, because I do know that this is an issue. There's a lot of people here probably on this item. I would ask to put a special meeting on one of our council agendas so that we can all understand moving forward what the safety and revitalization is of downtown Reno. It desperately needs it. And I think if everyone understands what the rules are, I think I've been very outspoken about what it looks like moving forward. We had this conversation even before this last council meeting that Mr. Iliescu is referring to. I believe it was 6 months before that. I sort of outlined what the issues were, and it didn't seem to me that it was very clear. So I'm going to ask that our city manager puts it on an agenda so every property owner, especially in downtown, understands what those rules look like moving forward. It must be safe, it must be clean, it must be a great place for our community and for our visitors. So we're all going to do that together. And I will request a special meeting so everyone knows what that looks like, because I don't think people understood at the meeting previously before that, whenever I said, here's the things that need to happen. Clearly, that didn't happen. So we're going to do a reset, but we're going to do it together. We're going to work together as a community, because if our downtown is not thriving, then what kind of community do you have? Your downtown is your core. That's sort of a city inside a city. But we cannot revitalize it without your help and cooperation. And guess what? If it's not safe, people will not come to your business. And so we're trying to do everything we possibly can, but we can't do it alone. So all of us will do it together.
Madam Mayor, could I ask a point of clarification? Because you
Yes.
said twice, two conflicting points. You want an agenda item or you want a special meeting? I'm trying to understand.
Well, I'm just giving it to the city manager to decide depending on how
Okay.
much time.
Yeah, because we're moving into budget, and I
Yes.
just didn't know, we got a lot
Yes.
of meetings coming, I just didn't know
And I'm
if
glad.
you're calling a special meeting
Right.
or if you want an agenda item
I'm
on a regular
glad you're
meeting.
clarifying, Councilwoman Breckus, because as you know, if we put that on the agenda, it could be a long time on that agenda. And I don't want to, because we're going into budget and we have so many
Okay.
other things that we've got to get on the agenda. So I'm thinking special
A
item.
special meeting. Okay, I'll look for that on my calendar. Thank
Okay, thank you so much. And maybe we do it in the evening so that everyone can attend too. So, but I'm going to give it to the city manager to make that decision. All right, moving forward, I'm going to send it back to you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chase McMullen, followed by Ron Trevor, followed by Mark Markel.
Okay, so Ron, Trevor, you, well, right, perfect. Well, you know the drill. You know how we work, so you're ready. Perfect. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Chase.
Good morning, Hillary. City Council, thank you for your time. I'm here to speak on the same issue. I saw what RPD Deputy Chief Oliver Miller said when he had said bad actors know where they are welcome, and this is his quote. At the Right Way Market, going on further to state, simply put, the Right Way Market is the common denominator for crime in that area. Now, 700 phone calls were allegedly given to the RPD. Those phone calls span an entire city block. That's from Evans to Lake Avenue. There's no valid way to track where the calls came from. Bob Dillon has shown us a video of a fight outside of his business. These individuals never came inside, nor did they ever step foot or buy alcohol from him in any particular way. When they called the police, they used Right Way Market for the address. There is a liquor store right down the street and 2 bars down the street. People can go into those bars and come out intoxicated. There's no way to validly confirm the validity of these phone calls. Beyond that, it seems like a behavioral health issue. The behavior of the people in the area he's being blamed for the behavior of the people at the bus station. Now, I take care of my grandfather's properties, and we've had a number of windows broken. We've had people put mattresses, literally stacks of mattresses on our properties. We've had things graffitied on a nightly basis. There are individuals downtown that are creating chaos, and these businesses are being blamed for it. Thank you.
Ron Trevor, followed by Mark Markel, followed by Tammy Holtstill.
Good morning. My name's Ron Trevor, and I'd like to thank the council for allowing me to speak today. I'm a representative of SAVE, which stands for Senior Auxiliary Volunteer Effort, that works with the Reno Police Department. This time, even though he's not here, we would like to extend our thank you to Chief Soto for all his support over the past 8 years. And we do look forward to working with Chief Nance, welcome her to the community, and look forward to a long relationship there. Today, I've got the recaps for hours volunteered in our fourth quarter, 2022. SAVE has currently 63 active volunteers and another 3 in training. During the fourth quarter, there was a total of 3,549 hours volunteered by members of SAVE. This represents a savings of approximately $92,912 to the city of Reno. Some of the key areas that were covered, we had 4,005 citizen contacts. We had 1,234 48 hours placed on abandoned vehicles. We had 492 school patrols, 164 handicap violation citations. We did 59 traffic surveys, and we located 16 stolen vehicles or vehicles with fictitious plates. The year-ending figures for 2022, my apologies, 2022, there was a total of 14,429 hours volunteered, which represents a savings of $377,751 to the city of Reno. Does anybody have any questions? Thank you. We'll see you in 3 months.
Thank you, Mr. Trevor.
Mark Markel, followed by Tammy Holtstill, followed by Terry Brooks. All right. Tammy Holtstill, followed by Terry Brooks, followed by Brian Colonna.
Overhead. Tammy Holtstill, Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee for the record. I am here because I want to talk about a couple of different things. As you see before you, this is your culvert on Lemon Drive during the rainstorm that we had after the snow had fallen. So you got snow melt runoff, stormwater runoff. As you can see in this photo, that is a lot of water going down to Swan Lake. I drove around and I saw so many retention ponds not retaining water. Why is that? You guys were supposed to have taken care of that. We will have flooding again soon. I'd also like to thank Megan. She has been doing her job as a representative out there. And the fact that the past representative did not look at and said everything was all rosy out there, and there's signs down, cars and culverts, the issues that we've had out there, I know she sent to Reno Direct and to Mr. Thornley. I also know that the city of Reno and Washoe County are doing this again. I've had enough, and so have the residents out there. And I will be back before all of you again every single time that I have issues with the city of Reno invading county territory and then not taking care of it, because it is an invasion. You're not doing your infrastructure. You are not taking care of your responsibilities. Mayor Sheevy, I see, has left, but the issues of dealing with seniors, telling me that I've called twice to get a meeting with her and I have to go through an internet. Okay, I'm going to do that because I can do that, but there are a lot of seniors out there that would like to speak with her that can't do that. And to treat your seniors like that is just appalling to me. This is not service orientation. You are a service area. You are to service the people. That is what you're here for. And I expect to see it done. I know some people have moved out of the area into different wards because they saw the traffic, they saw the issues, but yet they vote against us. This has got to stop. You need to help us and not be all about developers, not about how much money you can rake in. It's got to be equal across the board. I want to thank our representative for doing her job and being out there. It warms my heart, and I look forward to keep working with you. And I expect the rest of the council and the city to do the same with her and not ignore her. The North Valleys has been invaded by the city of Reno and needs to take care of what they've invaded. They have destroyed natural waterways, the flood alluvial fan, by building a whole bunch of homes and then putting warehouses in a floodplain. It's got to stop. And you are the people that make it stop.
Ms. Holtstill, Tammy, if you could stop by over here for me. Brian Colonna, followed by Donna Clance, followed by Jerry Mifsud. Sorry, Brian, I messed that up. Terry Brooks is first.
Good morning, it's me, Terry Brooks again. I tried to come up with a conclusion, but I'm afraid that all I have now is a lack of a conclusion. I keep hoping that the problem of homelessness will stop and we'll see a reverse, but I can't help but expect that the problem will get even worse. We could see a lot of employment taken over by a lot of robots, and it will probably be robots that wind up making more robots. We as a people will keep on reproducing too, but when robots wind up taking all the jobs, then what will humans do? If humans eventually do not see any chance of occupation, why would they want to waste their time trying to receive an education? People could just ask robots to answer all of their questions, and then would probably receive answers as well as suggestions. When it comes to housing, there is only so much land on earth, and it will never grow like the human rate of birth. Humans have always gone through various phases of adaptation to adapt to different environments for their habitation. And because of global warming, we can all conclude that we will soon be facing a severe shortage of food. Humans have always depended on food to survive. With a severe shortage of food, how can we stay alive? Our planet is also going through a time of bad pollution, and the longer it goes on, the more difficult would be a solution. Such circumstances then lead to our phase of poor health, which then increases our phase of poor mental health. Our homeless situation is getting worse and worse. I don't even know how to express such
Sorry,
things
Terry,
in verse.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. We need to call a pause in the meeting because
We'll
we
be in
have
recess.
lost quorum. Thank you. Terry, if you'll just hold your spot, when we get enough members back, we will reconvene the meeting.
Okay.
Mr. Brooks, please proceed.
Thank you. We're reconvening at 11:01. All right, Mr. Brooks, go ahead and continue.
As I was saying, our homeless situation is getting worse and worse. I don't even know how to express such things in verse. But I would like to thank you all for putting up with me from October of 2019 through January of 2023. And as I've told you before, this was the last chapter, and here's the book. I told Hillary Sheevey I'd hand it to her, but I don't know where she's at now.
No problem. She's in the back and she can hear you, but we'll go ahead and have Madam Clerk collect it for her. Thank you so much.
Pardon me?
We'll
Terry,
go ahead
you-
and collect it for her. She's in the back, but Ms. Clerk can take the book from you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Terry. We'll see you again soon.
Yeah, you will.
All right, Brian Colonna, followed by Donna Clance, followed by Jerry Mifsud. Okay.
Good morning, Brian Colonna, Sunline Drive, Ward 5. I'm here to speak about the planned psychiatric residential treatment facility on Sandyston Drive. I sent an email on December 19th to members of the council, the city manager, and city attorney seeking an update in some form of engagement. I received no response. Since then, I've been in touch with the Nevada Division of Public and Behavioral Health's licensing division regarding both the local business license and the zoning for this facility. I received a reply on January 5th that the state has no issue with how the business license was issued by the city, but that the property must be zoned as a commercial medical facility in order to receive its state license. The message did say that the state has notified the Reno Planning Office of this requirement. This supports my consistent stance that the city has no idea what type of business this is or the ramifications of its operation in a home within a residential neighborhood. Per the Department of Justice investigation into Nevada's use of residential treatment facilities, they are described as segregated institutional settings whose use in Nevada often violates the rights of children with disabilities due to the lack of community behavioral health services that are better suited for these patients. This is all documented in the DOJ report that I linked in the email I sent to you. Children from Reno are interviewed and quoted in the report. I encourage you to read this. As such, I'm requesting that the city manager's opinion published on May 16th regarding this facility be rescinded and a corrected version posted that states the zoning requirements for these facilities must be commercial medical facility, that the Fair Housing Act is not implicated as these are not group homes any more than a psychiatric hospital would be considered a group home, and that it cannot be operated in an area zoned as residential. I also request that the planning department be given better tools in identifying medical facilities and how they should be zoned. The Nevada Medicaid Services Manual is a great resource. Had this been done, the city planning office would have seen that this facility operates at a much higher acuity level than a nursing home, which is not permitted per the zoning code. Things like requiring a psychiatrist be on call 24 hours a day, the fact that patients can be locked in their rooms and be physically or chemically restrained to their beds may have caused a pause and a deeper review into what was being built in this home. Until these steps are taken, for-profit equity and investment groups will continue to attempt to open these types of facilities and take advantage of our vague zoning requirements in order to do so. So I'll leave a copy of the DOJ report with the city clerk over there. It is astounding the things that it says. The first paragraph states that Nevada violates the rights of children under ADA by operating these facilities and sending them there when they don't belong there. One child was quoted as saying that, I don't think no kid should have to go into a treatment place and their parents aren't able to come visit them. These children are only allowed to see their families for 3 days per quarter. So this is a locked unit. They are segregated. They're separated from their peers. From the DOJ report, these children do not have the benefit of interacting with their non-disabled peers, being in their family homes, and engaging in typical childhood activities to learn about themselves and the world as they develop. Children in residential treatment facilities have minimal access to families, communities, and non-disabled peers. Engagement in the broader community is very restricted. These are all from the DOJ report. I encourage you to read that and understand what type of facility this is, as it is not a group home. It is not a run-of-the-mill type home where people are at the end of their treatment. These are children that are separated from their families and engaged in very, very intensive treatment. Thank you very much.
Donna Clance, followed by Jerry Mifsud, followed by Rhonda Thiessen.
Could I get the overhead, please? Thanks. Good morning, Council and Mr. City Manager. I am Donna Clance. I live here in Reno. I am an active volunteer for our senior community here all over Washoe County. I'm mainly the lead volunteer for the Age-Friendly Reno program. I'm an organizer for this resource fair that we have, that I've displayed on the overhead now. We've had three of these now, and we've had over 150 seniors come to the library and gain information that they need to connect to resources. We also leave them with at least something that they're leaving the building with that has information about how they can access immediate help for things that they maybe forgot to ask or didn't make it to talk to the resource provider there. I'd like to ask people in the room who are here for seniors, who are here about the issues that I wanted to talk about, who are supportive of our senior programs, to please stand up for a moment while I go on with my comments. In 2023, people age 50 plus make up over about 35.7% of the adult population in Washoe County. People age 60 and over make up 27.1% of the adult population in Washoe County. We're a substantial group here in our community, and we have a lot to offer to the community to help improve it as all of us get older. That's what a livable community is all about, hitting all of the areas that you see on the overhead right now, to engage in improving our parks, our transportation, social issues, healthy lives, etc. And that's what the Age-Friendly Reno project has been working on since 2018, when this council approved going ahead and becoming an Age-Friendly Reno process. We are not made up, we're not a committee like your senior advisory board is, which is part of the structure of the city of Reno's government. Instead, we're a volunteer and citizen-led organization of about 100 of us that meet on Zoom once a month, and we work on an action plan that we all put together in person and on Zoom when we went to that process, to come up with ways that we can improve, especially information, connection, and outreach, transportation, and affordable housing. The city of Reno used to boast of having the best senior programs in the country. COVID decimated the programs, and the senior community would like to come up with, and does have ideas to help improve those things. The Senior Advisory Committee was formed in July 1995 to advise the City Council on matters relating to senior citizens, to support senior-oriented special events and collaborative events that meet the needs of seniors, and to serve as an advocacy body on behalf of senior citizens in the community. That is a Reno code. Your committee, your Senior Citizen Committee, some of whom are in the audience today and will probably speak to you later, is really trying to do their job. And we're here to ask you, the City Council, to direct the city staff, help that committee to carry out its legal obligations, to advise you, the Reno City Council, to work on the senior programs that the community is bringing and that the Senior Advisory Board is bringing. So thank you for your time, and looking forward to your help.
Jerry Mifsud, followed by Rhonda Thiessen, followed by Kimberly Glass.
Can you post that up, please? Good morning. My name is Jerry Mifsud. I'm the founder of ASAP, A Senior Area Project, that oversees Ward 3. Now, I wanted to talk about President Kennedy I wanted to talk about Ward 3, but I want to talk about age discrimination because it's about us seniors. And in Ward 3, you have the most independent living seniors. And we need to protect them while they're still physically able, because the next thing is assisted living care and what have you. Without us seniors, you wouldn't be here. We're told when we're driving, get off the road. We blaze that trail for you to drive on that road. But seniors are discounted, and seniors should get discounts. It's a little play on words, but we've lived a good life. We continue to give. It's so much important that in other societies, seniors are treated a little differently. But we have such discrimination. If you look on a list of what's discriminated against, race, sex, and a variety of things, the word age discrimination is not there. You're forgetting who us seniors are, that we deserve that right of acknowledgement. We're holding on to our dignity and our integrity in the most challenging part of our life. These years aren't so golden, I'll tell you that right now. But we believe in never giving up. Yes, we've been there and done that. That's how we attained our smarts. But believe me, we're still here and we're not done yet. So I encourage my fellow seniors to keep coming up to these forums, like Donna. Donna's writes inside the senior spectrum. I wrote my first article on the senior spectrum, if you go to the issue, and it's shown right here about President Kennedy. That was a sad day. No one was going to help a nation heal like they do when they have school tragedies. Who was going to help a nation of people that witnessed the death of a president, John Kennedy? That was a sad day. So I leave you with these thoughts, that it is about what we can do together, us, the people, you, the city council. What considerations can you make for the senior community? Affordable housing. We're right there for volunteering. The seniors, grandparents, have come to the rescue of childcare for their grandchildren. They've offset a huge expense. The seniors are right there. We just don't want to be pushed to the wayside and forgotten. We still are in the game. We're still viable, reliable. And I can't thank you enough for any consideration you give to me and my fellow seniors. I'm 77 years young. I never grew old because I kept young in my head. That's the key. Thank you, and God bless America.
Rhonda Thiessen, followed by Kimberly Glass. Please hold your applause. Thank you. Rhonda Thiessen, followed by Kimberly Glass, followed by Dora Martinez.
Good morning. My name is Rhonda Tyson. I last spoke to this body in November, different faces, but the same body. At that meeting, I was requesting a copy of the Reno Fire Department report that detailed the events of what happened on October 3rd at my high-rise at 1200 Riverside Drive. I did receive a copy of that report that afternoon. However, it was not the complete, open, and transparent report that I had hoped for. So one of our members made a public information request for the dispatch tapes, the dispatch logs, the pre-plan reports, as well as records of inspections the Reno Fire Department would have made to our property. We received the dispatch records and logs. However, there were no pre-plan reports nor records of inspections at our property. What are pre-plan reports? They are required by the Reno Fire Code. It is required that the fire department have schematics for the high-rises and have building information cards on file to let you know about the number of stories, the number of apartments, the population, to have familiarity where the water supplies are, so that you can respond effectively in the event of a high-rise fire. Well, listening to the dispatch records, it suggests the reason that I found the response to be chaotic. Let me make this point first. This is not a criticism of the men and women of the fire department who responded. I respect their service. This is an administrative failure by the city of Reno to implement its own fire code. Some of the things I learned in listening to the dispatch is, well into the event, people were looking for a mythical 12th floor in an 11-story building. The ladder that was sent for rescue went to the 10th floor when the people in need of rescuing were on the 11th floor. It took at least a half an hour for water flow to be put on the fire. There was a period of about an hour, as near as I can tell, where one sprinkler head in the hallway on the 10th floor was putting out a lot of water, and the fire department could not figure out how to turn it off. There's a very simple tool that is available to the fire department that would have plugged that sprinkler. I'm short on time, so here are my requests. Do the same independent third-party investigation you would do if the conduct of any other public agency was called into question. Give us a dedicated person in the building department so we can process our plans to rebuild. We're still tearing out damaged drywall and contaminated surfaces. When we start to rebuild, I want your help. Lastly, come and visit. Come and see what happens when you're not prepared to fight a high-rise fire. Thank you.
Kimberly Glass, followed by Dora Martinez. Oh, sorry.
Donna, could you adjust the microphone? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon. I'm Kimberly Glass. I've been a resident of Reno since 2014. I am 41 years old. I have a disability, and I also have a 6-year-old daughter who has a disability as well. And I'm here today to speak on how hard it is to be a community member in the city of Reno when you are not considered part of the community. Just in terms of getting a job, I find wide discrimination across the board. I've been unemployed for a number of years, and I have a college degree, which I've obtained myself, along with 15 years experience. I'm a single mother trying to support my daughter, and I'm facing eviction with very little help from my community in just basic things like the Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation, along with the Center for Independent Living, which is put in place to help individuals with disabilities live independently in their community per the Olmstead Act, which we should be able to do. We are of value to our community, just like the seniors and everybody else. I have a lot to offer, but I have problems offering it when I am seen as a condition and not an individual. I have worked in the mental health field, and I have seen people being treated just inhumanely. And I have seen compassion from this council, and I invite you to hear me as I am willing to offer anything I can in terms of guidance or assistance to the city. Just getting in this building was very problematic for me as a wheelchair user. Registering my daughter in school the past 2 years has been much harder than it should have been. And it's just based on people not knowing. And so I think that perhaps there should be some type of council or board put in place of individuals with disabilities to help guide the basic departments of the city to help one another and bring education and bring awareness for things that you just may not know about. Right now, I'm looking at being evicted, and all I want to do is be productive in my community that I've grown to love. I want to work. I don't want to live off assistance. And thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Did you say your name is Kimberly?
I'm sorry.
What was your name,
Kimberly Glass.
Kimberly Glass.
Yes.
All right. I want to make sure one of our liaisons gets a hold of you. I think you're incredibly inspirational. I'm glad that you came because I'm working with the state, Eric Jimenez over there, because this issue has been brought to our attention because we've been starting to see some of the challenges that you mentioned, and they have put programs in place, and we want to make sure that those programs are being utilized, and so that people can obtain, some great workforce initiatives. Those were put in at the state. We need to make sure that those are happening, whether it's right here at our city or throughout the entire state of Nevada. They are in place, and we're seeing some issues, so I just want you to know I'm going to contact you so I can put you in touch with Eric. You will love him, and then we also have an access advisory board. And that's another thing that you might want to serve on. And that's the other thing is if there are issues getting into this building, we need to know about them. We need to make them easy. We need to make them accessible. So city manager, will you please find out exactly what those are? We need to get better. We need to do better. So thank you so much. I'm going to have Jenica reach out to you. She's right here.
Thank you
So
so
thank
much.
you, Kimberly.
And I look
Thank
forward
you.
to working with her.
Perfect.
Thank you.
I'm
I
sure she
appreciate
will
your
too.
time.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful day.
Thank you.
Dora Martinez, followed by Opender Dylan, followed by Simranjit Dylan.
That's great. Here's one of our Access Advisory members right here.
Good morning,
Wonderful.
Madam Mayor.
Good
Afternoon,
morning.
everybody. That was a wonderful presentation from Kim. She was a little bit nervous for her first time, but she
Great.
did magnificent. I just want to say, since it's been snowing, and I have my service dog, as you see, and I've been told that the businesses and residential are in charge of the public sidewalk. I want to let you all know, first of all, I can't see, I'm totally blind. And I always catch the RTC bus. The RTC are pretty good in maintaining their bus stops, but getting to the bus stop is impossible. I did on Downey Street and 7th. I approached the residence area there because it's facing 7th Street, and I went to the door and I told them, I said, can you please sweep the sidewalk because it's your responsibility. No, it's the city. And anyways, so I was waiting for the bus, and I don't know who. They had a car, drove by, threw a cup at me and tell me that go F myself and go tell the city to clean the sidewalk if I want to use the bus. So I'm here to say maybe there's a public, because I did call the information to report, but nothing's has been done. And I don't know who to email, so that way I don't myself go to these people.
Sure.
It'll be with you guys because
Yeah.
I can't see. And that was very frightening to me. I mean, it could have been anything. It didn't stop me from keep going because I don't give I don't care.
Yeah.
But because I love this city, and I want to thank Jenny Breckes. I'm always going to thank her because of her and other people who were in the city before they retired. They moved a fire hydrant that was in the path of a sidewalk, and so and a lot of those things. And also, I want to thank Miss Taylor. Yay, awesome. Ward 5, you guys are doing a good job with the audible pedestrian signal lights. And I just want to thank Thornley for always answering me on Twitter. So I just want to see, who do we need to contact regarding the sidewalk? Because not all of us can afford Uber and Lyft to go to the store, and we stretch our dollars to use that dollar instead of using a taxi or a Lyft. We want to go to Walmart because it's right there and be able to push our cart to our store and grocery shop. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Dora, and I would agree, we need to do a better job of that side of communicating to the businesses, because I think many of the businesses, they were not aware, and, so we want to make sure that they understand that it's much appreciated when they do their part, because I do think a lot of the businesses thought that it was on the city. And then the other thing I would just say, which Dora, you brought up, which was so great, that, when you're outside shoveling your snow, get your sidewalk, because it's people like Dora that need access to those sidewalks. That's really important. And just, what? Take a couple minutes and do it for your neighbor, because your neighbor could be disabled or senior. So, if you get that opportunity and you're outside kind of doing your own, go a little extra mile and help out your neighbor that's next door, because a lot of times you may not be aware, but they are seniors and they can't do it. And so if you have the ability to do that and a little bit more energy, because I know it's cold outside, there was a gentleman that came on my street just out of the blue, didn't live up there, and he was just doing everyone's, and, people were trying to pay him. He said, no, I just want to make sure that these sidewalks are accessible. And then one of them actually was a city employee, he was not on the clock. But, those are the kinds of people that are out there doing some really, really nice things. I even saw one of our incredible police department, our police officers clearing sidewalks off duty. He wasn't in his uniform, but he was doing that in a different neighborhood because someone like you reached out. So I would just ask, if you can, remember your neighbor next door too, because a lot of times you'll see, especially if their driveway isn't plowed or it's not shoveled, you'll notice that there's probably an issue with your neighbor. So thank you so much, Dora. Great job.
Opinder Dillon, followed by Simranjit Dillon, followed by Jaskran Bohan.
Hello, Hillary, Devon, City Manager, and all the respectable City Council members. For the record, my name is Opinder Dillon, and I'm with Right Way Market. Today we are here with some proofs, with some video clips, which will show the City Council that all those calls are blamed on us. Majority of the call does not belong to us. And when Ambassador calls, you will see in this video when my son comes that they are far away, half a block from my store, and they still belong to Right Way. A police officer pulling somebody over and have nothing to do with the traffic stop is still a Right Way. So let's start with the first clip, if they can play, when the first video I made, and you guys can see it, what's going on.
It's gonna have to use a VLC player or something. Or even Windows Media Player might work instead of that.
Is there any audio?
Mr. Dillon, because we haven't had a chance to preview the audio prior to this, we can't play it. So we can play the video.
So you can make your comment.
Yeah, we can do that, I guess. The laptop will not.
No, I mean, because they haven't reviewed the audio.
Okay, all right.
Excuse me, what's the difference between someone calling in live and, do you have a screen on that?
We don't, but I don't, the policy usually is if we don't have an opportunity, just like all of our public comments that come in prior to, we screen all of them to make sure that there's no vulgar or inappropriate language. And because of not having the opportunity to have done that in this circumstance, we're not going to play the audio.
It's
I
okay,
can't control a
speak.
live comment,
That's
but
not a problem. Okay, so this is my store, Right Way Market, and it's about 10:45 at nighttime. Me and my wife, we happened to be there because we were short of employees. There is a car stopped right there. And by the pole, my property ends over there, and it is over front of that hotel we have. Somebody knocked this guy down over there, and we are standing outside, and police coming, the security coming from the bus station, and they came and made a police call. And when he made the police call, I happened to be there, and he said, I'm calling from Right Way Market. And I asked him, hey, this is not my property. They are down there. Why are you saying Right Way Market? And he said, because it's a landmark. I have to tell them where to come. So that's what is going on, and the calls are being added on my store name that is Right Way. So every time ambassador call, and they are further down, they're half block this way, same thing. They said, we are calling from Right Way Market. So on the other hand, when they said 700 calls, actually, if you take 700 calls and divide it by 3, because fire department is there, ambulance is there, and Reno PD is there. So calls are a lot less than they're saying 700 calls. So that's what is happening, and they're going to my record wrongfully. I will request the city to look into these calls and make sure, if all calls, I'm not saying we don't call, we do call once in a while, because when we need help, we do call. And today, I think there's a NRS section 7.9.5 motion to reconsider. After you guys watch all the movies, we're gonna show today 6 clips. And if you feel, yes, these guys are right, these call does not belong to these guys, at that time, if you can please motion to reconsider, and I will really appreciate your help. Thank you very much.
Simranjit Dhillon, followed by Jaskran Bohan, followed by Ranbir Singh Shina.
And there's gonna be 3 clips on this. And then when we put the first clip up, let's just pause it instead of starting. Okay. Hello, my name is Simranjit Dhillon. I'm a business owner here in Reno. I'm Opener Dhillon's son, and I have a couple clips here to show you today to support Right Way Market. As you can see, the date is 1/6/2023. We don't have a liquor license at this time, but we still have the issues going on. You can see my father, Opinder Dhillon, talking to the ambassador, who has already called the dispatch or 911 about a person that's causing problems up ahead over there. If we can start that video. And now I zoomed into this video here to show that the guy over there is on some kind of narcotics or whatnot in the street, causing commotion. And this right here is 3:16 p.m. on January 6th with no liquor license. So now if we could just go to the next clip. He's way over there on 4th in the middle of the street. Now, over an hour later is when the police show up, and this guy happens to be walking right there in the middle of the road. Has nothing to do with our business. And the police officer will be pulling up just now when he's starting to argue with people in front of the store. And you can see this guy hasn't even walked up in front of our store, walked to the door, anything. It's just the vicinity. And these ambassadors are constantly using Right Way Market's name. And all these calls are being blamed on us. And if you can see, he's walking off to the City Fair bus station. And this call was also blamed as Right Way Market's problem. And is there a third clip on that? And so you can see the person never made it to Right Way Market. Everything was done at the City Fair bus station. There's 3 units there. It was all handled over there. We did not make the call. It was the ambassador that made it. And we just want to point out that all these cars, actually a 4th unit showing up now. These ambassadors are making numerous calls that are affecting our business. And that's what we would like to show you guys. Thank you.
If the audience can please hold their applause, we need to be able to move through our comments. Jaskran Bohan, followed by Ranbir Singh Shana, followed by Jesse Dami.
Can we pull up the video, please?
Can you say your name?
Good morning, Madam Mayor, and all the respected council members. My name is Jaskaran Bogan. I'm an extended family member with Mr. Dillon, and I will, in line with what the previous two speakers did, I will show the video proof of how the calls are being blamed onto Right Way Market. Can we please play? So this is a video. It's the date and time is up there. Random day. Now, if you see nothing's happening outside the store, within a few seconds here, we'll see a car pulling up to the top right onto the screen, and it's being pulled over by police officers. Right about now, we should have that car right there. So that's a car. There's police officers pulling up a random person driving on the street. We don't know what the issue is. Nothing to do with the Right Way Market, employees of Right Way Market, customers of Right Way Market, or anybody. And this call is coded as a Right Way Market call. I mean, newly elected chief today mentioned data collection is a very important part. Maybe if we can work on the data collection, maybe classify it better in terms of what calls are actually coming from Right Way Market, or what calls are part of random people causing nuisance around the neighborhood. It would really help the cause for Mr. Dillon. And I heard support to open his petition and reconsider his case today to hand him back his liquor license. Thank you.
Ranbir Singh Sheena, followed by Jesse Dami, followed by Karandeep Nagra.
If I could have the overhead, please. Madam Mayor, councilmen, councilwomen, officials, thanks for the opportunity today to speak on this matter that is regarding Right Way Market. Is it okay if we see the overhead? Just another video shows a senior citizen looking for help at Right Way Market, not a crime. Again, I believe this was one of the calls that was recorded as Right Way and a senior citizen just looking for help. And you know, I get what you guys are trying to do. You're trying to clean up the city, which is of all what we want that too. Everybody here wants a clean downtown. We want, you know, a safe place for us, our children. But I think this is something that you should reconsider, just because the fact that in the last 12 years, this family business has not had a single violation in regards to liquor. The fact that they're selling a lot of grocery rather than liquor. And in fact, that they were actually recently audited by FDA for the EBT sales they have, and they got a clean bill. And this is a neighborhood market. It's their primary business is not just liquor sales. And taking that privilege license, you're not going to be able to just clean it up overnight. It's going to take a lot more effort as a community. The business owners, they're willing to work with you guys. Whatever you guys want done, they'll do it. But, you know, I've been here since 2003. I've been a resident of Reno since 2003. I know the city is always willing to help small business. I feel you guys are here to help. So please reconsider. We'd really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Jesse Dami, followed by Karandeep Nagra, followed by Jasvinder Singh.
Good morning, Mayor Shivi and other council members. Can you please play the next video? Yeah, Jaswinder. Says Jaswinder. Was it December 16? Yeah, I think you have to flip.
This one's Jess.
Yeah, the other one says Jaswinder.
Jaswinder.
We have two people with the same name, sorry. So there's one more that says Jaswinder. 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 Jaswinder.
Right here.
It's okay, yeah, sorry. Apologize. Okay, so same issue. You can see the camera in front of Right-of-Way Market facing north. You can see the fire truck turning. Ambulance is right in front. That's 4th Street. Same thing. The origination of calls are not from the business, and you see a pole right in front of that ambulance. That's the property line. So again, like my friend mentioned, data collection. I think there's an error how this is coded. For the record, I'm Jesse Dami, and I'm a businessman, and I've been here 15 years, but we need to do this correctly. We should not penalize any business if it's not their fault. I agree with Mayor Shivi. We need a clean, safe downtown. It's our entry to the city. We thrive on gaming, entertainment, and business owners bring tax dollars. And if they do something not according to code, do it what you need to do. But if they're doing everything right, like look at the place, it's clean. It's in front of the bus stand. If somebody puts a mess in that street, that's not business owner, you know? And same thing happening. Law enforcement is very busy. I understand. They have more serious situations to handle. Here, we are involving, that's hospital. So we are involving medical staff. We are involving first responders. We are involving law enforcement into issues that are not originating from this business. So I sincerely request you to reconsider the motion, and if they do wrong, yeah, do penalize them. But here, I do not see a single proof where if somebody was breaking something inside or causing something inside, I agree. Yeah, you can penalize. But here, I think we are putting the blame on the wrong person. And Mr. Dillon is a good friend, and there's other business owners in this room, and we totally agree with you. We need to clean this place up. But this is a much bigger problem than just Right-of-Way Market. And I feel that as a human being, like this is proof. If we didn't have this video, I won't be standing here, because then I cannot put my case in front of you. Here, we have number of videos showing what's happening. Look at what this guy is pulling up. Like, it's a place which needs to be cleaned up, but it's not the business owner's fault. It's a community, it's a city, it's a national problem right now. And thank you for your time, for listening to me, and thank you for letting me present my case. Have a great day.
Brandep Nagra, followed by Jasvinder Singh, followed by Savpreet Bains.
Please play that video for me. Good morning. Actually, and this is almost afternoon. My name is Karandeep Nagra. I'm a good friend of Mr. Upinder Dillon. And I'm also a business owner in a city. And as far as prior to me, you guys already see the video. There's no point of going over the same issues over and over. And you guys can see it. Most of the problems occur is in the area. They use the Right-of-Way Market as a landmark. It's not really happening at his store or at his property line. So, and as far as, and my other friends also spoke, we need to collect our data and identify the real issues. Just like canceling one liquor license, and we know Mr. Dillon, and he's our community leader as well. And it's not nothing. We are here to create problem. We are here to help the community. We also like the clean environment. It's not nothing, and we are supporting something. It's just going to create some issues, and it's going to be a problem for our children. I'm also father of 3 children, and I wanted to be if they grew up here, I wanted them to be safe. And I wanted to be and if they come to a downtown and clean neighborhood, And we are always supporting city and communities and being in business owners, as even they mentioned, and the sidewalks. And being owns a few hospitality business in town, we do clean our sidewalks and make sure our community can pass through, and safely. So same thing here, and Mr. Dillon, and he running this business very proudly, and then also, and from last 12 years since he has it, and he does not sell any liquor to any minors, and he does not have any violations. And, if other things are occur in the area, which is beyond his control, this is not he can control. So, and again, and I would like to make a humble request, and please reconsider this motion and just give him opportunity, review it one more time. And once again, I really appreciate your guys' time. And thanks for having us today.
Thank you so much.
Jasvinder Singh, followed by Savpreet Bains, followed by Robert Palmer.
The video? Yeah, the Jesse video, please. Good morning, respected Mayor and Council members. My name is Jasvinder Singh. I'm a business owner here in the area. I'm here to please request you guys to please reconsider the motion of revoking Mr. Dillon's license for the new right-way market. As you can see in the video, like all the other ones, the lady which is about to come out, she has health issues. And as everybody else said, it was a landmark to say, okay, I'm here at Right Way, and then there was no problem in the store or with any kind of staffing. And Madam Mayor, like you said earlier, that we need to clean up the downtown and make it safe. I assure you on Mr. Dillon's behalf, we will fully comply. If given the chance for that again, we will fully comply with you, and we want the same thing, the safety and, to look at nice for the visitors and for ourselves. And on the other hand, a lot of these business owners are here because they are worried that this practice may go on. Mm-hmm. And we want some assurance for you that this was just for the phone calls, this is not just a practice which will go on for other businesses. And again, I request you please to reconsider your motion and grant the liquor license back. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Mr. Singh.
Savpreet Bains, followed by Robert Palmer, followed by Manjeet Singh.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for letting us speak. Mr. Hall, thank you for being here. I really appreciate you guys too. I'm here for 30 years in Reno, running a business. And we met Hillary before, and a lot of you guys met before here. Thank you very much. I'm going to read a little bit about it, and then I'm going to follow it. As I say, I'm a member for 30 years of this community. But first time I heard a homeless population and related issue forcing a Reno citizen to close their business. I would like the City of Reno to reconsider their decision and seek different solutions. We all want Reno to be more beautiful, profitable, and safe. Mr. Dillon and I have worked hard and running several honorable independent businesses while raising our hardworking Reno citizens. We have always done our part to ensure Reno remains safe and profitable and beautiful. I ask City to do their duty to reaching these values without compromising our livelihoods. I would really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Robert Palmer, followed by Manjeet Singh, followed by Amar Singh.
Hi, my name's Robert Palmer. I'm a part-time employee at Right Way, and I know that Bob and Debbie keep a very clean store there. They're very good people. They treat me like family. It breaks my heart to see that their liquor license was pulled, because I know that they don't sell liquor to minors. There's people that came in the store to buy liquor from me, and I asked them for ID, and they are underage. And then I have an officer come right up behind him and give me a congratulate, or whatever. Well, I can't recall exactly, but for not selling to a minor. He's been serving the community for 25 years, hasn't had any problems. other than this one that just came about. But yeah, it really breaks my heart to see that such a hard-working, good family would lose something that and be held accountable for something they're not really responsible for. I appreciate your time. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for being here. What was his name, Madam Clerk?
Robert Palmer.
Robert, thank you so much, and you work there.
Yeah, I'm a part-time.
They're lucky to have you. How long have you worked there?
I've worked there 6 years, approximately going on 6 years. But you can see how clean on all those videos, the sidewalks are clean. When the snow comes, they give us ice snow to get the sidewalks cleared up, and they're a great family. Really breaks my heart to see them.
Give this guy a raise. Give this guy a raise. I'm not kidding. Give him a raise.
All right, Manjit Singh,
Give him a
followed by
raise.
Amar Singh, followed by Gurmit Singh. Manjit?
I think we come up with a whole host of things.
Okay, we're going to go to Amar Singh, followed by Gurmit Singh, followed by Sukinder Singh.
Good morning, City Mayor, all council member. I request to all that Mr. Dillon, they have a good credit. They know any violation at the store. Everybody see the video. No have any issue related to store. I request to that be motion and continue to license. Thank you. I really appreciate. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Gurmit Singh, followed by Sukhjinder Singh, followed by Yasir Hassan. And please state your name for the record before you start speaking.
Hello, my name is Amrinder Singh. I also go by Amar to make it a little bit easier for you guys to pronounce, so thank you. And thank you very much for taking the time to understand our side of the story as well. So first I would say Mr. Dillon and his family has been a very close friend to us for a number of years. They have been a great addition to this community for many, many years. We've been part of this community for over about 20 years. And I would say this license that's being canceled regarding what's been going on. So me personally opening a store at 8 o'clock in the morning, and there's no other stores open, usually around like 7, 8. I'd see drunk people coming from casinos, straight to our liquor stores, outside of liquor stores. I feel like that's what's bringing more of a drinking problems and situations that's being occurred. Outside of the liquor license, there's a lot of positive things that we also bring to the community as well. It obviously doesn't, it's not talked about often, but being open on Christmas days, Thanksgiving, there's a lot of stores, everyone is enjoying their time, but we take our time to be opening the community stores. A lot of people do thank us, and which, we feel proud of at times. So, having these kind of stores means a lot to the city. It means a lot to the people that could go and get food because they don't have food on Thanksgiving or Christmas. So I think that's there's a lot of positiveness coming from these small business owners as well. A lot of these individuals this is their career. They built this career not knowing that this is what's going to occur. This was going to happen down the line where licenses were going to be taken, businesses were going to be taken from them. They can't change their career now. Now it's too late, for them to be closing their businesses and to go find another career. So I think you guys should really reconsider where the homelessness, the trash and everything is coming from, but it's not coming from these businesses. I really, would like you to reconsider. Thank you.
Yasir Hassan, followed by Kuldeep Guman, followed by Johnny Can.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. It's nice to see some familiar faces. I used to work here back in 2021, so it's nice to be back up here I was part of the IT team back over here. And I'm just here to talk about what's going on with the liquor licenses here in the city.
Yes, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Oh, my name is Yasir Hassan, for the record. And my family also owns a local liquor license right down the street from here, actually right outside the store. And it's just very concerning to me because I've been brought up here, born and raised here in Reno, Nevada. As a kid, I watched my family and community members labor over their businesses, the same businesses that are stayed open during the recession, during COVID, and the same businesses that remain open while we deal with repercussions of the bad decisions made regarding our homeless population. Today, I see my community and our local businesses targeted. During the council meeting, Councilwoman Megan Hurd exposed the dispatch calls cannot be individualized due to the system limitations. Using bad data, this council has effectively discriminated against minority businesses who call emergency services when they're needed, instead of helping our businesses and working with us to figure out how to navigate the increase in crime, drug use, and homelessness we see every day. We are being punished and negatively impacted if we ask for help on how to deal with the homeless. As a city, we must do better. For that reason, I respectfully ask that the city council take a second to look at the data and reconsider the revocation of Right Way and Lake Mills privilege liquor license, as we are also scared that we might fall under it, even though we try to do our best to keep a clean environment in our business to the best of our ability. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it, and have a great day, everybody.
Thanks so much.
Kuldeep Guman, followed by Johnny Can, followed by Batwan Zadeh.
Good morning, everyone. And my name is Kuldeep Guman. I'm the business owner, and I'm very active, community member. I'm a secretary in the Gurudwara Northern Nevada Sikh Society. And that's like the liquor license has revoked Mr. Upinder Dhillon. We see all the videos and everything. That's the first guy when I came to the 1998, he gave me the job. I was working for him hard. And since 1998, I'm living in this city and working hard, all the members, all the businessmen. So we have to support here to request Mayor, City, please reconsider this situation and, look at this situation, please. And thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Johnny Can, followed by Batwan Zadeh, followed by Mark Newman. Johnny? Okay, Batwan Zadeh, followed by Mark Newman, followed by Mac Rossi.
Hi guys, how we doing? I'm Batwan Zadeh. You guys have some very complex issues today. Ours is very easy. I own a few properties in downtown and midtown along with some businesses. I'm here today. I own the first floor of the Arlington Towers with my wife. We have 5 retail tenants there. We have Hukava, the largest bar in downtown. We have members only, super awesome male hair salon. We have Kimmy Tats, their female-only tattoo salon. And then we have Boba Shop, Biggest Little Boba, as well as the Arlington Towers. They're here for a cabaret license today. They've been operating for over 4 years with 0 issues. They've done wine walks, crawls. They've never had an underage drinking. I would not be here today if I didn't think that these guys were really good actors. I know there's some bad actors in town. These guys crush it. So they're just here for a cabaret. I just wanted to be here as a landlord.
Yeah. Which business is it?
Arlington Saloon on Arlington Street, facing Arlington Street in the Arlington Towers on the first floor.
Yeah. By the way, love a lot of your businesses, doing a great job.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
A lot of people can learn from you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Newman, followed by Mac Rossi.
Good morning, Councilman, Mayor. Good morning. My name is Mark Newman, for the record. I'm a resident of Reno, Nevada and Washoe County for over 60 years now. Our family moved here to Reno in 1962. Today I'm here to discuss our senior citizen population. Roughly, our seniors that are over 60 years old make up about 22.8% of the population and one of the largest population of voters within Washoe County. People over 50 make up 30%, and they're a big population of the voters. When we were kids, my mom used to take us to Paradise Park. We used to go out on the lakes and paddle around in a rubber raft with our fishing poles and catch crawdads to eat. And they used to have political conventions there at the parks, for all the politicians that would come to Reno. That's where they would go to have their little meetings. And lately, Paradise Park is going down the hill. The seniors that use the senior center there are afraid to go from the apartments to walk to the senior center. The senior center prior to COVID-19 had 30-plus events and activities for the seniors to do every day, and they roughly operated 30 to 40 hours a week. Now they've cut it way down, and they've cut all the activities and everything way down. We need to revitalize the community. That's where we should start, right there within the seniors and right there with the major park. As far as it goes for your $1 million, I think you ought to listen to your seniors advisory board. There's a lot of good members on there. A lot of them are seniors themselves and deal with all the seniors within their community. And they're going to be your ears of the seniors within the community. So you need to listen to them as well. Thank you very much. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Mac Rossi, followed by Gushran Gill, followed by Thuy Chuan.
Good morning, Council. My name is Mac Rossi. I'm the Vice Chairman of the Senior Advisory Board for the City of Reno. Difficult for me to address this situation because we've had some very, very good support from the city staff, but it seems like over the last year, it's gone downhill. Back in November, our meeting, we made a motion and addressed the situation of Paradise Park and to set up a meeting at Paradise Park in January 10th. The motion was voted and approved for the change of location. The reason for the change of the location is because it's hard for a lot of the seniors to get around. And if you're familiar with Paradise Park, there's a potential market of over 1,500 seniors within a couple blocks of that park. Because of the upcoming holidays, I felt it best to get it rolling because we had skipped a meeting in December. I addressed to the city staff about 3 weeks after our meeting that we would go ahead and find out what was going on and what they were doing to finalize our meeting for January at Paradise Park. Another meeting was sent at that time to contact the people that do the programming for Paradise Park and just to get ahead of the game on it. That I received an email back from the city staff saying there was a conflict of interest at Paradise Park and we would not be able to have our meeting there. I personally contacted the seniors who had the program, which was the card game, and asked them if they'd be willing to change their time so we could have the meeting there, which they were tickled to death, that opportunity to have the city out at their park. I contacted the city staff to arrange to change the conflict that they were agreed to let us have our meeting there. Over the holidays, I received 2 additional emails from staff saying there was a conflict of programming at Paradise Park. 2 more times I had to contact the city staff to let them know the arrangements were made and changed. Meanwhile, I was contacting 2 staff members, members that the program was, I'm going to skip, I'm losing time here. Basically, we have called for special meetings to get this taken care of, and we're addressed to go to the city management, and they have neglected to even answer us. So we have gone quite a ways out of our way to try to be able to make contact with the seniors and end up with no response from city staff at all. This is really unusual because I've been with the City Senior Advisory Board for over 12 years and never had any possible conflict where we were not getting support from the city. I don't know what's going on at Paradise Park, and I seem to have missed something about Paradise Park, and I don't know what it is. I ask for your help, and also, if there's any
Thank you, Mac.
questioning, I have the backup for all
Bershron
that
Gill,
information.
followed by Thuy Tran, followed by Lob Gill.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Shivi and council members. For the record, my name is Bershron Gill, and I work with the State of Nevada Division of Environmental Protection. I'm here to support Mr. Dillon. I'm a community member for 15 years, and in my opinion, the revocation of the license creates a culture in our city where small businesses, specifically run by the minority community, are going to feel unwelcomed in starting new ventures, uncertain in their future, and insecure in seeking help from emergency services. I think these businesses are being unfairly penalized for issues that are not in their control. One of the issues, I believe, is housing affordability, which is a national issue. And that's causing overcrowded homeless shelter, people living on the streets, and also an increase in incidents of crime. Instead of seeing the bigger picture, these businesses are being made the scapegoats. I'm also concerned that the decisions are not being made on a thorough analysis of data. I would be interested in knowing if the number of dispatched calls are lower month over month compared to last year after the suspension of the license. Lastly, these businesses operate on a very thin margin. The revocation of liquor license could lead to the closure of the right-way market, resulting in more deserted buildings and empty lots in Reno downtown area. And as you said, we also want to see a safe, beautiful, bustling downtown, and not a downtown with deserted buildings and empty lots. As such, I request that the motion be reconsidered and Mr. Dillon be given another chance. Thank you.
Thuy Tran, followed by Lob Gill, followed by Howie Stockton.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Thuy Tran. I have been a Reno resident for 26 years, been here since 1996. I'm also involved with the Washoe County Senior Advisory Board for District 2, and I am here to advocate for our seniors. I'm actually turning 50 later this year, so I am looking forward to my AARP benefits. I just want to remind everyone that, getting old, it is a part of life, and we're all getting there. And I'm sure that when you city council members, are looking forward to, eventually it's going to be seniors. And I just wanted to be here to support my other colleagues, Donna Clont, Mark Newman, and we also have other members of our senior board, just for senior services and issues. Since I've been on the Washoe County Senior Advisory Board, just been dealing with a lot. We've just seen a lot of senior issues that are going through, and would just love your support. And just wanted to get definitely more funding for our seniors. And and again, I'm happy to be here, and thank you for your time.
Lob Gill, followed by Howie Stockton, followed by Kathy Lester.
Good afternoon. My name is Love Gill. I want to bring one point into your kind notice. You will never see a beggar from our Indian or Punjabi community. You will never see a homeless from our Indian or Punjabi community, because we are hard worker. We work hard, we earn our livelihood,
we create the jobs, we contribute for the economy of the state. And I request you all not to deprive of the right of work from Mr. Dillon. And I would like to request, humble request, to reconsider the revocation of liquor licenses. Thank you.
Howie Stockton, followed by Kathy Lester, followed by Valentina Litvinova.
Hi, my name is Kathy Lester. I'm volunteer for City Reno, SOS Reno College, also City of Art. And I love this, but anyway, I understand that we got $1 million for ARCO. I would like to know, low-income housing people are just about, it's not whole thing, but you guys are forgetting about the senior. We are not getting recognized. We are not getting anything from help. We all live in own home. If we sell that house, we're gonna have to go for assisted living. And then before you know, we'll run out of money. So I would like to see if we can get health and wellness at the city, you know, for all drop-in free. I don't think I'm asking too much. So some of the old people will come out to see the city, and hope we play the card, whatever the game we have. And I appreciate it if you work on that deal. And also, I'm not getting younger, so I think all of us need a free transportations. But City Reno does not have that idea at all. So I guess LTC have to work on it. And I appreciate it very much if you can work on it, those cases. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lester.
Valentina Litvinova, followed by Dmitry Litvinov, followed by Arturo Rangel.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, for record, my name is Valentina Litvinova. I am local business for over 12 years. We have business A-Smart and we have 5 employees. On December 12, 2022, City Council revoked 2 private liquor license, Right Market and Lake Milmax Mart. Due to this number of dispatch call, I'm very concerned as to why the dispatch call we are not further analysis. I'm concerned that my business like mine will continue to be negative impact if we ask for help and how to deal with the homeless. As the business owner, I pay my tax and I want to know that the service we pay for provide and that will not be pushing for the city clerk of homeless service. The dispatch call used the city council to remove their privilege and license need to be investigation, to learn how many the revolt to the businesses. Further, we give original of dispatch call. I ask the motion for revocation of be recognized there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Litvinova. Can you tell me what business you own?
A-Smart. A-Smart.
A-Smart.
A-Smart.
Okay, thank
Before
you.
we have Valentina Market.
Okay, thank you so much.
Dmitry Litvinov, followed by Arturo Rangel, followed by Marquise Cedric Gilmore.
Hello, council members. For the record, my name is Dmitry Litvinov. I'm the local business owner for over 12 years. The previous speaker was my wife. So we own A Smart, and we also did own another store on Kitski Lane. We sold it in 2010. So on December 12, 22, the City Council revoked two privileged liquor licenses, Rightway Market and Lake Mill Maximart, due to their number of dispatch calls. I'm very concerned as why the dispatch calls were not further analyzed. I'm very concerned that my business and businesses like mine will continue to be negatively impacted if we ask for help on how to deal with the homeless people outside. As a business owner, I pay my taxes and I want to know that services I pay for are provided. And I will not be punished for the city lacks of homeless services. The dispatch calls used to the City Council to remove their privilege licenses need to be investigated to learn how many were revealing to the business and how many were outside of the business. Like another previous speakers were saying, and there was a lot of video how Rightway Market was using as a landmark. So because of that, I asked that motion for revocation to be reconsidered and the licenses be looking very more closely and make another decision. Thank you very much for your time.
Arturo Rangel, followed by Marquise Cedric Gilmore, followed by Maury Cabaz. Marquise Cedric Gilmore, followed by Maury Cabaz, followed by Hava Amal.
Oh, how you guys doing today? Do I put the camera up? Okay.
It'll just take a minute for the clerk to make it switch over, so give yourself a second.
So hello, my name is Marquise Cedric Gilmore. I'm a bum. I've been a bum for about 16 years.
There you go.
Is that fine? Is that okay? Okay. So I've been a bum for about 16 years, since I was 9 years old. I joined the military, yay, Navy, left honorably, failure to adapt. 5 years, I left because there was a problem in Reno, and that called me to come out here. So my issue that I'm having, it's not with anyone up here in particular, obviously, but is anyone who, the assistant, alternative public defender. That's who I'm having an issue with. Mark Picker and Kate Hickman. Now, this is all due to a murder that happened on October 8th. My little brother is looking at 2 consecutive life sentences. I have talked to the arresting officer. I have talked to the alternative director or alternative public defender, and I have gone nowhere with anyone. I've been sent to Washoe County Sheriff's Department for a piece of paper that's right down the street on Center Road, and I've wasted many, many days trying to get through with people. And now, even to this point today, Ms. Kate Hickman has not replied to any of my voicemails, and she is the acting chief director of the Alternative Public Defender's Office, which falls underneath your guys' stature, which I found out Reno actually falls, the entire statutes fall into the entire state. So your alternative public defender, acting chief public defender, Kate Hickman, is having that's what I have a problem with. So on the 12th, was when I arrived in Reno. I've been out here trying every lower level physically possible before getting to this point. I've gone through every chain, every branch, every executive, legislative, everything. And to be allowed 3 minutes to speak, this is ridiculous. I have walked from California to Texas. The only thing stopping me from walking from Texas to Florida is this issue. So I will leave very soon, August 18th, I will leave. And this issue hopefully get solved. Now, currently, I'm going down to Carson City to talk to a Lieutenant Sandra Barbosa. Lieutenant Sandra Barbosa. And she is in charge of the majority of this area, police-wise. It's not the police officers in particular. It's just two officers in particular, and it's alternative department, alternate public defender department. That is who I got an issue with. And hopefully you guys can help me. I'll be outside for 3 minutes. Have a good day.
Maury Kabaz, followed by Haval Amal, followed by Chris Reardon. Haval Amal.
Well, if only that were my name. For the record, my name is Hava Ahmed, Hawah-Ahmad. So as many of the members on this board know, I'm on a lot of boards, and I have a lot of issues. So the first issue I do have is I am the chair of the Washoe County Senior Advisory Board. On February 1st, we have a joint meeting to talk about Older Americans Month in May. Your Senior Advisory Board is the only board that will not be present in a board capacity because of yesterday's actions. Not because of the board, but because the relationship between them and staff is fractured. So leadership comes from the top down. So I need everyone to step it up a little bit and make sure that our senior citizens are taken care of. And that brings me to my next issue. So I'm here with a bunch of business owners because, as you guys are aware, I am Desi. So that is the India, Pakistan, Bangladesh region, right? So in November, I helped pass question 1 of the Nevada Constitution to expand our anti-discrimination language. But here, and especially the actions of December 12th, when you look at the licenses that you're talking about revoking, you look to see what the owners are and what their backgrounds are, it looks really, really, really discriminatory. And I know that that's not your intention. Your intention is to keep Reno safe, well, to make it safe in the first place. That is the same intention that these business owners have. We have to do something to support our business owners and to support our residents. And if you talk to any business in the downtown area, they do not feel like they're being supported right now. There's a litany of issues, and if you guys go and patron these businesses and talk to these owners, talk to these workers, you will find that out. But when it comes down to it, when you pull a license, like a privilege license based off of dispatch calls, when you are looking at non-regionalized dispatch calls, so every call is at least 3 other calls for depending on the EMS service. You're telling them, hey, don't use EMS services, put your life on the line. For what? For them to be able to make a livelihood? It's the most un-American thing I've ever seen in my life, and I know that's not your intention. So I need us all to step it up just a bit and realize that we have to work together. We have to communicate. A special meeting is the start. But we do have to talk about looking at that motion and saying, hey, did it actually solve the issues? Or are we just trying to shut down businesses, to undervalue the buildings, to hopefully be able to play a bigger game if we don't hit a recession? So there's a lot at play. I know everyone has their own moral compasses and their own ideas of what's right and what's wrong. But at this point, we're getting a little bit too far. And if we want to talk about all of the different legal issues that surround this, we definitely can. But no matter what, we do not want to perform any illegal takings. We don't want to impede on anyone's property rights, yours or theirs. And we all have to realize that everyone on this board is elected or appointed. And at the end of the day, if we do have to make it David versus Goliath, we all know how that one turned out. So I need all of us to be engaged, to communicate, to answer calls. Don't just deflect to, oh, litigation might be formed, I can't talk to these people, because that's not cool. Your job is to make sure that communication is there. Just like my job is to tell you guys when I see something's wrong. Thank you for your time.
Chris Reardon, followed by Megan Dettenmayer via Zoom, followed by Howie Stockton.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris. I'm here representing the Reno Ambassadors. This is in regards to the dispatch calls that are made to Right Way Market. The ambassadors know the address to all the different places over there. We have to be really exact when we do make dispatch calls. So the dispatch calls that have been made to Right Way Market from the ambassadors are because the problem was at Right Way Market. Since the liquor license has been pulled, we've had 0 calls to dispatch or from Right Way Market. So yeah, just at the ambassadors, we know that when we make those calls and where we make it to, and our calls are precise. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Megan Dettenmeyer via Zoom, followed by Howie Stockton. Megan, if you would unmute, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes. Okay, Howie Stockton? Oh, it seems, Megan, can you hear us? Go ahead, Howie.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name's Howie Stockton. I'm a resident at 2850 Sandestin Drive, which is right next door to the proposed psychiatric treatment facility. I see some new faces on the council. That last time we spoke regarding this case, some of you are new. The city has permitted a 5,700 square foot. They have plans and approved permit to build a 1,900 square foot addition. It's a 10-room hospital. The level of care that is being provided at this center, or will be provided, exceeds that of a skilled nursing facility based on the licensing that they have to go through. The patients in this facility it's locked up. They're locked up. They can't roam around. There are lots of narcotics or treatments are used at this facility. We have a lot of issues with what's going on here. We do not feel this is an appropriate use in a residential neighborhood. Both the state and the city recognize this as a commercial use. The city permit states that this is a commercial use. They've put fire alarms in the structure, yet it is being characterized by the city as a group home. This is not a group home. Ask the state of Nevada. Look at the licensing that they have to go through to run this facility. It is much more extensive than an elderly group home or a group home for disabled members, or it's far beyond this. Several of us in the community in Northwest Reno have reached out in the past to try to get a meeting with council members to get some understanding. What can we do as citizens? The last time, and the only time I've spoke at city council meeting, somebody collected my name and number, said somebody would reach out to me. That hasn't happened. The only member of the board that has reached out subsequent to our meeting is Councilwoman Breckus, so thank you for that. and we don't even live in her ward. So I am asking the city to do the right thing and to recognize what this is, what the use is, and to engage with the citizens that you represent in Northwest Reno so that we can have a better understanding of what we can do as citizens to at least feel comfortable with this. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
All right, Mr. Vice Chair, there is no additional public comment in the room. For the record, we did receive 3 comments, which were general in nature, have been distributed to the Reno City Council and a part of the permanent record. And at this time, we are going to transition to voicemails. I would like to state on the record that we did receive 1 voicemail, which we will not be playing today due to vulgarity, that has been redacted and is included in the final record as well.
Hi, yes, it's January 4th, and just to let you know, in front of Billinghurst Middle School, Chesterfield Lane, whoever did the snow plowing on last weekend, it's really bad. The way their job is not done, it's awful. You need to have somebody to come by here and plow before the school starts next week. Because I know we're going to have another storm coming in today, which is January 4th, Thursday and Friday. So you need to address this as much as possible, or else you're going to have a lot of accidents coming on next week. Whoever you send here on the record did a lousy job. I mean, I can go ahead and send pictures to you if you want to, but it's all white. They did very good on Avenida del Landa. That one's all, you can see the black turf, the black road, the road. So please address this as much as possible. I know a city ain't gonna go on the side street anymore, but we have a lot of senior people living in my area, and it's a lousy thing from the city. I mean, they don't care about people anymore. I mean, they should go ahead, long time ago, as far as I remember, living here since '85. They had people plowing even the side street. They've been well taken care of. And the way I see with the new courtyard manager, whoever that guy talking on the news, that they cannot go on the side street. That's bullshit. I mean, we're citizens. We're paying for, for the service that needs to be done, to be safe as a community for the Reno. And I appreciate if we can address this, especially before next week, before the school starts. Billinghurst Middle School, Chesterfield Lane, whoever did the snow plowing on that last weekend, it was really bad. I'm so sorry, but if it's a contract, you need to find another person to do, whoever that person, I think is really doesn't care about doing his job. All right, thank you. And today's January 4th. It's about 12:35, between 12:35 and 12:40 p.m.
Hello, we are calling in regards to the liquor store. We're not approving the law that they have to be closed in the Reno or Sparks area. We do need them around us, and we do feed our families with this liquor store because they're at the earlier convenience and close to us to be there to buy food and to buy ingredients for our food as well. We are against closing of the liquor store. Thank you.
Hello. I would like to thank the city of Reno when I called them up to plow our cul-de-sac at 6030 Eaglesham Court in Reno, Nevada. Our HOA is not helping us to clear our snow deep into the big street. We were citizens and we couldn't get out of our cul-de-sac. So many thanks to the girl that dispatched and a wonderful guy in our cul-de-sac. And thank you, Mayor Hewley, for having a great team We really enjoyed your service to Reno, and we did it. Thank you. My name is Cynthia Urbina.
I live at Arbor Cove, 2350 Limberry. This is a senior living community, low cost, and it has been snowing for quite a while, and they do not plow the parking lot. I'm a senior, I'm 75 years old. I had to go out to the parking lot with hiking sticks. Another resident here, he doesn't use his walker, but that's how he got out there to stabilize him. People are not able to get out. 2 people have gotten stuck here in the parking lot. You know, one lady has back trouble that she just had staples taken out, and she couldn't really do too much, and a Good Samaritan came by with his big truck and pulled her out with a rope or something. These people at Arbor Cove, this is cruel, and it's dangerous for anybody, let alone seniors. We can't get out. What if we need groceries? What if we have a doctor's appointment? You know, what if we need to go to the pharmacy? Something. You know, so please, I wish that you would investigate this. It's Arbor Cove. And the name of the managing company is Manage Inc. Manage Inc. Anyway, thank you.
Hello, my name is Marta Renches for the record, and I am a community member. On December 12, 2022, the City Council revoked True Privileged Liquor license due to the number of dispatch calls. I am very concerned that this move takes away much needed jobs and community resources and creates a culture in our city where business will be encouraged to not seek help from emergency services. As noted at the last meeting, the origins of calls cannot be individualized. As such, I ask that agenda items D3 and D4 will be reconsidered. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rick Hallahan. The crosswalk on Taylor and Virginia Street, the city of Reno the workers didn't come by and clean the snow out of it. And when they put this in, they didn't even put a drain to drain the water out of it. Please get it looked at. That's really messed up. It's the only crosswalk that's messed up like this. Thanks. Have a good day.
Hi, my name is Tammy Buin. I live in Fallon, Nevada. Haven't been down off of 4th Street in Reno for a long time. What a shame. What an absolute shame. I just don't understand why you people can't clean up your city. You know, I'm glad I do not live in Reno anymore. Thank you.
Mine's good. All right, Madam Mayor, that's the last of our voicemail public comments. We're going to try one more time for Megan Detmeyer via Zoom. All right, Megan, go ahead, unmute, and you have 3 minutes. Oh, hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. Sorry, Megan, give me just a second. It seems like we can't hear you. All right, Megan, can you test your sound? Yeah, Megan,
It could be on her end too.
Jenica, are you in the room still? Can you come over here?
Just housekeeping.
Okay. Megan?
Got it. Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, there's more than one way to skin a cat. So thanks, everybody. My name is Megan Dettenmeyer. I am a parent to Nick Dettenmeyer, who is at Mamie Tolles Elementary. He's in second grade. And I moved here a couple of years ago before the pandemic and noticed that there were very few trees on the playground at Mamie Tolles Elementary. And so once my son enrolled there this fall, I decided that I'd like to change that. So me and another parent, Pam Selar, and we have started a Right Tree, Right Place campaign to basically plant 25 climate resilient trees on the playground at Mamie Tolles. Now you might be asking yourself, kids are only at recess 30 to 40 minutes a day. Why are we doing this huge effort that's going to cost many thousands of dollars when they're outside for such a small amount of time? And to that, I would respond that trees have a huge ecological community benefit, not just for people that are directly adjacent to them, but for our communities and for our ecosystem as a whole. So I won't belabor all of the great things that I think trees do, because that's what I do in my normal job. I work for the Nature Conservancy. I will say this, we are raising money to pay for these native climate resilient trees. And so I am coming to the council today to ask for financial support to help purchase those trees. I'm working closely with the Washoe County School District to make sure that we're selecting the right trees. But unfortunately, they don't have money to help put towards this project. Now, while they are very supportive of the project, they won't be writing any checks for any of the materials or any of the trees. And so I am on a mission to raise money on behalf of this project. We're hoping to plant either on Arbor Day, which is April 20th, I believe, 2023, or right when school gets out in June. So we're having meetings with Matt Basile, the Reno urban forester. I'm soliciting money from the Reno Urban Forestry Commission. Many small businesses have already committed checks, and just coming to the city council to let you know of this project and to ask for your financial support. So that's it. Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, if I may. Megan, could you make sure we have your contact info? And I'm the liaison to the Urban Forestry Commission that you're working with. And I would love to see what we can do to help. We also have a whole program called Relief Reno, which is set up to help co-sponsor tree planting events and that kind of thing. So there are some options available. I don't want to discuss it in detail. I just want to make sure we get your contact info over to the clerk so we can follow up.
Yep, absolutely. And we're working with Relief. And Matt Basile, who's our Reno urban forester, is super supportive of this. So.
Right. Thank you for what you're doing.
Yeah. And I think Jenica has a donation going out, correct? Yeah. So we're already on top of it. Okay. Thanks.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comment.
All right.
Madam Mayor, in this moment, are we thinking about taking a brief break?
We are. I just want to kind of give everyone an update, like where we're going
Great.
to start off. But we do have an attorney-client, correct, Carl? So we're going to do that because obviously this was a very long public comment, and I need you guys to get up, go to the bathroom, get something to eat. So we're going to do that for an attorney-client right now.
Okay.
And then when we come back, we're going to start with consent.
Or the minutes?
Well, we still need to do approval of the agenda and
Yeah.
approval of the minutes, so,
But our first item to hear will be consent.
yes.
Yes, and just, I think, for the edification of everyone in the room, item C5, when we go to do approval of the agenda, Washoe County, the applicant there, has asked that that item be continued.
Okay,
And so
so-
we'll have to open the hearing on that, but they've asked that it be.
Do we want to just approve the agenda at this moment, since you're already giving the announcement? Want to open item A4?
Why don't we do that?
Okay, approval of the agenda.
All right, so at this time, I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the agenda. So moved. I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second.
But are there changes?
Can
So
we add?
the change is just the one that I just described.
Yeah, so we're going to open that up and then close it.
Yeah, we got a little
Oh, we
aircraft
do have to
control
open, okay.
with the C and D items, but we can do that when we get there. But C5, which is the abandonment of Line Drive requested by Washoe County, they've asked for it to be continued.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, I have a motion from Vice Mayor Reese, a second from Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. At this time, we're going to jump over to item C5, Madam Clerk, correct? No? Yes?
That's fine if we
Why
want to.
don't we open it and close it?
All right, so we're going to move into item C5.
Okay, at this
Which is-
time, Madam Clerk, we will open the public hearing. Has correspondence been submitted? Correct?
Thank
Any
you, Madam
correspondence
Mayor.
received?
On item C5, that item was properly noticed and we did not receive any correspondence. And there was a request, as Mr. Thornley indicated, for a continuance on this item, and it will be renoticed at the time of the continuance.
May I ask a question?
Thank you.
If Washoe County asked that this be continued, why isn't there any supplemental material in the record? I mean, that would be a submitted material. I mean, how'd you get word? Was it a text or something to submit to
No,
the record?
I got an email from some of our staff who said, hey, Washoe County has asked that it be continued. I'm sure we can append that to the packet.
Yeah, that'd be good. I think that should be. I mean, that's relevant to the record. So I just, when she
I
said
would
no.
imagine it'll be included, right?
Huh?
It can be. I mean, look, I found out about it yesterday. I have my memo in terms of air
Okay.
traffic control that says
yeah.
they've asked for continuance. We
Let's-
can append
let's-
the email to the record.
Yeah, let's put that in the record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you
Move
so
to
much.
continue.
I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay. All right, at this time, so we are going to go into attorney-client. It is now, let's just say it's 1 o'clock. We will be back, what do you think, Carl? 2? Okay.
Okay, so we're breaking at 12:50 and we'll reconvene at 2 PM.
Could we do 1:30 though?
Why don't we do
1:45.
1:45? Okay.
the difference.
1:45.
Okay, we'll reconvene at 1:45.
Okay, thanks. Okay, Madam Clerk. Are you ready, Madam Clerk? Macaroni.
All right, Madam Mayor, if you are ready to reconvene this meeting, we are all set. It is 1:54 and all members are present. And we are moving on to item A5, Item 5, approval of minutes.
All right, at this time, I'm going to ask council members for an agenda to approve, and a motion to approve the minutes.
I'll move to approve items A51, A52, and A53.
All right, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, sending it right back to you.
Oh, okay.
All right. so
Okay, sorry, we're moving on to consent agenda items B. Just for the record, Madam Mayor, I do have some public commenters in the audience once we've pulled items.
Okay, thank you so much. So at this time, I'm going to ask council to give me items B1 through B10. If they'd like to pull anything off the agenda for discussion, I'm going to start with you, Vice Mayor Reese.
Madam Mayor, I have nothing. I see it's items B1 through B24.
Oh, sorry.
Right? It's a long one for.
No, I just, it's not
page cut
on
off.
one page for me, so I didn't know it continued, so thank you so much. Okay, Vice Mayor, did you have anything? Nothing? Okay. Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, B9. And if you could come back to me, I think I had one more.
Okay, I will
I'm
come
just
back.
looking
I'll
for
come
the
back to
number.
you. Councilwoman Ebert.
I'm still looking too.
Okay, sounds good. I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Taylor.
B6 and B10.
B6, B10. Councilman Martinez.
B1.
B1. Councilman Breckus.
I'd like to pull B4,
Go ahead.
B13, and B24.
Okay. And then I'm going to send it back to you, Councilwoman Dewar.
Nothing more.
All right, Councilwoman Ebert.
B9
Pulled.
and B10.
B10. Okay.
Mayor, if I can just read that back into the record.
Yes, I was going to just repeat what I have to you,
Okay,
Madam Clerk. Okay, I have item B1, B4, B6, B9, B13, B24,
and B10.
and B10. Okay.
I'll move to approve the remaining items.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor. I have a motion from Vice Mayor Reese, a second from Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. That means all the other consent items that were not pulled are approved. Okay, I'm going to start with item B1. I believe this goes to Councilman Martinez.
I just wanted to give a shout out to this.
Madam Mayor,
Wait.
if I can, I need to do public comment.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. So our first public commenter today is Tom Dunn, followed by Marie Rodriguez, followed by Tracy Oliver.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of council, Mr. Thornley. For the record, Tom Dunn, representing the proud men and women of Reno Airport, and Sparks firefighters today.
Ah, that's new.
Very new.
Congratulations.
Thank you. The Reno firefighters are in support of item B24 and the 6 single-role paramedic positions. The single-role medics, along with the emergency medical dispatching, which will take place later this year, are two of the most modern program improvements that I have seen in my 24-year career here at the Reno Fire Department. The Reno Fire Department ran just over 50,000 calls for service in 2022, which is an increase of over 2,000 calls from 2021. These 6 medics will assume some of the current medical call volume being handled by our firefighters, and will be able to utilize and they will be able to be utilized to support our current ambulance transport provider in REMSA, similar to what Truckee Meadows Fire is doing within their fire district. The single role medic program will be maintained using GEMT reimbursement dollars and ultimately should become a self-sufficient program, not relying on public tax dollars in the general fund. Single role medics will provide flexibility within the Reno Fire Department and improved EMS service delivery to the residents, businesses, and visitors of the city of Reno. So today we stand here in support of item B24.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you so much. Tom, will you be staying for the item, please? Yes. Thank you. Okay, so with that
hold on.
being said, I'm going to send it back to you, Madam Clerk.
Marie Rodriguez, followed by Tracy Oliver.
I just wanted to thank you. I'm in support of B18 as a local artist. I am the published author of 4 novels, so I very much support the arts in Reno. And I want to express my appreciation for how much the city supports local artists. The Sierra Arts Foundation is an amazing organization. Thank you for that.
Awesome, thank you.
Ms. Rodriguez, please extend our congratulations to your son, Trustee Rodriguez. He was appointed yesterday as the clerk of the board, so that's very exciting news for all of us.
Tracy Oliver, followed by Roxanne DiCarlo.
And in support of B18. Thank you, Madam Mayor and esteemed council persons. I'm Tracy Oliver, the Executive Director of Sierra Arts Foundation, a 4th-generation Nevadan, great-great-granddaughter of Fred Balzar, the 15th governor of our state, who made us a gaming state. The arts are fundamental to our humanity. They ennoble us, they inspire us. They foster creativity, empathy, beauty, and the arts also strengthen our communities, socially, educationally, and economically. Sierra Arts Foundation is a proud member of the City of Reno's downtown community, and in partnership with ArtSpace, we own the historical Riverside Building at 17 South Virginia. There we operate a thriving community gallery, education, artist, live workspaces. And we take our commitment to the downtown corridor very seriously, and we are determined to keep our little corner of downtown Reno vibrant, safe, art-filled, and free to the public. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Madam Mayor and Councilperson Reese for their proposed donation of discretionary funds to Sierra Arts Foundation, and for always recognizing that the arts, culture, and humanities are a vital component of our quality of life. And I would be remiss if I weren't to thank also Councilwoman Durer, who is consistent and unwavering in her support of the arts. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Roxanne DiCarlo.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I do have just a couple notes because I didn't want to leave anything out. I am here in support of B21, and I just want to say thank you so much, Mayor Sheevy, for considering the Empowerment Center. I know you have many options when it comes to local organizations, and so it means a lot to be chosen. For those of you that aren't familiar with the Empowerment Center, we're a drug and alcohol treatment program for women located right on South Virginia Street in Miss Dewar's ward. And then we recently expanded and built low-income housing. It's the first of its kind supportive housing for people in early recovery from substance abuse, and that opened up at the very end of November and is already completely rented up. We're really excited about that. And that is in Mr. Martinez's ward. Keep your eye out for phase 2. It is scheduled to break ground in early spring of this year, adding another 45 units to the community. So we're really excited and proud about that. And that's it. Thank you so much for considering the Empowerment Center, and have a beautiful day.
Roxanne, you're doing amazing work. How many units did you put in?
42.
You put in 42, and then you're going to put another 45?
Yes.
And then how do you get referred to your program?
So we work with all of the other local area treatment and healthcare providers to help bring those rooms in or those people in. And it was really amazing to pull where the individuals that rented came from. Lots came from Women's Crossroads. They came from Step 2. They came from the shelter. They came from all across our community, which is exactly what it was built and meant to do.
I think you're just doing a tremendous job, and it's so commendable, because I think this is the only way when we talk about mental health and addiction. This is what we need more of if we truly want to make an impact with, I think, what is one of the number one crisis in cities across America, period, bar none. So we need recovery options. Great job. Thank you so much.
Thank
and
you.
I think, I don't know if you
gonna
guys
say.
have come to their new facility, but I would love for all of us to come and see, so
Yeah.
we can
We would
continue
love
to
that
be
as
part
well.
of your,
Absolutely.
of
Well,
what you're doing.
if I may. And I was going to ask for that specifically. I was out of town when you have the
Ribbon cutting?
Yeah. Otherwise, it would have been there, obviously. I mean, you've done a tremendous job with both populations, over on Virginia Street, and now this new, and doubling it in such a short time. I mean, it's truly remarkable.
Thank you.
So amazing.
Thank you all very much.
All right, Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Mayor, we did have one additional public commenter, Sarah Hines, I'm not really certain, but she was here earlier, could not stay for the rest of the meeting. However, she did wanted to speak in favor of item B19, so that will be logged into the record. And finally, it should be noted that we did receive 2 comments which were directly associated with agenda items B14 and B22. Prior to yesterday, January 10th, those have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are part of the record, and we have 1 voicemail, which we'll go ahead and play at this time.
Hello, I'm trying to submit public comments for the city council meeting on Wednesday, January 11th. Good afternoon. My name is Max Greenstein, Grinstein, and I'm a high school junior at the Davidson Academy. I'm here to testify in support of agenda item B14, acceptance of a Nevada State Historic Preservation grant to conduct a review of existing historical surveys of downtown Reno. As the grant has already been approved by the state, I doubt that this item will raise any eyebrows among council members. Still, as a Reno resident, I want to reiterate my support for historic preservation. Through projects like the Reno Experience District and the Neon Line, our city is expanding, I think, in a positive direction. New jobs, entertainment opportunities, and businesses are becoming available for people living around downtown Reno. At the same time, I think that it's critical to remember what we have left behind by embracing development. Across downtown Reno, gone are the iconic Rancho Sierra Motel, Mardi Gras Motor Lodge, and Chapel of the Bells Wedding Chapel. And in the coming years, the Gold and Silver Inn, a Reno institution, is set to shutter. Reno is such a unique place to live, and these places have helped to make our city what it is. As we move into the future, let's not forget the past. Please join me in supporting B14, as well as providing city staff with any assistance necessary to carry out the grant's functions so that we don't lose touch of what makes Reno, well, Reno. Thank you for your time.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional public comments, so we're moving on to item B as in boy 1, as pulled by Councilmember Martinez.
Okay, take it away.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to mention that we actually had our first nap of the year, and some of the snacks that were provided were from Rebel Pioneer Bakery, and so I look forward to visiting the shop, and hopefully we can keep working together on certain things. So thank you all. That's all I had for that
All
item.
right, congratulations to a new business to the city of Reno. Please give me a motion.
Of course, I'd like to motion to approve B1,
All right.
approval of privileged business license.
All right, thank you so much. I have a motion from Councilman Martinez, a second from Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
those opposed, the motion carries unanimously. Congratulations. Okay, moving on. I believe next item is item B4.
Yeah. Madam Mayor, this is rather infrequent approval requests. It's for unlimited gaming, a casino. Could we get a staff report?
Absolutely. For the record, Lance Ferrato, Business License Manager. I don't have a presentation, but I'm happy to give you a rundown on what it is and answer any questions. Essentially, this is an application for non-restricted gaming at what was formerly known as the Nugget. Sartini Gaming was approved by the state to go in and operate gaming for once a quarter. They'll be operating 16 machines, and that's just to keep the grandfathered non-restricted license at that location so that it doesn't fall out of, it's a non-conforming building, as I said, or operation. If it were to go out of conformance, they would have to build 300 hotel rooms to accommodate non-restricted gaming. So this is a process that the state uses to maintain those licenses.
But it has to be consistent with zoning, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So could you show that up? What I sent to you for B4? I had a question I asked the city manager, and I'm just wondering, because I went by there, there's not much going on. Do they have a business license right now?
Currently, no. They've applied for an annual business license and a gaming license.
When did they apply for the annual license for the casino?
The same time that they applied for the privilege license, for the gaming license, which is approximately a month and a half, 2 months ago.
Has it gone through all reviews?
It has.
Okay, can we just see what's going on up there? Yeah. What's the planning review for setting up a new casino?
Well, in this case, it's been less than a year since the previous operator was surrendered their license. So under Title 18, they have the ability to maintain that use for 12 months, and then it would lapse. So we're inside that 12 months, and so the need for a conditional use permit isn't necessary.
To reestablish a casino?
Correct.
Okay, so this is all information that is very critical to know when you're talking about establishing a new gaming license. And I'm a little uncomfortable that we're issuing a privilege without an annual license. And we can't do that. Businesses governed by this title must comply with Title IV unless particular provisions are superseded by this, which they aren't. So what it says is no privileged business licensed business activity may contest until a privilege license is established. But it says, the second line says, no license applied for under this title shall be issued until the required annual business license is issued.
Correct.
Okay.
Neither one has been issued. One will be issued. They will be issued concurrently.
Well, it has to be issued. It's not issued. Have all the reviews gone through into the building and everything for occupancy?
Yes, ma'am. And to clarify, the gaming license will not be issued until the annual license is issued. This is just approval by council. It gets issued after the fact.
Yeah, okay. I'm not going to support it for inadequacy of the record. And the record, in my view, should have had and included the annual license with all the information I'm asking for. This is a casino that's been long shuttered. You know, I guess you say it's been less than a year.
Correct.
But we need the public policy that we have, which is kind of veering away from gaming, to be advanced. And it's not advanced when we're just issuing gaming, new casinos, non-compliant casinos, without following the proper steps and information. I would refer everyone to look at Alicia Barber's Barber Brief, talking about the context for casinos right now in our community. We've got a new one coming up down somewhere. And these are proliferating. And I think we're the only city in the state that is allowing these to come in with this run them for 48-hour machines. I don't think anyone else has done that. And then they can go anywhere else. So there's a lot more depth to this. And we have authority to advance our public policies. Some people think advancing our public policies for downtown or taking away liquor licenses from small businesses. I think it's being highly regulated on whether or not we want to continue to proliferate gaming, unlimited gaming without hotel rooms. So I won't support this. I'm sure you have all the backup. I'll be looking for all that backup, but I'm not supporting this. And I would encourage everyone to think deeply and look into our downtown plan about proliferation of casinos.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman
Thank you.
Breckus.
Madam Mayor, if I could, Mr. Ferrato, do you know how many of these licenses are outstanding in the state?
Less than 10, but 10 at least up in northern Nevada. There's probably one or two.
And this is a common practice. I know it
Absolutely.
occurred in Sparks as well. It's something that's sanctioned by the Gaming Control Board.
Absolutely.
But if I may, Madam Mayor, it's also up to coalescing with our zoning authority. And I don't have the confidence that it is meeting our zoning conformity right now. I haven't seen the out of business. And I'll remind everyone, the last one that Reno did was one over on a truck stop that was out in a field somewhere.
Okay.
These are very unusual, and they are not advancing our public policy, which is proliferation of unlimited gaming.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Breckus. Madam Clerk, will you please make sure whenever we change speakers that we have the timer on? Mr. City Manager, did you want to weigh in?
I just wanted,
I think the
for
zoning is
clarity
absolutely-
in the record, right? So under our zoning rules, it is compliant. Planning approved it in the review process. I did want to say, while there are relatively few licenses that exist in the state presently that are non-restricted, that do not have a hotel resort requirement appended to them, the practice of opening the license for 48 hours or even less is common. That is something that has occurred since the resort hotel requirement went into effect in the state statute. It is something that the state sanctions as a way of preserving these relatively special licenses.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your clarification. And I just want to say something, especially all of you that have been sitting here, and you probably sat through a lot of public comment, and you heard a lot about the revocation of some liquor licenses. And I just want to clarify for the record, it's not about taking away liquor licenses. My colleague knows that. It seems to be about the liquor license because that's where the majority of the money comes in. I want to be very clear about that. But just so you know, expired food, code issues, like fire code issues, there were a lot of other things that go into that. So whenever you say it's about, yanking liquor licenses, that's not what it's about. And I want to make sure that that's very clear for the record, even though there was a comment earlier that addressed that.
Madam Mayor, may I ask one more question?
We're done. Sending it to Councilman Reese. Remember, everyone has to go through the process, and I want to be fair to everyone. Councilman Breckus, you actually had your 3 minutes and went over a little bit. So I'm going to send it to Councilman Reese. Go ahead, or Vice Mayor Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of things, Mr. Ferrato. So, and I think one of my colleagues mentioned a blog by local historian Alicia Barber. I read the blog. It was quite fascinating, especially for someone who's lived here their whole life, to sort of focus on it. I've also read Reno's Big Gamble. Both are fantastic resources for understanding the history of this place. I don't think either one of them was about what we're talking about today. The history of our city is probably replete with examples where unlimited gaming license was sort of kept on life support for a period of time because it's a valuable thing to the holder of it. And that holder will occasionally open a location for a period of time. I can recall in the city of Sparks going to, it was the Silver Club at the time, and it would open every year for a day, and they would have like one table game and one slot machine, and it was kept alive so that the person would be able to take what they owned, something that a small business owner would want to have, or a large business owner, and later it was transferred somewhere else. And ultimately, of course, we lose nothing by making sure that a license holder gets to continue owning that license, which is what this particular item is about, if they wish to relocate that license somewhere at some point in time. And as the Ward 1 member says, profligate casinos everywhere, they of course still have to come in for zoning and all of the planning process that are attended to that. It's not like they're going to, I suppose they could reopen inside of the Nugget, the old facility, but really these are unrelated topics. I'll continue to support the small businesses, this community, especially ones who have proven to be good actors, not bad actors, of course, and also within the confines of what is safe and permissible. So those conflating the two are really, I think, missing the point of what this particular action item is in front of us today. I'll also say that as to this particular item, of course, there are lots of things that come with owning a gaming license, and it is highly regulated, and they are reviewed by the Nevada Gaming Control Board, and the authority there is very different than ours. So don't confuse the two of those two either for the public who are looking at it. And so ultimately, again, there's just a disconnect here between the things. I have also said many times before that if there are items on this agenda that relate to business licenses, when colleagues wish to pull them for discussion and perhaps not vote for them, I think it is incumbent upon all of us to be discussing those things off the dais as well, because it's very difficult to make good policy by hearing a colleague's, very interesting thought bubble for the first time, right? And so as the at-large member, that's one of the roles that I fulfill in the city is I'll go to a colleague and say, are there issues on this agenda that are particularly of interest to you, or can you help educate me? Because we're each involved in lobbying one another on any particular issues. And so when they come and it's the first time you've seen it, it's very difficult to react to it from the dais. So I'll be supportive of the license holder.
All right. Any other comments from council? Don't want to weigh in? All right. No one else? Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead. 3 minutes.
I'm not going to support, but I am going to ask for immediately the issuance of the annual as backup material for me to see the planning and building reviews that went through. And I'll be there going in for their 48-hour period of operation to see what that looks like. I'm very concerned about a shuttered building getting opened up for 48 hours, aside from the public policy issues. Is heat on? Is fire walking through? Those are, I think, legitimate questions, and I think they need to be pondered. I think we need a little bit more discussion on these, and I'm just also, really curious how we continue to keep alive unlimited gaming that can then move to other locations. I don't think it's right, but I will look. I'm not able to say if it's compliant with the ordinance because I don't have the background, and though I'd like to see that out of business dates also, and the fees that are paid with this too. Are they prorated on just 48 hours, or do they pay full quarterly?
They pay the full quarterly for each machine.
Okay.
Yep.
And Lance, maybe you can tell me, is this part of what we have to look at when we're looking at this item, whether the heat's on or the building condition? I mean, I think those are really important aspects of what we're doing, but
Absolutely. When an annual business license comes in, it's processed through the same workflow as anything, just like this one was. So it goes to all the departments, planning reviews it, building reviews it, fire reviews it. They all make sure they're not going to let this place open without the proper.
Right. Okay. I just want the public to understand that, because it's a process, in this capacity. So I just want everyone to know that, because it sounds like, we're being remiss when we're not looking at those things, but I know you are. So I wanted everyone to know that.
Madam Mayor, may I ask when's their 48-hour period start?
It's actually, they're only required to operate 8 hours per quarter, and they wanted to do it tomorrow. So pending something else, they need to do that because their gaming license was surrendered last February. So they do have time, but their plan was to do it tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yep.
And someone's been in the building and it's gone through a building inspection,
to the best of my
fire
knowledge,
inspection?
all of the workflow has been completed.
I'll be there tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Councilwoman Breckus, you pulled the item. Would you like to make a motion?
No, I would not.
Okay. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Madam Mayor, I move to approve staff recommendations subject to police department background investigation, other required recommendations, and city licensing office approval.
All right, thank you. I have a motion
Second.
to approve from Vice Mayor. I have a second from Councilwoman Taylor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. All right, sending it right back to you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're moving on to item B6, which was pulled by Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you. I am going to be as brief as possible with this and not use my entire 3 minutes, so let's get this done. My question is, because some of my neighbors have talked about this establishment next to Playfield 76, and I was wondering if you could just give me a quick update on some of the conditions that you put on this business license to help mitigate some of the concerns.
Lance Ferrato for the record. To clarify, business license didn't put conditions on here, but this application was subject to a minor conditional use permit that went through planning. Some of the conditions that were implemented there, I can run through these. Prior to the issuance of the cabaret license, an acoustical study was to be conducted. That has since been conducted. No recommendations came back from the acoustical study to further soundproof the room or anything like that. Operational noise levels, including intermittent noise, shall not exceed 65 decibels at the exterior of the building. During the line of entertainment, the permittee shall employ a security officer for every 50 patrons on site. The primary duty of that is to patrol the interior and exterior of the premises in order to alleviate police problems, excessive noise, abusive behavior, disturbances, and other violations. Patrons awaiting entrance must, as well as leaving the establishment, to be monitored not to create a nuisance. A queuing line must be extended outside. The queuing line extended outside shall be orderly and maintained using stanchion control devices. The permittee shall ensure that all litter and debris adjacent sidewalks, curbs, and gutters shall be removed by closing time. And then there are some standard conditions of indoor live entertainment activities shall require doors to be and windows to be closed after 9 p.m. And no.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
I just wanted to
So
talk
that-
a little bit about the security and the noise levels. So
Absolutely.
thank you and community development for doing that and looking at that. And I think that will make the neighbors happy.
Absolutely.
That's the only question I had.
And I believe that the applicant was here today if you wanted to ask any questions.
All right, come on up.
I don't really have any questions. I just want to.
I actually have.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Come on up and state your name for the record, please.
Annette Schmidt.
Annette Schmidt. And you are the hopeful
Owner.
owner of Arlington Saloon?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Madam Clerk, for the record, go ahead. Do you have any questions? No? Okay, I do. So that block, I'm sure, as you know, like on the back side of it, there have been some issues. And so we've really been sort of paying attention to what's, happening.
The parking lot area.
Yes.
Side. Yes, ma'am.
And all of that. And so that's one of the reasons why I believe that Ms. Taylor pulled the item to kind of give you an idea that, we're really trying to make sure that the noise and also the safety and also we're excited for your endeavor because I think you guys are going to kill it and do an amazing job.
Thank you.
And so maybe tell us a little bit about that. Have you thought about that? How we're all going to be good neighbors, because that's one of the things we're watching now more than ever. We are really getting pretty diligent about what we're the new vision of downtown and what that looks like. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about how you would see yourself being a good neighbor.
Okay. So I know exactly what you're talking about. I do park in that parking lot sometimes. Sometimes there's been times when, it was a problem area where I couldn't park in that parking lot. So I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm friends with the people who run the parking lot. I have them on my phone. So we talk regularly when there's any issues or I see something, or we just are good neighbors. And with all the other bars that are in that area too, we all have each other's numbers.
Yeah.
When there's a problem customer, we let each other know right away, hey, this just happened, be aware so your staff doesn't have to deal with it as well.
Right.
So making sure that things are cleaned up outside as well. Whenever we see anything, we clean up, whether it's our responsibility or not. It's in our area, we want our area to look really nice. So, and we have security people. Every call that we've had has been successful. In the past, we have great staff that is at the front door as well as the back alley on Rothway. So we just want to be a friendly, inviting spot where the neighborhood can come. We're good friends with people in the tower as well. Just a comfortable spot, atmosphere, bar, place to just hang out, do trivia. It's kind of our big thing right now. We want to do the bingo and the trivia and be an inviting spot for everybody. So
some of the businesses around there I know have their own security. They're also, outside. They're like you said, you guys are kind of like this close community, and there are good actors and there are bad actors.
Absolutely.
And so, I think that's the direction we're going in, that everyone down there has to watch out for each other.
Absolutely.
And then when you have those bad actors, it's not going to be tolerated. And so I kind of know you guys are in that close group together, like with Marshall and those others, and they've done a tremendous job. We never hear about them because they're on top of it right away. And so we're really looking for a lot of the new bars to sort of adopt the same kind of mentality and how we're all going to do this together to make it safe, and your business will prosper too.
Right. And we're kind of that no-nonsense adult bar. We don't
Right.
want the riffraff. We don't want the chaos.
Yeah, like I said, I think you guys are going to do fantastic.
Thank
I'm
you.
very aware of what you guys have done in the past, and but I also want people in that area to know that we're really starting to pay attention to what's happening.
And I'm very happy that you guys are, because it also helps support what we
Yes.
need and what we're trying to accomplish as well in that area.
Exactly. So thank you so much for coming. Okay, I'm going to send it back to you, Councilwoman Taylor. Give me a motion.
Thank you. Motion to approve item B6.
All right, I have a motion from Councilwoman Taylor, a second from Vice Mayor Reese. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk, I believe we're going to head over to B9.
Yes,
Am I
Madam
right?
Mayor?
Okay.
B9
Yeah.
was pulled by, Councilmember Dorr.
I pulled the item because it's almost $2 million, and I think it's really important that our residents know how we spend their tax dollars and where we're working and what we're accomplishing. And so I just wanted to give a little daylight to this issue, as well as a shout out for this continuing patch program, because I think everyone knows it's the small things that often unravel things. And in the past, potholes have been an issue. The condition of pavement has been an issue. Out of sometimes even out of proportion to what one might think. So just tell us briefly about this and what you hope to achieve here.
Yeah, absolutely. I've prepared a small presentation if that
Fine.
suits the council.
Yeah.
Perfect. So for the record, Hans Meyer, Senior Civil Engineer in the Public Works Department. Before you today is the award for the 2023 Permanent Patch Program bid. The Permanent Patch Program is an annual contract. It's been around for over 50 years. And it does kind of sit in the background when compared to those anticipated street reconstructions or those brand new parks that come in. This program's tied to what is our excavation and encroachment permit program, also known as, or also referred to as street cut permits. Essentially, contractors and our utility partners with AT&T, NV Energy, Tumwa, will come in and they'll pull these permits to perform work underground on their pieces of main infrastructure. So water lines, gas lines, sewer lines, you name it. One of the benefits of this program is it is a pass-through funding through those contractors and through those agency utilities that come in to permit. What typically happens is they will permit for a street cut, pay into the street fund program that we've set up, and then patch back the roadway where we'll come in and do a permanent patch. Some of the benefits for this program, and one of the reasons why we do this particular contract, is it allows us to have consistent quality in all of our patches throughout the entire city, consistent pricing for our contractors and permittees that are pulling these permits. And then again, it's funded by permit applicants. On the right-hand side is kind of just what would be a hypothetical street block within the city and the types of permits that might be needed to repair certain things. What our program will end up doing is they will bundle all four of these hypotheticals together, put them into a program to be patched all at once, all at the same time, and all with the same great quality that we hope to try and strive for. Once we get that working, this is essentially what it does look like before and after in a typical sense. On the left-hand side is once work has finished by our contractors that have pulled these permits or our utilities that have pulled these permits, they will temporarily patch back the road kind of in a manner that is acceptable and at least maintainable for a small period of time, at which point this program comes back and repairs the road to a satisfactory condition so that we may continue to travel upon them in the general day-to-day operations that we do. So with that, staff recommends that council moves to award the contract to Sierra Nevada Construction.
Okay, can you go back to that last slide?
Yeah.
So just a quick question. So as I understand it, this only comes into play when someone is tearing up the road.
Yes.
I mean, specifically, it's not to patch like weather, accidents, those kind of things.
Yes.
Right? And then why would you not just go in and do the permanent patch when it's there? Why would you put a temporary?
Yeah, so if I jump back even just one more slide to all four of these here, Typically, when we're looking at service and trying to get a consistent and fair price, there's a benefit to bundle this where it can all be done at once. If it's done separately at that time of that single completion, the price could substantially rise because there's a mobilization cost for a contractor to get out there and pave with all the equipment.
Here's a question. So in this example that you're showing us, are you assuming that all 4 of those places would have been torn up, or just maybe gas, then 3 months later phone, 2 months later sewer? I mean, is that what you're thinking, or?
Yeah, so within the program, it's about a 15-day window. Areas around town that are within a 15-day window are lumped into what is essentially a list that we send over operationally, and then those within that 15-day window are patched all at once.
Gotcha. Okay. So is there a period of time, like 6 months or something, from the temporary patch to a permanent patch?
Yeah, so ideally, it will aim for less than 45 days.
Okay.
From temporary to permanent.
All right.
That's weather permitting.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, a day like today, we wouldn't be paving.
Right. So that's the questions I have, Madam Mayor. There might be others from other people.
All right, thank you. Any further questions on item B9, correct?
Did you have a question? Okay. Well, then I would, did you have a question?
Oh, wait, I thought it was on.
B9 and B10.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to send it over to Councilwoman Taylor. She needs to make a disclosure before we vote. Go ahead.
Yes, these are for items B9 and B10. Madam Mayor, fellow city council members, and Madam Clerk, in the interest of full transparency on items B9 and B10, I am disclosing that SNC is a former client of my consulting firm. Approximately 3 years ago, I completed a 3-year consulting agreement with SNC. Here, item B9 seeks approval of a $1,809,000 road repair contract between the city and SNC, and item B10 seeks approval of a $403,000 sidewalk repair contract between the city and SNC. On this matter, I have sought guidance from the city attorney's office. I do not have any pecuniary interest in either of these agenda items. Moreover, I do not have any current contracts with SNC, nor will I have any contracts with SNC in the foreseeable future. SNC is a former client, not a current or future client. As a result, I do not have a substantial and continuing business relationship with SNC or a commitment in a private capacity to the interests of SNC. This past November, the first substantive meeting after my appointment, I disclosed and abstained on a similar SNC item out of an abundance of caution. Today, I can confirm that I do not have a commitment in a private capacity to the interests of SNC. In light of these facts, the city attorney's office has advised me that I do not need to disclose or abstain on SNC items in the future. I do not believe that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my situation would be materially affected by my past business dealings with SNC. I will be voting on these items today. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting pertaining to these agenda items. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. That being said, okay, I have a motion from.
Making a motion. Do you want to put up
Councilwoman
that
Dewar, go ahead.
motion slide? I just want to make sure I got all of it. Right. So to award the contract to Sierra Nevada Construction for 2023 permanent patch program in an amount not to exceed $1,819,007 and authorize the mayor to sign.
All right, thank you so much. So I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Okay, sending it right back to you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're moving on to item B10, pulled by Councilmember Taylor.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, it was the same disclosure. Do I need to read it again?
We
Nope,
just
it was
have to
just
vote
pulled,
on it.
So we need to
Okay.
make a vote on it.
Okay, move to approve.
All right, I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, item B13, I believe, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Item B13, pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
All right, Councilmember Breckus, take it away.
Yeah, I was looking to see what exactly is this? B13?
Hello, Councilmember. My name is Eric Sparks for the record. This is to perform a occupational safety and health audit on our operations and processes within the city of Reno.
And do you have a title?
I do.
Are you the vendor?
No, it's safety management analyst for the city of Reno.
Safety management analyst.
Nice
Okay.
to meet you.
Yeah, and the person with you?
This is Adria White, risk manager.
Hi.
Oh, a risk manager.
Hello.
I didn't know we had a new risk manager. I saw your predecessor just at our last meeting. And maybe that's why. So we're doing a safety and health assessment. When we say safety and health, is it like physical health or just the buildings and the facilities?
There are times where they may intermingle. So, for example, if there was a building that had air quality issues that was affecting employee health, certainly those two things would be correlated at that point.
Okay, so it's really physical minded. And maybe the fact that we had a switch on our risk manager. Have you been with the city long or?
I have been with the city for a little over a year, but in this position since December 2nd. So
December 2nd?
Yes.
Okay, I did not know that we had a new, maybe I missed the memo, because the vendor bid, you went out for bid on this, was back in August. So I was wondering, is it still fresh? Are we still able to go? Usually when you go out to bid, they kind of have a timeline, and this vendor, is Total Safety Compliance? Are they honoring the bid? Are they ready to go?
They are absolutely ready to go, and we do have, at least from their side, a signed contract. Obviously, we have not signed anything at this point.
Okay, so they're coming through the building, right?
Correct.
Okay. That clarifies a lot, and it's $204,000 from the risk fund. Okay. Well, thank you very much. It's nice to meet both of you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll move.
Councilwoman Breckus, will you give me a motion?
Yeah, could I see do you guys have the motion? I'll just move to, to retain and enter into the contract with the Total Safety Compliance.
Okay, thank you so much. I have a motion from Councilwoman
Second.
Breckus, a second from Councilwoman Dewar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And it wasn't controversial at all. Good job, you guys. Thanks for hanging out with us. Appreciate it. I know it was a long morning. Sorry. Okay.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're moving on to item B24, pulled by Councilmember Breckus.
This is one of the most important things we do off budget, and it's augment the budget. And so, Ms. Van Buren, could you tell us what you're proposing we do with this augmentation?
Sure. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance for the record. I have a brief presentation. Would you like me to
Sure.
go through that? Okay.
Sure. Budgeting deserves our focus.
I have a very brief presentation here. These would be additions for the second quarter, which would be October 1st through December 31st. The main things in here are police, fire, and parks grants and other reimbursements for those departments. Those are our departments that receive a lot of grants and reimbursement type items, so those typically do come to you every quarter. We have the debt proceeds from Axon, the medium-term obligation that council previously approved, and we also have a bond premium that we received for the 2022 general obligation bond that was sold in July, so we got a premium on that. We have carry forward of funding for services and agreements that we did not do with the first quarter, so there were a couple of items that carried forward that we did not catch in the first quarter, so they're coming through now. And we're carrying forward the prior year fund balances to adjust those balances to actual as of June 30th. So we'll be adjusting the beginning budget balance in the funds to match what it actually ended on June 30th. It does a couple of things for us. It makes budgeting for the upcoming year much easier when I run reports and anyone else runs reports because the numbers are actuals for the beginning balance. And then it also makes it easier for us to proof when we do the ACFR, the annual comprehensive financial report at the end of the year. Makes it much easier to proof when we true those numbers up. The next thing is update the budget for items approved by council since the last augmentation. So as council goes through the year and approves items, you just approved one just now with the risk fund that will need to come out of the fund balance, so that would come back to you in quarter 3. So we do that and we follow those items. And then we have revisions, which are just transfers between line items, and it doesn't increase the overall budget at all. It could be one item being moved from one department to another department because of supervision, or we're paying a contract from a different department than we initially anticipated when we built the budget. With this augmentation that's in front of you, we are proposing to increase staffing with 12 positions. 6 of these positions are the single role medic positions with fire, and those are to enhance the services provided to the community. And these are fully funded the way that we built them in by the Ground Emergency Medical Transport Program, and this is the GEMT program. This program was brought to council back in February of 22, and council approved moving forward with applying for this program and joining onto it. So these positions would be part of that program and then going forward. And then we have 6 positions that are in the sewer utility services area. We don't always anticipate everything that can happen when we build the budget. And there are occasions, although we don't like to bring items back to council to add positions mid-year, we do often have situations where we do, like the medics, because we have a new funding source for those. And for sewer, in these particular positions, that's kind of a new division for us with the utility services as it was broken out from sewer. And so in this one, we have for you the senior civil engineer for flood management control. And this position, new position, would be taking on the daily development services review of intake projects that affect flood control, and the map revisions dealing with the committees that are associated and the dam inspection program. And then this position would also transition to be the lead stormwater utility capital improvement plan to lead those projects as stormwater utility moves forward. If that moves forward later in the year, this position would move to that. The current senior civil engineer is not only doing all of these duties, he has the really big project of the American Flats Advanced Purified Water Project, and that's taking up most of his time because that is such a huge project. And so this person would assist in doing those daily functions that he really does not have time for with such a large project. Once that project is done, it's going to take about 4 years. He would then move on to the Red Rock Reservoir project, which is going to be another huge project as well. And we need senior people to run these projects. The environmental control officer, as we move through here, has the number of industrial users that we have in the area has increased, and so the workload has just increased. And we're noticing that the number of wastewater discharge compliance inspections that need to be done to make sure they're meeting all the regulations, we need additional help in that area. And then the next 2 are the water reclamation plant operators. We're requesting 2 of those, or proposing them, for the maintenance needs for the Reno Stead Water Reclamation Facility. That facility is expanding, and with it expanding, the maintenance needs of it expand too, because you have a larger facility. And right now we have staff that are working overtime and such to do that as that facility expands. So the idea here was we bring on these people as it expands, and then reduce the workload on the current staff, because they are seeing a much larger workload there. The last 2 positions here are for the finance department. They would be in the sewer utility billing positions. They would support our current utility billing customers. We haven't had an increase in our staff honestly, I couldn't tell you, in utility billing in a long time. And utility billing customers we continue to get more every year. And then with this as well, they would also prepare the stormwater enterprise as it comes online as well. And so with these, we would continue to monitor as council approves and moves forward with stormwater. We would not get these positions until we know that's really moving forward as well. The benefits of all this are we're updating the budget for the items that council's already approved. We're adjusting the fund balances to actual, and as I mentioned, it has a couple of really key items for us included in that reduces our workload. We're increasing the public safety severance budgets by $800,000 for some anticipated retirements, and we're using that when we're truing up that original fund balance, the actual fund balance in the general fund. We're using funds from that to do that. We're improving the budget alignment, so there's no overall increase in the budget in those areas that we are just aligning, where we're just moving one from one department to another department. So nothing happens there other than we're just moving things around. And then we're proposing the increased staff to better serve the community and also to assist the departments in their needs as they currently have them. And so with that, that's my presentation.
Thank you so much, Ms. Van Buren. I think you do a phenomenal job. I'm so impressed with
Thank
what
you.
you have accomplished. Quite honestly, it's a tough job that you have. It's a big job that you have. I would love for you to talk a little bit about augmenting the budget, why you do that, why that happens. Is it common practice? We do have new council members.
Of course.
And I don't think that they're probably aware of the process and why it happens. Because we adopt a budget and then things happen, which is very normal. So talk about a little bit about that.
Sure, of course. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, we adopt a budget, and just to kind of go back as how we prepare a budget, we're actually starting the budget for next year right now. We're working on that right now. And a lot of our assumptions that we work on, they kind of end in March, because in March we start putting that whole budget document together. So there's not really a lot of changes. We can make changes, but we don't make huge changes at that point unless council obviously wants us to. But we really try to capture everything that we can capture through March, April, that time frame, so that we can get that document to council to approve, to the state to be reviewed and approved there as well. And so we don't always know everything when we build a document. And so that's what these augmentations allow us to do. They allow us to add things to the budget. They allow us to move things around. The moving around is called a revision. So if we have, for example, security moves from one department to another department under supervision, it's a moving, but it doesn't increase the overall budget. Augmentation increases the budget, so there are adds to the budget, but we can't always anticipate everything. So as we move along through the year, we are not required to come back to council to do augmentations. We do them as we need them. So we have decided to do them quarterly, because they are a lot of work. You've seen all the papers that you have to change all the state document and everything. So it's a lot of work to do them, so we just tend to do them quarterly back to you, so that you only have to review them quarterly as well. But we try to capture everything as we move along.
I guess how detrimental would it be if you couldn't revise the budget and you had to keep things sort of in place?
Well, I think you would end up in a spot where you couldn't do some services. You might end up in a spot where maybe we didn't budget appropriately for some things, and maybe you have to cut some services because you still have to stay within your budget. So if we could not augment the budget, we would have to live with what we have. The budget is really a living document.
Okay,
and so
living document.
It is.
Living.
It is. As we move along, we are able to make changes. Through council, we're able to make changes to it. We're able to adjust to the different situations and things that come up. We're able to adjust to different programs. So if you as council decide you want to do a different program and we find a funding source, we're able to do that as we move forward. You don't have to wait until we do the next budget cycle.
Would you say it's also another way to be very transparent about where we're spending our money, what we're doing,
Absolutely.
how we're pivoting, right?
Absolutely. That's our number one goal, is to try to be very transparent with everything that we do in finance.
Okay, thank you so much.
Of course.
Madam Mayor.
Okay, I am going to send it to Councilwoman Dewar, and then I believe Councilwoman Ebert. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to thank you, because I don't recall, and I mean, maybe I should, but I don't recall such a detailed presentation on the positions that are being asked for, and I really appreciate that. That is really helpful to me to understand what we're adding. The other thing is that if we did not do a budget amendment, I mean, we would not accept grants. I mean, in this budget, we have almost $2 million or about $2 million of grants. We're accepting in debt proceeds, so we've sold a bond, $6 million. right? Or we're entering into one medium-term
The
obligation,
medium-term obligation that council previously approved.
right? So, I mean, things happen throughout the year, so we have to make amendments. I mean, regardless of what you just said, there's even more to it. I mean, money comes at us, we go into debt, we make decisions on, all of this has to be reflected in the budget for the budget to be current. And a budget, as you said, is a plan. It's a living document, but it's a plan to spend. And if we change the plan, then we have to formally change the budget, which is very good practice. So thank you.
Thank you.
And not only that, I think a lot of people don't really understand, because we get a lot of requests for money and for, let's implement this program
Right.
and that program. And then when we say, well, we kind of have to wait until the next budget cycle, we say that a lot.
Right.
Right? Because we try not to upset the apple cart for you. But that's another reason why sometimes people say, government is not quick and antiquated, quite frankly. So I love the fact that, you're willing to come forward and say, we need to get this done. Like you said, many people would go without city services. So I do think, when they are needed, you get on them pretty quickly, because that can help other people. So good job. Councilwoman Ebert, go ahead.
Yeah, I have some questions. And I'm sorry if I just missed it. Does this budget amendment include positions for inspections for the new sewer, like stormwater sewer projects? Like, I know up in my ward, we have a lot of water retention, stormwater retention basins that are going in new development. Are we including inspections of those retention basins in these new positions?
That particular item, I don't believe so. I think City Manager Thornley, did you want to?
No, can we run it back actually to the?
Sure.
Thank you. So as Ms. Van Buren said, these are not positions that go out into the field necessarily and inspect the drains. The reclamation plant operators are there to operate inside the fence and make sure that the additional capacity that's being built out is tended to and staffed properly, so that the service that, the capacity that we're putting in is adequately maintained and served inside the fence. The industrial user issue, that is, as you can see there, the discharge compliance regulations. So that's making sure the chemical constituencies of things that get put in the pipe are correct. The senior civil engineer for flood management control. We have a person presently who was doing that work, but because of the scale and scope of the advanced purified water out in Ward 4, that project, we need to backfill that position and make sure that operational capacity is maintained.
Okay, so that's already included in the budget, though? It's not something we need to amend at a later date, or?
So we're adding a position to complete that while, so that the person who otherwise would have performed that function is freed up to manage the capital project side of the development of the facilities out in the North Valley.
Okay, but I just want to clarify, like, we have the money for that now?
Yes.
We won't need to come back and amend it again for that position, or?
We will not. It will be
Okay.
rolled into the budget that you'll see in March, April, May.
Okay. My other question was, I know that we have some treaties, federal treaties with tribes regarding what kind of water we can put back into the Truckee River. Is there any position that make sure that we're in compliance with that? Is there any kind of overview with that, with federal treaties, to make sure that we're not violating anything like that with the tribes?
I think that would be a question for Public Works, for our Utility Services Department.
So there are people in the room who can answer the question better than I can, but it's to avoid sort of totally disrupting it. The compliance as it relates to the discharge permit and the agreements that have been made with respect to TROA, which is I believe the agreement that you're referencing. That is sort of a multi-person effort, but we do it on a year-over-year basis, and we assure compliance in a number of ways, both through state and federal agencies. And there's a whole team of people who are responsible for making sure we stay compliant with those rules and regulations.
Okay. My time is over, but Can I get another chance?
Yes.
Okay.
We will come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Councilman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, and I want to say I met with Ms. Van Buren, went through the 43-page table, and understand how this augmentation works. It's on consent. Consent is routine, non-controversial, and there's been a big transition over the years, primarily since Manager Thornley's been on, of moving, so many more items, that doing so much more in these augmentations, but also treating them like consent items. And I think some of the questions, that's a technical question here and there, they need to be standalone items. And I'm going to call out a few things. I'm not asking any questions. I'm pointing to the body. We should absolutely be doing augmentations, but they should be almost ministerial, like, yes or no on a business license, because everything else has been discussed. She's throwing in, at the manager's request, 6 medics for fire, and she talked about this new transport program. That transport program has not seen the light of day as a new initiative by this body. And there's a reference in the staff report to a February 23, 2022 staff report. I have that staff report. It was a consent item. It wasn't discussed. And it was an interlocal between the city, Reno Fire, State of Nevada, Health, and a bunch of other agencies. It wasn't standing up a program. We are transforming our 125, 130-year fire department through this augmentation. They deserve a moment to shine and tell us how it's going to work, how we're going to integrate in these paramedics, where they're staffing, where they're going to be. I have fundamental questions about this reimbursement program that I really do want to understand. And I'll let you know, I'm the only one, the mayor was here too, who had to vote on a layoff notice when another federal program didn't work and we had to say goodbye to firefighters. So there's budgetary questions, but this program should see the light of day. Likewise, could you bring up what, Ms. Huntsman, could you bring up my item? Washoe County does it very differently. We're adding a lot of programs, and she's making comments about our Red Rock Reservoir. We've never agreed we're doing a Red Rock Reservoir. I know the Reno Stead expansion from 2 to 4 MGD not coming online for 5 more years. So I don't understand why we need 2 more operators at this point in time. But I don't think that's fair to ask her. And our minutes don't allow us to go very far. Could you just roll down? So what the county does is, Mickey, is this what I sent? Ms. Huntsman, is this what I sent you? Okay, could you scroll down a little bit? Maybe I didn't bring it up all the way. Oh, I think I sent you the whole thing. The county, when they're changing positions, has it as a standalone agenda item. So everything understands. I want to tell you what else. She's showing us the add-ons. Let's see, I'm not quite sure. You can scroll down, and if you see it. If not, my time is very close. County, goes through, right? You know what, we'll do it on the next round. We need to have the discussion and then have her just roll these in and up to us. What this is doing is, remember all the time we spent talking about an ombuds person at budget? Never filled? This is wiping it away. The third assistant city manager that we didn't even have in the budget, who's already been hired, replaces the chief of staff. We had resources dedicated for a chief of staff to perform a very important function, in my view.
Okay,
and we don't have that. And so I want an explanation from the manager why we don't have a chief of staff doing what a chief of staff is budgeted to do.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. It's okay. Just take a breath for a minute. Okay, here we go. Going to Vice Mayor Reese, take it away.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, Ms. Van Buren, thank you for the detailed analysis. I certainly appreciated the mayor's comments about the nature of budget augmentations, because the reality of an organization that has some financial constraints both by GASB and also by the state as to when our books close, how the different funds are designated, that's hard for us to process, but I think easy for you to process. So thank you for making it accessible. For my part, I don't disagree that often with Councilmember Breckus's assessment of the way in which our budget should be reflective of our policies, because I think that's what we all want. And I think she's right to say that sometimes things which appear to be minor maybe don't have to be on the consent calendar. But of course, we have a vehicle for that, right? Any member can remove a thing from the consent agenda it's just a balancing act. And so every time the manager and Madam Mayor make a decision about where to place things on there, they know that if they have overshot the mark, we can remove it. So I'm not worried about that either. For my part, I want to focus very specifically on the ground emergency medical transport program. I'm not sure I agree with the characterization of the Ward 1 representative about our lack of policy oversight about it. I understood from February of 2022 now that there were some decisions made about mutual aid and certainly some things that we have to do with our partners in the region as it relates to transportation of folks who need, life-saving emergency services. But I also know that we had an apparatus replacement program. The chief came and talked to us about the purchase of these particular kinds of rigs because they are their own unique type of medical transport. For my part, I think the addition of the 6 new single paramedics being fully funded by the GEMT is the part that should not get lost in the discussion about the minutia of how we got there. Because number one, those funds were received by the city. I think the expected revenue that will be generated by that program will certainly more than cover the program. And so it's ultimately a question of, how do we identify the funding source, this reimbursement thing, and then how do we connect that to the people who will have to do the work? And I think that's certainly a fine use of the budget augmentation process. I think, for my part, I think we're already there, right? Because we have some obligation under our various interlocal agreements to have transport be an issue. And also I think long-term, because I think that and perhaps our fire folks will speak to this at some point in time, but a great deal of the calls for service that we get, a vast majority of them end up being medical. But when you have our great men and women of the Reno Fire Department roll out on those calls, and then they're told by REMSA, hey, we need you to roll your medic aid on there because we're otherwise occupied at other points. I think that's the important part because this allows us to be more surgical in our approach to how we deliver the services. And it means that our larger rigs are not out on the roads. They're not being fully staffed by the larger crews, and it allows them to focus on the fire aspect of their job rather than the medical aspect of it. So for me, it's a win-win in many ways.
Councilmember Reese, if I might add to, and I know Vice President Dunn is sitting right behind Ms. Van Buren, and I'm sure can shed more light on it, and Chief McNamara is here as well. It is not, for the organization, it is not just that the less expensive vehicles will roll down the road or that fewer people will be on the vehicle. It really does remove wear and tear from our line firefighters who go on as many calls as Vice President Dunn said earlier in the meeting. I don't want to misspeak and undershoot, but this is an opportunity for us to try a new program that, as you say, is fully funded by the federal government for work that we are doing already, with perhaps a tool that will improve service delivery in other aspects of the community and allow for better balance in workload for our line firefighters. And that's something that we take very seriously. And it's an opportunity that we're extraordinarily excited about.
All right. Go ahead, Councilman Dewar.
I want to speak in support of the 6 paramedics coming on board as well. And I want to support Councilmember Breckus too. I think it's an important policy decision. We are the policy-making body. I like the direction. I like the idea. I like the concept. I like the way that we are getting, plan to get reimbursement. It has been talked about here for probably 5 years, I would say, amongst this body. Several of our colleagues are newer, so they're not that familiar with it. I mean, this is probably the first time they're hearing about it, which is why I think, to her point, I do think these kind of quarterly augmentations should be a standalone item, so we know every time we will talk about it. Whether you bring the new program to us as a standalone, just the paramedic program, or you bundle it in with the augmentation, however you do it, I think it's worthy of discussion, highlight, because the community needs to know what change we're doing to be more responsive to their needs. This is a significant add. This is a way of being very surgically targeting the need with the resource. So we're not oversupplying, we're not bringing a fire truck to a, medical call that is, doesn't need a fire truck. So I think it's fantastic. The funding option is awesome. We should do it even if we didn't have this grant, in my opinion. But the fact that we are getting it reimbursed is even better. So, but I do think there's two things we're talking about here. One is a process of how we handle augmentations, and especially a brand new program that we're stepping up. So I too would like to see that sort of set aside so we make sure we put our eyes on it and understand it and embrace it. Or reject it depending on the will of the body. And the second thing is the specifics, the substance, I totally agree with. So I just wanted to make that distinction. And kudos, I know the chief and the fire department have been working on this a very long time. There have been a lot of conversations community-wide with REMSA about how to deploy, whether it's appropriate for the fire department to have standalone medics, what their role would be, how it would be funded. They don't have access to this funding. This funding is only for government agencies, not for a nonprofit organization like REMSA. So it's very important that we step up and do it and take advantage of the program and implement it. So I think it's worthy of celebration and a highlight, a spotlight on it. So I think for all those reasons, this is just something for the future too, Mr. Manager, is just, I think it should be a separate item. And I do think we should take the time as much, we spend a year on a budget, we could spend 30 minutes on an augmentation. So those are just my thoughts for today. But kudos on these things you're bringing to us.
Okay. All right. I'm going to, hold on. Go ahead, Councilwoman Eber.
I'm actually good now. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, I mean, if I hadn't pulled this item, we wouldn't have had this discussion about this new program, and no one knows about it. We're fundamentally changing the department, and it should have been a standalone item to understand how it's working, let the chief his moment to shine and explain on it, and then, roll it into an augmentation as a consent item. But I want to show what Washoe County does. So, just look. Fourth line, reclassification of a legal secretary, pay grade K to administrative assistant 1. We've got so many changes like that. I've got a whole spreadsheet of them here that Ms. Van Buren sent me, and we're not even talking about them. I came on in 2012, and there were positions I really wanted to see restored, and I worked very hard through the budgeting on that. Risk manager, auditor, and I can't remember the last one, risk manager, auditor, but one was the last one, records manager. The fourth one was grants administrator. The grants administrator is getting wiped out of this budget through this action with no discussion. There's a lot of reclassifications up, and for budget control purposes, those should all have an explanation to us because, we've got position control issues, but also, jumping the gun. These paramedic positions are out for hire. The labor relations person, the legislative person's already been hired and reclassified from a senior management analyst without any, understanding to us what happened to that senior management analyst. What did we think that senior management analyst was going to do in the budget when we left in May?
I'm fine.
And a third city manager is being approved through this budget, but that person's already been hired. Reno's never had 3 assistant city managers. I see work every day that's slipping because there's not a chief of staff, even on these on agendas. But we're not having those discussions, and that is really, really problematic. So I'm not going to support this motion. I think that we, the question to augment or not to augment is kind of like a no-brainer. You're always going to augment your budget through the year. And I think she has a very good grasp of what to augment and when. But bringing in policy decisions like this, we're not going to have a chief of staff. We're not going to have a grants administrator. Those are the resources that we spend a lot of time in budget to advance the policies, and to have them go without even being coded up for understanding why we're making those changes. I don't think that's really good, and I think it's going to come back to bite us at some point. So I'm disappointed because I've been bringing this up for months now, and I really wanted the opportunity to highlight it. And here's a great example of how the county does it. Every item, so there's backup on why this position's being changed or not from what you approved in May. And you know what? I'll tell you, I've got a few seconds. I came on when a council was letting the budget go really loose, and then they ended up laying a third of our workforce. We're moving into new economic times. If we don't have a really good pulse on the budget, we could see ourselves in the same way as the economy turns. And letting things get buried in, like the way they're getting buried in, really is a red flag for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Breckus, and your comments. I do want to say that, because I did realize that you and I are like the only originals left here. So we had to make a lot of tough decisions. They were really hard. And honestly, there were a lot of initiatives that we wanted to do as a council that we never were able to implement at all. I don't think people realized how we had to hunker down, and we did. And I don't think anyone has. I mean, we were told no, constantly, and we didn't even ask. We stopped asking, and we just did everything we could to sharpen our pencil and make sure that we were saving money, and I think we paid it down by $200 million. It was a lot. And so I really appreciate your comments. I do. Okay, I'm going to send it to Councilman Reese. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have just a couple more comments, and then hopefully we can get to a motion. I wanted to, I think, echo one of the comments made by Councilmember Ebert. I realized that the positions identified there were a bit different than maybe the question being asked, but I want to make sure that the manager understood that I, too, am interested in understanding whether the retention and detention ponds in the North Valleys are being adequately serviced, in part because we had a public commenter who came today and was very worried about it. And we, of course, as a body have stood up the inspection program out there. We've dedicated some resources doing it. So I want to make sure that although the item, the positions were not related to that, as Ms. Van Buren, I think, pointed out, but the idea is still there that I would like to get an update on. The second thing I will just say is, and perhaps this is something for Chief McNamara, and Chief, if you want to come forward here. Part of the issue with this, council trying to balance these competing issues about whether it should be a budget augmentation as a standalone item that should have presentations related to it or should be on consent. That's just something that we have to resolve up here for ourselves. And the city manager, I think, understands sort of the will and direction of the body. But what I would like to sort of focus on is the actual program for these 6 folks and maybe what they're going to do. Just give us a little thumbnail sketch based on your operational plan for it.
Okay. For the record, John McNamara, Operations Chief for Reno Fire. So our goal is to hire 6 standalone paramedics. Right now, the city of Reno employs approximately 70 firefighter paramedics. These 6 single role medics, their only job will be to provide EMS. We have been doing this in the past when we had Rescue 19 up in Somerset. That was staffed with fire medics. Last year, we were able to put an engine back at Station 19 starting July 1. We moved Rescue 3 down to Station 3. Station 3 is right up there with Station 1 as being one of the busiest stations in the country. We have staffed Rescue 3 since July 1 with line personnel, and it has not been every day. It's situationally staffed. When it's staffed, they take the workload off of the engine and the truck. The calls are more appropriate for an ambulance type apparatus. They've been going. They have also been able to help out when REMSA requests mutual aid. We've been getting more and more requests for mutual aid. But when we do that, if the Rescue 3 is staffed, that's 2 personnel that aren't available to work the line on other positions. If it's unstaffed, we have to make that choice. Do we stand down Engine 3 and put the paramedics from Engine 3 onto that rescue and respond, which then cuts down on one available fire engine. So by hiring the 6 single role medics, it's 24/7 staffing, for that rescue. And they will, like I said, it's a lot more, I guess, best part, just it takes the workload off the existing crews and then allows us to respond for REMSA when they ask for mutual aid requests to transport within the city.
Well, Chief, thank you so much for that explanation. I think for my part, what I'd like to do is find time with my liaison to go out with you to understand better what you see as the role of this new, I think it is visionary, we'll say, program. And so I'll find time to get with you and do essentially a ride along. And so I'm excited about it. But thank you for the explanation, Chief. Madam Mayor, with that in mind, unless anyone has anything further, I'll move to approve staff recommendations.
All right, thank you so
Second.
much. I have a motion from Vice Mayor Reese, a second from Councilwoman Dewar. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Councilwoman Breckus, for discussion.
Yeah, I'm not going to support, I appreciate that we got, the chief up here, but there's even budgetary issues about how these reimbursements work. I think we need to daylight this program. After I talked to Ms. Van Buren, I think I saw some inconsistencies with the numbers of what, we anticipate and what we got. But I appreciate, the prudence that you put on standing this up until we added on the positions. But there's some outstanding questions, how it works with the REMSA contract. I think it needs to be an item coming before this body for a program sketch outline very, very soon. And the public deserves to know too. They're the ones who are getting transported. So I won't support, but I'll hope that the item will come back on the medic program very soon.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Can I make a comment
ahead.
too?
Yes.
I am going to support, but I do also have concerns about having enough staff to inspect those stormwater retention reservoirs. I don't know if that's something we can add to here, that we have one position that's not currently full, given what's happening right now with the storm. And these reservoirs in my area that I drove around and looked at myself over this last week, they're being just washed away completely. So that's something we need to prioritize, and I don't know if that's something that can come up in our next quarterly thing. I feel like that's a position that we need to put a higher priority on, especially considering we're going to be starting implementing this new stormwater program. That needs to be a higher priority. We're living with the consequences of not having those inspections and not having these retention reservoirs suitable right now. So I feel like we need to prioritize that if we can in the next budget.
Okay, thank you so much. I do want some clarity because you're talking about prioritizing, and this has been a conversation and a lot of work that has gone into that whole area, because I know what you're referring to. And so I didn't know if Mr. Flansburgh, well, and also we're probably not agendized for this, but we should talk about it because there was some public comment, and I know how hard you've worked. And, there still is a lot of, what's the word for it? There's still a lot of
Angst.
Yeah, maybe it's angst or
consternation.
Yeah, at us, all of us, and we're trying to do the best we can and do everything we can. Matter of fact, we won awards for the way you were sort of doing this innovative process. All of us have been frustrated by it. And, there was even a big settlement. We've also apologized. You and I were a big part of let's just get, what they need. And
exactly,
you know what I mean? We were all here doing that, forcing, I know, Councilman Breckus, but I want it very clear. This council really does care. I know Tammy Holt still hates our guts, and she comes here and she, is very vocal about that. I get it. I understand. But the city tried to make it right with a, very large settlement, and so I just want, I guess there's sort of this feeling out there, Mr. Flansburgh, that we're not doing everything we can and we don't care and we're horrible people. I would like to know, what would you want to say to the public? And I think you bring up some good points of this is a priority. So how are we prioritizing that? And how are we getting the people that we need to, help you and making that a priority? And I would say, Councilwoman Ebert, coming around for the next budget, you'll get to be able to play such a significant role in that and say, here's my priority, and I think that will help. But I just don't want the sentiment we don't care, it's not a priority. Every single one of us knows, it's been really hard on them, and it's a it's so frustrating too. None of us are engineers or can go out there and fight with Mother Nature. I mean, that's the other thing. Snowplow guys working 24/7, taking time away from their kids and their wives and husbands just to plow our streets. And then the sort of the backlash that they take, and they're doing an incredible job, but like very, very hard workers dedicated to the city. And then I see the way that they get treated, and it's not okay. And so I just feel like there are people that this is really important to them. I know it is for you, Mr. Flansburgh, and all the work that you do. I'm sure it's kept you up at night because you sit there. When it's raining, literally, my heart is like skipping a beat, worrying about that out there. So I know yours is too. So I just feel like there's this sediment of, that we don't care. And I want to make sure that, coming into the next budget, whatever those concerns are, you will be able to play a significant role and get, what you're kind of looking for.
Yeah,
So.
and I don't mean to diminish anybody's angst, but like on my drive home tonight, when I turn on my street, I get to drive past a huge retention reservoir that is no longer there. It is now a stream.
Yeah.
So this is not angst for me. This is what I go home to at night. So I just want to make that clear. I'm not holding anybody in this room personally accountable, but this is an issue, like I said, that I'm going to go home to tonight. So it is a big priority.
And that's why I'm saying, so then, when we augment budgets, right, it's kind of hard because here you are now sitting here saying, I need X, Y, and Z, right? And so that's why we need to be able to be flexible and augment budgets.
And sooner rather than later.
Right, exactly, sooner rather than later. So,
I
good
have a
point.
question, Madam Mayor, for our finance director, and I think this would put a spotlight on this very issue. Could you put up that list of positions again? Because what I see is that each of them has an associated funding source. So the ones that are out of the sewer fund are being paid from the sewer fund. The ones that are for the fire are going to have a special grant. The ones that are for the environmental compliance, I think, also comes out of the sewer fund. What we're missing here, the discussion, is that a stormwater inspection today, before we have a utility, would be using general fund dollars, which you are not, today, we would have the sewer fund and then we have the stormwater fund. So we could.
We do a lot of stormwater work.
Right, out of the sewer fund, right, that's what I'm trying to say. And I guess the question here, given that there is a sewer fund and it does have a stormwater component, what Ms. Hebert doesn't know because she wasn't here was that we redeployed 6 inspectors out of the engineering department out of permitting just to go inspect every stormwater pond in the North Valleys around Swan Lake because we were so concerned. I was the one who asked for it, but we didn't have a dedicated staffing. It was a one-time deal. And they had planned at that time to go around and inspect all the other basins, and they just didn't have the ability with the workload and permitting. So do you want to address that?
So I think what I could offer in this moment is that the crews from M&O, particularly in drains and streets, have been working 24/7 since New Year's Eve.
Right.
They are out there doing the work. You get an update. We took a break for a couple days, but you get an update every evening about the work that they've done in any given day. And so we've identified the stormwater facilities that need constant attention, and they are receiving constant attention. And to my knowledge, we don't have any failure point of city-owned or controlled infrastructure at this moment. And so things like Councilmember Ebert's observation that the retention pond has become a stream. If a retention pond has become a stream, that is a problem. If a detention pond has filled up and now there's water flowing out of it, that means it's functioning the way it was designed.
Correct.
And so we need to go out, we need to drive around, we need to see exactly what you're looking at, and we could just have the conversation sort of in the field with our subject matter experts about what is happening, why it's happening, and whether or not it requires more attention, or whether that's something that our folks are looking at saying, shoot, that's working exactly the way we drew it up.
Yeah.
So we'll spend the time to do that.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed?
I'm opposed.
Motion carries. Okay, Madam Clerk, back at you. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it. Okay.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're moving on to our public hearing items. So we're now moving into item C1.
All right. Madam Clerk, you ready? Okay. At this time, we will open the public hearing. Let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearing on this item. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given. There was one letter of correspondence of concern that was received. It has been distributed to the Reno City Council and is a part of the record. Additionally, we do have one public commenter. Oh, she did leave, but she was thinking she might join via Zoom, so.
Okay, if you can get her back, let us know.
Okay, if you are in Zoom and would like to make a public comment on item C1, please raise your hand. But other than that, we do not have any public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Any disclosures from council? Seeing that there are none, I am going to send it to Leah. It's all you. Welcome.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the council. For the record, Leah Brock, Assistant Planner with Development Services, City of Reno. This afternoon, I am presenting the application for the Golden Valley Commerce Center zoning map amendment. If this works. Oh, there we go. The subject 6-acre site is located south of the intersection at North Virginia Street and West Golden Valley Road. For reference, I have added some locations to this map. Here you will see, let's see if I can get it. That right there is the Rayleighs. This right here is North Valley's High School. And down here to the southwest of the site is Raleigh Heights Park. This request has been made for a zoning map amendment to change the zoning district from the mixed-use suburban to the industrial commercial. Prior to the zoning update 2 years ago, the subject parcel had a zoning of mixed-use South Virginia Transit Corridor. When the zoning was updated 2 years ago, the zoning was translated to mixed-use suburban zoning district with the update. However, most of the existing uses, such as the propane tank storage facility directly to the east of the property and the self-service storage facility directly to the west of the facility, were all permitted under that prior zoning district. The key issue related to this request is conformance of the base zoning district with the master plan land use designation of industrial. When the Reimagine Reno master plan was implemented, this area between the railroad corridor and North Virginia Street was designated as industrial. Here you can see the master plan map with a list of the conforming base zoning district. You will see in this list of conforming base zoning districts that mixed-use suburban is not included as a conforming zoning district to that industrial land use designation. The proposed zoning map amendment in front of you today will convert the property to industrial commercial, which will bring the base zoning district into conformance with that master plan land use designation. I do want to point out that there are some inconsistencies since we have implemented the master plan and the new zoning code. And our new zoning code does offer applicants the ability to apply for these zoning map amendments to bring the zoning designation into conformance with the master plan land use designation at no cost. This encourages reconciliations with zoning inconsistencies with the master plan. Here you can see a comparison of allowed uses within the existing mixed-use suburban zoning district and the proposed industrial commercial zoning district. The development standards for the proposed industrial commercial are more restrictive than the existing mixed-use suburban. The more restrictive development standards are appropriate for the site and are consistent with surrounding development. I do want to point out a few other allowed uses that would be allowed under that industrial commercial. So I put up there indoor salvage or tow yard. Those are the most extreme of the uses allowed in the industrial commercial zoning district. But things like a car wash or a gas station or a restaurant with alcohol service, those would all be allowed under that zoning too. What would not be allowed are residential uses. Keep in mind too here that due to residential adjacency standards, a site plan review will be required prior to any development of this site. Specific design considerations such as layout, access, and other improvements will be analyzed at that time. The project has been reviewed by various city divisions and partner agencies. The Planning Commission heard this item and did unanimously vote to recommend that the council adopt the requested zoning map amendment. On the board are the zoning map amendment findings. That concludes my presentation. The recommended motion is on the screen and I am available for questions. Thank you.
Hey, Leah, how you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good.
I think you did tremendous.
Thank you.
I'm so proud.
Thank you.
And you didn't seem nervous at all. Were you nervous?
A little bit.
No, you couldn't even tell. You did wonderful.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to send it to the body now for questions. Councilman Breckus?
Yeah, could you bring up the map, the zoning map? I wanna tickle this idea that, well, two. First of all, is it in code or is it just a policy somewhere that these people who are in a nonconformity get to come through without paying?
That is in code. It's under Title 18, Article 1, Section 604.
Okay, because I know that when I adopt the budget every year, adopt a fee schedule, and it can't be overridden administratively. So it is in code.
It is in
and
code.
Is it going to sunset at some point?
We do not have a provision for sunsetting in the code at this time.
Okay, so nonconformities get to do that. So let's go to your analysis. This is adjacent to single family or single and multifamily,
Yes,
separated by a railroad.
correct.
Yeah, and so within the zoning district, within the master plan, there's corresponding zoning districts. The recommendation here is to go to one of the more intense corresponding zoning districts. And I'm struggling with why, when you have this residential adjacency, you don't go with the least intensive corresponding conforming zoning district. Because in the master plan, and I didn't do the staff analysis, you did, but I didn't see it pulled up, a lot of analysis about, be really careful impacting residential with industrial. A lot of buffer, a lot of sensitivity. And so why do you go with the higher one? Why don't you go with the less intense one out of those policies to protect the, quiet enjoyment of these neighborhoods?
Thank you, Councilwoman Breckus. Number one, the applicant requested the zoning, BIC. You can see on there the conforming base zoning districts. Industrial is a more intense use than industrial commercial. PGOS wouldn't necessarily apply, nor would the public facilities, nor would the planned unit development or specific planned areas. So the only other option in this particular case would have been mixed employment. The applicant did not request mixed employment, and the surrounding uses would be allowed under industrial commercial. So it seemed that industrial commercial would be appropriate for this area. I do understand the residential adjacency issue. However, that railroad corridor is 200 feet wide, and there is a large change in elevation between where those homes are and where this site is. This site is significantly below those homes. So the impact to that residential area, whether it's industrial, commercial, or mixed employment, would probably be the same. Plus, when they come in for any kind of development, it is going to go through that site plan review process. Residential adjacency standards would be the same no matter which one it is.
Okay, I'll have other questions on that line of,
Okay, I'll come back to you. Thank you. Okay, any further questions?
I have some questions.
Go ahead.
So there's different options. So it would be in compliance with the master plan if they switch to mixed employment, yes?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So what's the difference in hours of operation from mixed employment to industrial commercial?
Industrial commercial allows for 24-hour operations as long as it's directly related to manufacturing, processing, storage, distribution, or warehouse. It has to be one of those uses in order to have that 24-hour. However, again, this is going to come before us again when there is development, and we can, when we do look at what kind of development is going to go into this property, we will evaluate those hours of operations, and we can absolutely issue a condition of approval that would limit those hours of operation.
Okay, I have concerns about that just because of my personal constituents in a Chewy warehouse up in the North Valleys that is a significant distance away from residential neighborhoods, but there's a significant amount of light pollution and noise that results from 24-hour operation. So I have a lot of concerns about them being able to operate 24/7. I know that we can vote on that later, but then there's a possibility that they are allowed to operate 24/7. And if we go with mixed employment, it sounds like there's more opportunity for employment, and we don't run the risk of subjecting neighbors to light and noise pollution. So if there's any way that we could change this to mixed employment to be in conformity with the master plan and limit the impact to residential areas, I feel like that would be a better fit for the surrounding area.
Madam Mayor? Go ahead. Wait, just want to make sure. Anyone else want to? No? Okay, go ahead. Councilman Breckus, go ahead.
Now, I want to ask you, because I'm a little not understanding maybe how the Planning Commission's working these days. You said, well, the applicant asked for it, but you all can do a recommended denial, right?
That is correct.
Or you can say, we'd recommend approval, of mixed employment, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to clarify, it's not what the applicant asked for, you're doing an analysis, because I didn't see some of that, broader kind of ways to go, either for the Planning Commission or us. The issue of 24-hour operation had to come forward from a memo requested by the council. It wasn't in the staff report. You showed some comparison, but this point of 24-hour operation had to be kind of tickled out by, I think, Councilmember Ebert, and I didn't see it in the Planning Commission. I can't even remember if I saw Planning Commission minutes. So if it's not in the staff report, it's a fine point. But I do think it is an issue. And Ms. Ebert said, well, we can vote on that. But it's really not something that we would vote on. It's really because it comes through the site plan review. It's if you all feel it's a site plan condition you want to apply, which I think is questionable anyway because they have a district of 24-hour. And those site plans then come to us on appeal, correct? Is that the procedure?
That is correct.
So it's not a council issue for later. It's not even a planning commission issue for later. This is letting 24-hour operation out. In my experience, and I want to look into it's down below. Now, this is the infrequently used feather line route, right?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. It's not the main line going through the continental U.S. It's just the little, so it's not used that much. So it's kind of quiet out there, but you said it's down below. But sound, beep, beep, it travels up. Is that your understanding of sound, how sound works?
I'm not an expert on sound.
Okay. Pretty sure sound travels up. I'm very troubled by fixing conformity problems by going with the most intense, even if it's just one thing, one factor, which is 24-hour or not certainty, to be honest, in a residential setting because of the experience she mentioned, like the Chewies and so many others. But say we went with ME, could they then come in and ask for 24-hour operation?
Yes, they can with a conditional use permit.
And who do they make that request to?
Conditional use permit would go before the Planning Commission.
Okay. Well, I think that's the way I'm most comfortable going, is the ME zoning district. Of course, the ward member makes the motion. ME zoning district. You want 24-hour, you come back later, you know. Maybe the applicant will come up and say that use doesn't work for us. But we can get into other topics of uses, distribution warehouse, and how many of those we have with the truck traffic there. But I thought both are allowed in the district, right? Distribution warehouse is allowed in both districts?
I'd have to double check.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Madam.
Thank you. All
Madam
right, go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, can you go to the map in front of this one? This is what I'm confused about. Here we have, on the left, everything is MS, which is mixed-use suburban.
That's correct.
So it's all together. It's like with like. But now we want to introduce unlike. And what I'm trying to understand is, what is the applicant's intent here? Why do they need, here you have a basket of similar uses. They're all the same zoning. And usually when we're changing it to something different, I mean, often the argument is, well, we're making it conform with what's already there. Right now, everything conforms. It's MS, no?
That's correct, but because we just switched that zoning district to MS, it used to be under a different zoning district. Those uses on either side of that do not conform to the MS zoning district.
So when you say each side, like, can you be a little more direct as far as point to us?
Adjacent property
To the
east.
right, east?
Mm-hmm. That is a propane tank storage facility, so it's essentially outdoor storage, which is not allowed by right in the MS zoning district. And then across Golden Valley, right there, that large parcel that's MS, that's all a self-service storage facility and recreational vehicle outdoor storage
Well, I guess I don't get why we would, in this broad zoning plan, go in and rezone things to now they're not conforming. I mean, that doesn't make sense to me. I mean, it seems that we should be regionally looking at matching the zoning with what was already there, not putting a new zoning on top that they're now non-conforming. Can you address that?
We do have these inconsistencies in certain areas where the zoning district was translated to something else that no longer conforms with the master plan. This isn't the only area that we have.
Right.
But again, that's why our zoning code allows applicants the ability to come in and apply to bring that zoning into conformance with the master plan.
So right now, this spot is empty, right? There's
This
nothing.
spot, it is a
Whereas
vacant.
on the others, there's a tank, there's a storage.
Yes, correct.
And this is empty.
This is empty.
And I guess I would just like to my colleague's point, understand what is the difference with mixed employment versus industrial commercial? I mean, we don't have that on the chart to compare. So can you just share with us? That's the summary of uses.
Angela Foos, Assistant Director for Development Services. I think it would also be helpful, the applicant has maybe some useful information to kind of explain
Great.
why they're asking for the zoning.
That'd be great.
Well, and that was one of the things that I had told our city manager, that I think sometimes there's a story here, there's a reason why they want to do it. I was just trying to let Councilwoman Dewar's time expire. And then I was going to call you up, Mr. Rayleigh.
Sure.
Correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Good afternoon. For the record, Mike Rayleigh with Christie Corporation here representing the property owner. Just to make a couple clarifications, the current MS zoning is non-complying with the master plan. So we kind of see this as a cleanup, to be honest with you. We chose IC because it's less intense than industrial. It also kind of matches what's happening kind of in the general area. If you look at some of the recent zoning amendments that have come in. What Leah didn't tell you is we're actually in for a site plan review right now for a project that will go to Planning Commission in February, assuming that this is approved, for industrial flex space. So our buildings that we're proposing are actually only 20 feet tall. We have met with a couple of the neighbors that join us. The top of our buildings are actually below the grade of the railroad track. We've also agreed to voluntary conditions that we will have no lighting taller than the railroad tracks. And we have put a voluntary condition on that site plan review that's pending that would prohibit any 24-hour use that faces residential property. So that has not been heard yet because it's still pending. We need the zone change for that to move forward. So that's the intent that has been submitted. It's public record, and we go to the NAB on the 26th in Planning Commission.
If I could ask a
February.
follow-up question, I know we truncated my time so you could come answer, which I really appreciate the answer. So just a quick question. We've seen it here before at the council where someone says, I'm going to have a non-24-hour use facing residential. They get it approved, then they come in for an amendment, and suddenly they've either reorganized the buildings, put in a 24-hour use, and are now asking for that, sort of a couple different bites at the apple. Like, they say they're going to do this, but then within 6 months, it's a something else. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, I can tell you that, I know that the current plan, there's no intention to do that. However, even if this were mixed employment, there would be nothing preventing a future property owner to come in and request 24-hour use. under
Right,
that
with
zone
the
as well.
CUP going to the planning commission.
Correct. And as Leah mentioned, the site plan review, triggers what's called a major site plan review. So that goes to the planning
That
commission.
does go to the planning
It follows the exact same process that a CUP would.
And lastly, your flex space, is that supposed to be 24-hour?
No,
In general?
it could have 24-hour, but we're limiting that it wouldn't be 24-hour adjacent to the residential. It would really occur next to the tank farm, and then that corner piece that's vacant, that's been purchased by Circle K. It's their plan to put in a 24-hour gas station and convenience store on that parcel. So we would abut another 24-hour use.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Rayleigh? No? Okay. All right, where are we at? I think council,
We need city attorney to read the bill into the record first, and then we can take a motion.
okay, but has everyone had their round? Okay, I just wanted to make sure everyone has had an equal opportunity. Okay, I'm gonna send it to you, the ever so famous Carl Hall, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance introduction, bill number 7225, LDC 23-00022. Golden Valley Commerce Center zoning map amendment, request for a zoning map amendment from mixed-use suburban MS zoning district to the industrial commercial IC zoning district. The plus or minus 6.08 acre site is located on the southeast side of West Golden Valley Road, approximately plus or minus 298 feet southwest of its intersection with North Virginia Street. The subject site has a master plan land use designation of industrial. Ward 4.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Ebert because it's your ward, and we typically just go to your ward because it is your ward. So go ahead and give us a motion if you're comfortable. If not, I can send it to Vice Mayor. So you let
Okay.
me know.
Well, due to concerns about hours of operation and zoning to industrial, I'm going to deny the motion at this time. If you would like to come back with a zoning of mixed employment, I would be more than happy to approve, but at this time I move to deny the recommendation of rezoning to industrial based on the potential for 24/7 hours of operation.
I'll second in discussion.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Hall, my understanding is, but it's maybe been a while, maybe there's new interpretations, is when you advertise for a zone change to a higher zoning district, you can actually put it to a lower zoning district because of the, you're over advertised. Do you share that?
No.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure in past times when someone's gone to, a higher one, the council at the table can move them to a lower one, but possibly our code has a different sort of pyramid scheming than what, and that's a technical term, than what has been in the past. And that's too bad, but I will support the motion and I'll be voting for it.
Okay. Go ahead.
It's really a question for Mr. Rayleigh. The mixed employment, does that cover this flex space? I'm very confused.
Once again, for the record, Mike Rayleigh with Christie Corporation. To be honest with you, I don't know.
You don't
I
know.
would have to do a little bit of research to see if the uses that we're envisioning are permitted, if there's changes to setbacks, if there's changes, that sort of thing. I don't know off the top of my head.
Well, does our staff know? They live this stuff.
Angela Foos for the record. So flex space technically isn't a use category. We would look at what types of businesses would go in that flex space. We've talked about a gym. We've talked about maybe a tile shop. So I think from their perspective, they want to go through each of the potential businesses and make sure they would be allowed.
Okay, so those are the kind of businesses that are envisioned?
Correct.
And they probably, to everything fit in mixed employment? Is that correct? Gym, tile shop?
Generally, yes.
The things that you just said?
Correct. But I also think he wants to look at setbacks and some of those other restrictions. Would it be worthwhile to maybe take a continuance on this for, maybe we come back to it after the next agenda item, if that would be okay, so they had some more thought?
I don't think
that's a
so.
good-
I'm not, we've had a long day for you all to be looking through setbacks and all, let's continue it to the next meeting if you want, but I'm ready to deny.
Okay, well, we're just gonna.
And
move
I
forward.
think you can ask for a deferral.
No, we're ready to go. Don't worry, we're ready to go. It's fine. Okay, so, thank you. I have a motion from Councilwoman Ebert. I have a second from, Councilwoman Breckus. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No. Motion carries. No?
Wait, motion fails.
No?
The motion to deny.
Oh, we need to
said
do a
aye.
roll call.
Yeah.
Okay. 1, 2, got it. 3, 4.
So the motion on the table is to deny and not uphold the recommendation. We're going to go ahead and do a roll call vote. Councilmember Breckus?
Aye.
Dorr?
Aye.
Martinez? Ebert?
Aye.
Taylor?
No.
Reese?
No.
Shivi?
No.
Okay, so motion fails.
Okay. All right, going to, sorry, Vice Mayor Reese, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission, refer for second reading and adoption.
All right,
Second.
thank you. I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor?
Madam Mayor.
Oh, go ahead, Councilwoman
You know,
Breckus.
once again, Ward 4 loses. I mean, what I've seen up there, the proliferation of how that area has changed with the 24-hour operations and how they impact truck traffic. I mean, this could be a lot of truck traffic right out people's bedroom. If you've seen the Chewy lights, if you've seen whatever on Military Road, I cannot believe that at this point in time, when we have so much evidence, the Mikado lights coming off of Reflecting Swan Lake, that this body is still willing to put within 200 feet of, looks like hundreds of homes, neighborhood, 24-hour industrial operation. I'm amazed. I'm really, amazed. It's so wrong.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
No.
Opposed?
All right. Okay.
Motion
carries.
passes 4-3.
Yes.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're moving on to item C2, which I believe it's item C2, C3, and C4 will be opened at the same time.
Madam Mayor, could I ask while
Awfully
we're not
quiet.
open
I
for a
just
minute?
think I'm kind of looking in my mind, because I want to just like put it out there. First of all, nothing has come in on a project, so we don't know what that looks like. I think, and am I right? Like, we've been doing this long enough to know you're just sticking to what that looks like. We're already out there basically saying that it's going to be this, this, and this, and this. That's up to us to decide when it comes in for that use. Am I right, Angela? Maybe you can explain a little bit about that. And the reason I want you to is because we have new council members. And, this will be a conversation where it just vilifies the council. You have Miss Green that's sitting back here, and she'll probably vilify us on social media. I'm just going to be real honest as we put it out there. Everyone else. And guess what? We made the rules, right? And they're just playing them. So what does that look like? So we need to do a better job when it comes to whatever it is we want to see moving forward. But people go out there and they buy land for a reason. And then after that, we're like, you can't do that. And then, they do have property rights and those things. But then I think we jump ahead and say, oh my God, what's the use going to be? We don't know yet. Maybe it's a project I absolutely hate. Or absolutely Councilwoman Dewar hates. I don't know. You just don't know. They can come in so many different forms, but I would love for you to break this down and explain it for us because, those comments already put all of us in like, bad category. good category, bad category. And that's not the goal here. And matter of fact, I heard hundreds of people earlier today talk about pro-business, pro-business. We want the city to be pro-business. And then when you are, you get slammed for it. So kind of give me a little idea of what that looks like to you, Angela.
Sure. Angela Foos for the record. Big picture, we start at the top with our master plan, and that's, I think, where this discussion started. Our master plan in this area said industrial. And there's many ways to look at industrial. Whether you like industrial or not, we need industrial for tax purposes. So to say that we should never have any industrial, and that's not what this council's saying, I think what we've said from a master plan perspective is this area historically has developed with industrial uses, right? The propane shop, storage units, it's just generally speaking, this side of the tracks on not the residential side, but the other side typically has developed as industrial. And so when we look at it from a staff perspective and somebody comes in and asks to change the zoning, we say, well, what zoning districts could be allowed? And we had that list. And then we have to narrow it down and say, well, it's not public facility. It's not open space. What's left? So really there were 3 categories left. And we said, is high intense industrial appropriate? Probably not. Is maybe something a little bit more in the middle, that industrial commercial or mixed employment? Sure, because what do those uses allow? They allow restaurants, they allow bakeries, they allow the gyms, they allow the tile shops. They really provide a mix of what we would think more as commercial, but also really an industrial component, because that flex space is what we keep hearing allows. Could be retail.
Could be retail.
Could be retail.
And that's when you would decide, hey, like the Chewy situation, not acceptable.
Mm-hmm. And I think,
Not
as
at this stage, am I right?
Absolutely.
Or
One
am I
thing
getting it wrong?
we have learned and continue to learn, and we've updated our zoning code. Within the last 2 years, we updated our zoning code. We need to be better about truly looking at what's appropriate next to residential. So you can have flex space, but let's make sure we put in some mitigation efforts related to noise and lighting and truck traffic and dock doors, all the things that I know you guys are all concerned about. So that is very much at the forefront of our staff's mind as we're reviewing these applications. We've made lots of mistakes in the past, going back 30 years worth of mistakes, right? Let's just acknowledge it. But we also know going forward, what this council sees as important and as a priority, and those are the initiatives that we're going to try and bring forward with these staff reports. And you may not see them because, again, they may not come to you, but know that we hear you. And so we're going to do the best we can to make sure that we mitigate those impacts against the residents.
Madam Mayor, I appreciate it. Hold on, Councilwoman Breckus. Because one of the things, because Councilwoman Breckus mentioned that Ward 4 loses. You don't know what's coming before us, which will come before us, which is a good thing, but it could be something that really enhances, I think, what they're trying to get accomplished out there. And some of the other things like, restaurants and other retail uses that Ms. Ebert has said that she wants to see out there. Am I right? You want to see more of that stuff. And so I just think we're not even at that stage of the game. So when you say Ward 4 loses again because you guys voted a certain way, I don't think that that's accurate at this stage in the game. That's not how it works. I apologize to Ms. Green for using you as an example. I just know that you're used to that, right? So go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it is apparent that some members want to pit us against one another. The problem with that view is that we are all serving the city of Reno. I spend a great deal of my time thinking about each of the wards as the ward member. Madam Mayor, you serve the entire city. The provincial nature of running ward only has really created the conditions under which someone would make such a salacious claim. Unfortunately, there are also political operatives who spend their time fomenting untruthful things about the city of Reno. They have blogs and Facebook posts in which they make untruthful claims. And so we live in a hyper-partisan society in which elections have consequences. And the truth is those consequences play out in our dais. So it's unfortunate that one member wants to pit the wards against one another. But the truth is all the city of Reno is really thinking about how we can positively move forward the community. And I think Ms. Foos, your explanation is ultimately why the motion was successful. This question about whether or not 20 24-hour operational use would be appropriate. And I think Ms. Brock also made the point that those are things that would be decided another time. The zoning part of it is a different concern. And when we have to take non-conforming areas and bring them into conformance, those are things we've created. And when people come to us, and the reason I suppose why we don't charge for those application processes is because we've created the conditions under which they're necessary to begin with. And so I'm sorry that the disinformation cycle continues with certain electeds and with certain sort of political gadflies, but it is what we have to deal with. And so ultimately, thankfully, we had a planning commission here who are apolitical, and they unanimously approved this particular project. And so that apolitical nature is really why, we have a body like that, because they're thinking mostly about the findings, the factual requirements, the technicalities. They don't have to be burdened by the political optics of it. And so an easy decision given the two concerns and the Planning Commission's decisions, and then, of course, your staff's good work on the project. So I appreciate your indulging, certainly, Madam Mayor, this extra opportunity for conversation. Thanks.
Yes, go ahead.
I would rather speak for myself about why I voted for what I voted and explain.
Yeah,
I don't
we're
think
gonna get
that
back
Ward
on-
4, what's that?
Go ahead.
I don't think Ward 4 loses. I think we're trying to do better. And my preference would have been first to continue. So to my colleague, I think more information, to your point, you recommended it. I would have taken that in a minute because I think that the applicant may have been just fine with that if they'd been given a little bit more opportunity to think it through. Number two, I think there were two options here, mixed employment, or you didn't mention SPD. But when we're so close to residential, SPD zoning gives an opportunity to bring the project, which is in-house, being reviewed now. It's not like we have no idea what it is. You said they're in-house now for a flex space proposal. So we know what's being proposed. So to me, they could have come in with SPD and give assurances to the community that is right there. It's a 6-acre spot, I think it is. And that's the right size for this SPD and a kind of a transition zone between residential and these higher, propane tank and so on. So for me, it's not against Ward 4. I just want us to do better generally and think more globally. I think ME or SPD might have been a good option and would work exactly very well with what they have planned. So it's not a big theory. They have already submitted. It's not anti-development because I want to see development here. Just with maybe the bookends or the guidelines built in. Maybe that's SPD. Maybe it's mixed employment with some conditions to your point about, or his point about he might have put the 24-hour use on the other side or this or that. They're still looking at it. So I want everyone to take away the right message from my vote. Is not there's a winners and a losers. I just want us to do better and be more nuanced, and it's not a us and them. I just think we have an opportunity, and the opportunity really begins, I think, with this staff having those kind of robust discussions about what is possible, because my biggest concern is they have a great plan, but they walk away. They don't do their great plan, and now we have industrial commercial, and we don't know what the next plan is, that comes in.
That's also, and it's unfair to judge all of us for the way that we voted.
Yeah.
Because we're not even at that stage. So that's my point. And you're right, like pitting, when colleagues pit each other against each other, but that makes for great, sort of
I understand, juicy, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the Twitter.
But I just didn't get into
whatever you guys do out there on, I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, I've seen that before, and I'm just wanting to address it because it is the elephant in the room. So that makes for great sort of conspiracy theories and everything else that goes along with it. And I'm just going to call it out. So
that's why it's right to explain your vote, and it's not against, it's for.
Yes.
It's for us just doing a better job, and I want to see development there, and just in the right constraints, given that there's already residential there, and there's a great unknown. So thank you for allowing me to explain, put on the record.
And I respect that, and I thank you for that.
Yeah.
And that's the way that it's easily done, so I can see your side, you can see my side,
Right.
we can work together, get something done, and if you don't agree with it, then, you be respectful about it. So I
Right.
want to make sure that that's the the direction that we're going. Anyway, okay. I'm told I got to get back on track, so I'm sorry. We really kind of went off.
Can I do an additional comment?
Go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to comment on, your statement that we make the rules, and we do make the rules, so we have the ability to protect our neighborhoods. And the reality that I live with is I will drive past 2 warehouses tonight to get to my home, which is sandwiched between 4 warehouses. This is a reality that we live with. There's a reason why I have concern. It's not imaginary. It's a reality for my
I'm not saying there isn't concern there, but what I am saying, absolutely there's concern, but we're not at that stage, Megan. Listen, wait, we're not at that stage to decide, is it a good project? What is it you want to see? What's there? We're like at this stage. So that will come to us, and then we'll be able to decide, is that good for the neighborhood? Like you talked about the Chewy incident, those things, that's not good. We don't want to see that again. So when that comes, no, go.
Well,
But we don't know what that is.
They have that potential now because we've
But we get
granted
to
them that
see it.
zoning change.
But we'll
They
get
could
to
have
see
come
it.
to us with a request for a special use permit to get that 24 hours, but now they've been given that freedom to do that, whereas they could have gone to mixed use and come to us and asked for a special use permit. Now we're going the other way where we can hopefully block that, but as I've seen now, I won't have potentially the support of the rest of council to protect my constituents. And when I go home tonight, I could potentially be getting more
But
text
you'll
messages.
get the opportunity to.
Oh, well, we have a bad track record in my ward. So again, we could have potentially had mixed use or a mixed employment, and they could have requested a special use permit, but we've gone the opposite route where we've given them 24-hour, potentially 24/7 hours of operation. And now it's hopefully we can potentially stop that in the future. And given our track record, I'm not positive, or I'm not optimistic that that will be the end result.
Okay, well, you'll get the opportunity to bring it to council. Everyone will get to see it. So hopefully it'll be something that you really are excited about and you want to see. And typically, listen, we put a lot of stock into each ward member's ward. Really, it matters.
Mhm.
We want to hear from you. That's why we ask you to make the motion first.
Yeah.
So I think moving
If we
forward.
could have, doctor's offices, restaurants, places where we could actually
Right.
shop
Well, I'm
instead
looking at
of
the clock.
industrial coming in,
Councilwoman Taylor.
more industrial coming in. We would love to have development that the public could actually use. Again, as I've stated before, I don't personally shop in any of the warehouses that have been built in my neighborhood. I would love to be able to take my kids to the doctors or the dentist without having to drive a half hour each way. And when we fill up these areas with industrial warehouses, potentially, every time we do that, we remove another possibility for that to happen in my ward. I just want to call attention to that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I completely understand what you're saying. I don't think anyone shops in warehouses. So I hope that there's a project that we can all get behind and get excited about. But I think everyone is letting their emotions get before we even get to a place of even knowing what we're dealing with. So let's, go through the process and see what the project is that comes before us, and then we can all decide. So anyway, okay, getting back on track. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're now opening items C2, C3, and C4.
All right. I'm going to send it over to the famous Carl Hall. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is item C4. This is LDC 23-00023, 455 Crampton Street Master Plan and Zoning Map Amendments. Ordinance introduction, Bill number 7226, ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Rezoning, plus or minus 0.16 acre site for multifamily residential, 14 units per acre, Wells Avenue Neighborhood Plan, MF 14, WANP, to General Commercial Wells Avenue Neighborhood Plan, GC WANP. Site is located north of Crampton Street, plus or minus 170 feet east of its intersection with Wells Avenue, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith, Ward 3.
All right. Thank you. Madam Clerk, at this time, I'm going to let the record reflect that the City Council is now opening the public hearing. Was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Proper notice was given. No correspondence was received on these items.
Okay. It's all you.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. Grace Macadin, Associate Planner for the record, here to discuss the Crampton Street Master Plan and zoning map amendments. So the subject site is 0.16 acres in size, and it's located in the Midtown area, west of the VA hospital, east of Wells Avenue, and just north of Crampton Street. The applicant is requesting a zoning map amendment from multifamily 14 units per acre to general commercial, and a master plan amendment from mixed neighborhood to suburban mixed use. The subject site is also within the Wells Avenue neighborhood plan with a Wells Avenue mixed use subplan, and these are not proposed to change with this application. The master plan is requested to change from mixed neighborhood to suburban mixed use. You can see here it's abutting suburban mixed use to the west. Suburban mixed use is primarily intended to support a diverse mix of commercial and residential uses, while the MX master plan is intended for single-family and duplex type dwellings. So the subject site has been operating as commercial and is also identified as mixed use in this Wells Avenue neighborhood plan. The Wells Avenue neighborhood plan carved out this property as mixed use. As you can see on your screen, that purplish bluish color is mixed use, and that orange was identified as lower intensity and residential. Since it was operating and is operating as commercial and anticipated to stay as such, the impacts of this zone change are nominal. So in our master plan, the Wells Avenue neighborhood plan calls out conforming based zoning districts and master plan designations based on the neighborhood plan. Since this site is within the Wells Avenue mixed use designation, the suburban mixed use master plan is the only conforming district. The applicant is also requesting a zone change from multifamily 14 units per acre to general commercial. General commercial is more consistent with the mixed use master plan as it allows for them to do commercial as well as residential development. This will bring the existing non-conforming commercial use into conformance. Here is a Google Street image of the newer residential, or of this site, and you can see the newer residential kind of to the rear of that building, a vacant lot to the left, and then an existing residential development to the right. And so I just wanted to give this to you guys to provide some context. Here is a comparison of the development standards in multifamily 14 units per acre and general commercial. So the biggest change we'll see here is general commercial is more permissive with the allowed uses and as well as the development standards. I would like to bring up that any development will trigger a site plan review due to residential adjacency. Here are the findings for a zoning map amendment. The project does not conflict with state law and conforms with a number of master plan policies. Here are the findings for a master plan amendment. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the master plan amendment based on, and zoning map amendment based on compliance with applicable findings. The recommended motion is on your screen, and I am available for questions. Oh, I would also like to point out the applicant is also here if you had additional questions on what their proposed development is.
Okay, sending it back to the body. Anyone have any questions? Councilman Breckus, go ahead.
You know what, maybe I didn't hear you correctly when I walked in. You said due to residential adjacency, any development would require a site plan review?
Non-residential, excuse me.
You did
Correct.
say non-residential. Okay.
Okay, anyone else? No? Seeing that there are none. Councilwoman Ebert, would you like to weigh in?
I'm sorry, I was not present.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Councilman Martinez, I want to call you Miguel. Go ahead.
No worries, I got you. Am I able to make both motions, or do I have to make one at a time? Just a point of clarity before
I'm going to send it to Carl Hall.
So why don't we do a separate motion on each one? So for C2 would be a motion to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission. On C3, it'd be a motion to adopt the resolution for the master plan and zoning map amendments. And on C4, it would be a motion to refer Bill number 7226 for a second reading.
Makes sense?
All right, makes
Okay.
sense completely.
Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you.
Martinez.
All right, so I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Council, or Planning Commission, sorry.
Okay, so I have a motion from Councilman, and then the second by Vice Mayor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. I'm going to send it right back to you, Councilman Martinez.
I move to adopt the resolution.
All right, I have a motion to adopt. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, good job. All right, Madam Clerk.
I have
Wait,
one.
one more
one
motion on
more?
item C4.
Right.
Oh, yeah, we're taking them all together. So refer.
Yes, I move to uphold the recommendation of the Planning Commission and refer bill number, can you,
7226.
7226 for a second reading and adoption.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Good job.
I said aye, by the way. I had my mic off.
Oh, okay.
For the record,
For
I
the
agreed.
record.
Yeah.
All right, Madam Mayor, item C5 was continued earlier today, so we're moving on to our D items. We're on item D1,
Madam Clerk, I would like.
and I apologize.
You got it?
D1, D2, D3,
Yes, please.
all together.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, before you begin, hold on one second. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment on this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We do have public comment on this item. We have Mr. Jeff Borchardt and Robert Listner.
Okay, fantastic. So we will give you 1 minute. Actually, 6 minutes. We'll see you in 6 minutes. All right, Mr. Borchardt, come on up. And before you do that, I want to see the picture of the beautiful new baby for those of you that may not know he's a new daddy. So let's see.
I'll give you this good picture first.
Are you getting any sleep? Oh, isn't that adorable?
That's that one, and then I'll just give you this one just as a reminder of what I'm going through right now. So
that is so great.
It's real business these days.
I love it. That's so great.
That's why you don't see me very much these days.
I know, but it is so
Taking
nice to
care of a
see you.
baby.
So welcome back.
All right. Well, good afternoon, Madam Mayor, and members of the City Council. My name's Jeff Borchardt. I'm speaking on behalf of Toll Brothers. For those that don't know, we're one of the largest home builders within the city of Reno, and we've built hundreds of miles of infrastructure over the last decade. We completely understand the need to invest in our sewer infrastructure to accommodate planned growth over the next decade, and are very aware of the costs associated with such infrastructure. We believe this proposal will help achieve needs that align with both the city's master plan policies and the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan, the regional land tiers within the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan. Growth is needed to accommodate the increased housing demand in the area. Infrastructure is needed to support that growth. And based on our concurrency structure, new growth is required to pay for new growth. It's important to note, however, that from 2020 until present, significant inflationary pressures have increased the cost of labor and materials. Land prices have increased dramatically as land supply dwindles. The timelines for permitting and utility coordination have doubled, leading to increased carrying costs. And other entities like TUMWA and RTC have also increased impact fees. All of this have had a cumulative impact to added cost in housing. When combined with the most rapid increase in interest rates in the country's history, we're now in the middle of a housing recession. Adding a significant cost so suddenly would have an even greater impact to the cost of housing. The market sorting out the supply and demand imbalance that impacted every industry post-COVID. However, that will take a little bit of time to adjust, as will the prices. With that said, we're not advocating denying the sewer impact fee increase. Instead, we're advocating for the stepped alternative that Mr. Flansburgh will present in his presentation. It allows us time to adjust our project financial models more gradually, and it's more aligned with economic recovery forecasts. The city of Reno is short on housing, and housing is very difficult to build in our current environment. We ask that the council help us choose the step alternative, which will help the city of Reno achieve its sewer infrastructure needs while also not contributing to such a shock to the existing housing affordability issues. Thank you.
Mr. Burkhardt, give our best to Stacy and to Helena. That's fantastic. Congratulations again. Nice to see you. Mr. Listener, I think you're next on the podium.
Well, I would say thank you, Madam Mayor, if she was here. There she is, and the council. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm representing Lifestyle Homes. We've been a builder in the North Valleys for about 35 years. And who we sell to in the North Valleys are people who want to live there because of the access to the open spaces, boys with their toys, people that want to work out there. And our biggest market, frankly, is first-time home buyers. And because North Valley prices are lower than, I guess, any place else, that's the first place to look if you want your first home, if you want a home with land, let's say. We have projects in Lemon Valley that we're working on, and it's been made extremely clear to us that not one drop of our recycled water out of the sewer plant is going to go into Swan Lake, period. And I understand the city's policy on that, and I agree with it. So for us, if these rates don't go up, the city's not going to be able to build the infrastructure to get rid of, recharge the recycled water. Short, if these rates don't go up, we're not going to be able to build anything. And it's very clear. So we support the rate increases for the North Valleys, and we really support the rate increases for every place else. Why not? I also wanted to say I think I understand that the city has to do something about the recycled water that's going into Swan Lake right now. I'm sure there are a number of people in this building that are worried about every time somebody says atmospheric river. I'm glad I remembered that something could happen to that lake tomorrow. I think the city has to get to a point, which this proposal will do, that you can stop putting recycled water into that lake in the winter. And I think you've got to get to that point, and that's the second reason we support this. I also wanted to say that we're very appreciative that we don't have to pay our sewer fees until we move somebody into a house or until we get a permit. Starting a new subdivision is a $10 or $20 or $30 million deal, and all we need on top of that is another $5 or $6 million for sewer fees. We're very appreciative that the city already allows us to pay them when we get our building permit. Thank you all.
All right, thank you so much. Great comments. Okay. All right, Mr. Flansburgh, it's all you.
Sorry, we got one more.
Oh, we have one more.
One more.
Perfect.
Dan Morgan.
We had two, now we got three.
You knew I had to say something. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Council. For the record, Dan Morgan of the Builders Association of Northern Nevada, representing more than 700 company members. We too are not opposed to this sewer structure. What we would ask is that the city and the council direct staff to take a little bit more time to study some additional alternatives in terms of structure and innovation of how to provide the financial resources to bring this to fruition. When the development and the construction community is faced with nearly $1 billion in additional fees on the table between the stormwater utility and the sewer, we know that we have to provide that infrastructure, but we would ask that you request from staff that we spend a little bit more time coming up with some solutions that can be put in place fairly rapidly. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Flansburgh, the floor is yours.
Well, after you sit for a while, it's good to stand up and down again. So we're still in the afternoon, not quite to the evening. So we'll go ahead and start. I want to just recognize that I have Luke Tipton here from Far West Engineering, which just changed their name to Dow Engineering. So, but they were the ones who helped with the sewer sewer connection fee study. I also want to recognize Kayla Garcia, management analyst, who's been doing a lot of the outreach work for us on this and been a big help on assisting. And then, of course, Trina and her staff and utility services for some of the input and direction that we've gone. So with that, here's what I'm asking of you today. So I have 3 items, and we want to, first of all, we have acceptance of a business impact statement. We'll go into that in a little more detail in the outreach that we've done. Second of all, we have a determination that the proposed fee increase is in compliance with state law and that the funds that will be collected through this process will be used for their intended purpose. And then finally, approval or modification of the proposed ordinance and a motion to refer for adoption. Beginning with the end in mind is always good. So today, we're talking about the sewer connection fees, not to be confused with sewer user fees. Those are the fees that are paid quarterly by residents. We do adjust those annually. Those pay for the maintenance and operations, our rehab, our treatment processes. That is the general thing. We're not talking about those today. We are talking about sewer connection fees. These are the one-time charge to connect to a sewer for either a new or expanded use, pays for that, pays for the capital, pays for the infrastructure that is needed in order to have the growth. And both of those components go into what is collectively known as the sewer fund. It's a little history on the sewer connection fee. The fees are currently a uniform rate. It doesn't matter where you are building at. It doesn't matter if you're going to our Reno Stead Water Reclamation Facility in North Valleys or our Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility on the east. It's one fee for single-family homes, one fee for multifamily, and one fee per fixture unit for commercial industrial buildings. These fees were last increased in 2014. They do not have an annual CPI adjustment. That's why they've been the same since 2014. Just to put it in context, the average median home price in 2014 was $240,000. Median home price just today was announced at about $520,000. They're actually going down a little bit. This was a peak of $575,000. And now $550 and now $520 or $518 or somewhere in that neighborhood. So just showing that it's still, though, when you look at this, with even out adjustments of connection fees, we have those adjustments. I'm not saying that this isn't going to be an impact to future home prices by having these increases. What I am saying is that, as was mentioned previously, if we don't build this infrastructure, we won't be able to build. We'll run out of capacity. And this is the one area the city has we are a service organization. We provide services. This one thing here is a commodity. It's the sewer. It's the capacity that we have at our sewer plant and our treatment facility or in our collection system to be able to take the sewage and treat it in the manner that we need to. And so it is that commodity. We've started this process quite a while back. In July of 2020, we had a workshop. This was during the pandemic. I think this was one of our first virtual meetings. We had some council meetings. This was our first virtual workshop, I believe. We went into detail on several things. Council directed me at that time to work with the builders to build those, make sure we had the plans, do a little bit what Dan was talking about, was looking at some of these options and things that we can do, and then come back and work with the development community to bring what we're doing today, which is bring back this discussion and an ordinance introduction. Through that process, we did further development of our Truckee Meadows plant and Reno Stead plant facility plans. We contracted in December of 2021 with Far West to do the sewer connection fee. They updated their financial model and analysis, and we received that. From that, we realized that the project costs that we had in there were really end of 2020, so they needed to adjust those for inflationary. They did a tech memo. We held our first workshop in November, and then we did a follow-up meeting with the Builders Association and NAOP, the industrial commercial developers, at their request. We opened up the business impact statement, and we closed comment on December 16th. want to talk a little bit about the public outreach in that business impact statement. We sent 600 mailers out times 2, one for the public workshop and again for the business impact statement comment period. We held the workshop in November, then we began the impact statement November 11th, and then the impact statement November 23rd, comments ending 16th. We met with the Builders Association on December 12th to receive all those comments, and I will talk about that. The information was available at on our website, reno.gov/utility services, which was noticed both in our on the internet and on the cards that we sent out, the impact mailers, and we received some feedback. I'm going to actually go into the feedback after we talk about what it is that we are proposing today for sewer connection fees. So the proposed sewer connection fee ordinance amendment is to establish new sewer connection fee rates. All right, we just need to adjust those to make sure we have the money needed to build the facilities so that we can accommodate growth. It establishes fees by service area. This is different. We have a uniform fee now. We are proposing and recommend that we do it by service area. We broke those up into 3 separate locations: Tum Wharf Central, Tum Wharf with Lawton Verdi, development to our west, because there was some specific infrastructure just for that piece, and then of course our Reno Stead reclamation facility in North Valleys. This proposed sewer connection fee ordinance does provide for an annual CPI. We need to capture the inflationary costs so that when we go to build these projects, we have the right amount in there to do that. And due to the public comment, both back from our workshop in 2020 as well as to current, we are introducing 2 new fees. One that's a micro unit for multifamily. We are building different types of housing today than we might otherwise do. And so a micro unit is 600 square feet or less, has up to 15 fixture units, and this accommodates some more of the affordable housing types. It'll be a lesser fee than our current multifamily or what our proposed multifamily would be. We also have a single family residential, and you'll remember, those who were here will remember the comments we had from the public regarding some of the very large families are the same cost as a small single family residence. And so we're proposing how we'll handle those larger single family homes that have more than what we call a standard number of fixture units. Again, to our discussion, where things are located, our Truckee Meadows central area, and then the darker purple Lawton Verdi, and then up north in the blue. I want to go back real quick and talk about the feedback we did receive. So I think it's important that you have that as part of the business impact statement. And you've heard some of that today. Nobody likes to pay higher fees, and we all understand that. But the development community, and as supported here in some of the public comment, they are generally supportive of this increase. General consensus is that they would like to see the area-specific rates, and they would like to see a stepped-up fee increase. I think Jeff was elaborated to that. In addition, they asked about the connection fees and the timing of the connection fee. And by ordinance already, we had made an adjustment that allows them to pay the connection fee to get a deferral arrangement that they could pay that at 1 year be past the building permit issuance or at C of O, whichever came first. That is already in place. We had questions about why Reno's fees are higher than comparable municipalities, and I'll get into that a little bit later in my discussion of the area specific. They're generally in support of the micro unit. They like that idea and that flexibility that it can give. But we did receive mixed feedback on the single family residential fee change. And then finally, as you'll know, we send out memos periodically between Trina Magoon and myself on the Riz Wharf plant. They were asking about, will the sewer allocation program end with the completion of the expansion up there? And of course, we'll talk about that in that discussion, what needs to happen maybe for that sewer allocation to go away. Future Tum Wharf. Tum Wharf has the hydraulic capacity. What we deal with at Tum Wharf is the nutrient removal processed as we grow, more nutrients coming into the plant, how we remove those before we can discharge to Steamboat Creek, which flows to the Truckee River. Why is that important? Because we're hammered on both sides. We've got to not only meet a very stringent discharge permit at Tum Wharf, but we also have to return the water back to the river. And if we don't, we have to have replacement water for not doing that. So we're mandated to return it, and we have to make it meet certain criteria. That is the challenge at Tum Wharf. We focus then on efficiency improvements and new technology that's going to allow us to remove those nutrients and meet those permit requirements. Currently, we're flowing about 29 million gallons a day in Tum Wharf. Our current treatment, our hydraulic capacity or permitted capacity is up at 44.58. We have the hydraulic capacity. We can get the flow through of water through the plant. What we can't meet currently is the treatment capacity. And we have about 34 million gallons a day is where we are in treatment capacity. We're flowing at 29. We've got some space. We know that. We have some time to react, and we're working on what those next projects are. That's what this program that we're talking about is. It's those capital projects to get us to where we can incrementally increase the treatment capacity at the plant. And based on our growth projections by 2032, we would need to be at 37 million gallons a day. So that's the next increment, the next increment beyond where we are now. The future at Riz Wharf is different. We still make a Class A effluent, and we use it up there. We're in more of a water scarce area for doing irrigation in the summertime. But it's water in, water out. We have to have the effluent management side of what we're going to do with the water once we treat it. And so that's why the advanced purified water to create a potable water source and inject it and be able to pull it out later for this scarce water region. And also what's included is the Red Rock Reservoir costs of what Red Rock Reservoir would be so that we can have a wintertime storage. So we have another location to take the water during the winter, because right now when you're only doing irrigation, you have no storage. We don't have another place to put the water. Those are the challenges of those two areas. Finally, the calculation for the connection fee. It's actually fairly straightforward. We take the cost of all the capital projects related to both inside the fence at the plant and the collection system outside the fence, how we get the sewage to the plant, and we take all those costs and divide it by the remaining capacity and the future capacity that we're going to create by building these projects. And then that gives us back to what the rate needs to be on a single-family home equivalent residential unit type of situation. Finally, our two new ones, again, just kind of more of a showing what that would look like in this 600 square feet or less, 15 fixture units. It's a toilet, a shower or bath, the lavatory in the bathroom, the sink, a kitchen sink. It would be a dishwasher, and then the small laundry, like the over-under laundry. 15 fixture units. That would be a fairly standard discussion. Again, this was developed through conversations with the development community. 600 square feet is still a pretty good-sized unit. And so we had some positive feedback regarding this proposed new fee. The large single-family residential dwelling, again, we show here a 4-bedroom, 4-bath unit, what that would look like. It would actually have 42 fixture units. Again, you kind of count all the, how many sinks, how many toilets, how many the shower or the bath, the kitchen, all of that. But instead of up to 31 fixture units, which is kind of standard for a single-family home, a regular size single family home. In this case, for the larger ones, as they add additional things into the home that they want to build, then they would just pay it by the fixture unit fee. The same thing that we do currently with commercial industrial. This leads us to the proposed fees. In green, we have the area specific fees, the one that we're recommending to you. Again, it's a different fee, whether you're Tum Wharf, whether you're Lawton Verdi, Tum Wharf to the right of that, or to the Riz Wharf. And what we found was when we showed these, Riz Wharf and Tum Wharf Central were basically the same, about $100 off between a single family home, for instance. Lawton Verdi was much more. It was another $2,600 over the Tum Wharf fee approximately, but that was primarily because of the other infrastructure specific to that area and what has to be built yet. If you were to go to a uniform fee, what we have today, then everybody would pay what's in the lower right-hand corner, the $12,407. So it'd be $400 or $500 more than the Tumwharf Central or Risworth fee. If we just had one fee, we'd basically be subsidizing the Lawton Verdi area. That's why we recommend the area specific. We also recommend the area specific because it aligns with our master plan in terms of the cost of growth, the growth pace for growth. It's in the area that they have, and you're not having one area that's going to subsidize another area. Finally, I was asked from the builders at the first workshop to come up with what a stepped-up fee would look like. So we put that together. So again, if we're trying to get to 12,000, and say at Tumwharf, just over 12,000. If we stepped it up, we would start, say, at 9,500. It would go up $1,500 the next fiscal year. We were assuming about a 5-month at the new rate, and then 11,000, and then 12,500, and then we'd have to make an adjustment at the end because of the cash flow that wasn't captured by doing a stepped-up rate. And so the impact of the stepped-up rate and what was from the development community, we were going to end up seeing approximately a loss of revenue around $12,800,000. And so we would have to actually increase the fee beyond those years to kind of capture that. And it would be captured over maybe 15 years or so. We don't recommend that, but we wanted to make sure, we wanted the builders' desire to be heard and to bring that to you as a possibility of what that would look like. So I do want to share that information. And then the next 3 slides are really just the recommendations we had asked from the body. So open up for any discussion.
All right, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Okay, ready? Councilwoman Dewar, take it away.
Sure. Well, I just want to point out the presentation does not seem to be in the backup. So I don't know if anyone else is able to access it. Like it keeps
Technology's
saying,
great.
It keeps saying it's not available. Here, let me, sorry. Let me go back here. Okay. Would not load for me. So I was having a hard time getting the detail following, but because some of these tables are pretty complicated. But what you're saying, I guess I have just 2 questions. How would this apply? Let's say we have a house today and you have the 31 fixtures. They add another bathroom. So go from a 3-bath to a 4-bath. This is an individual house, not a development. How would that work?
So the applicant would come in, they would have some remodel or something in their home. They would look for that expansion. It would come into the building department for permits, and then Chris's shop would take care of it from there. So they would be looking at that. Under this fee structure, if they were going to exceed 31 fixture units, then they would have a charge for those additional fixture units.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to understand is what would that look like? Because that's what you're trying to explain to us, is what is the difference between what you're calling a standard house, which I guess is 3-bedroom, 3-bath, to a larger house, which is a 4-bedroom, 4-bath, I think is what you said.
Yeah,
What's the difference?
Yeah, this really came out of a community conversation about large homes paying the same fee and seeing that there was some sort of equity concerns with that, because you could have more people in those homes that were contributing more to the sewer system. So this, by what we're showing today and what that would look like, a 31 fixture units is pretty comfortably a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath home. Okay, so that's what you're kind of be looking at. You could have more bedrooms, but the bathrooms are obviously the bathrooms and the kitchen and the other amenities you might put into the home, like a garden sink or something like, those things could add to those fixture units. And again, they add to the burden on the sewer. So what it looks like is just counting those fixture units existing and adding for additional fixture units.
But do you have we're here to set a rate, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm just trying to understand the impact of setting the rate on an individual. Like, I get that the builder would have to do this. I think the proposal was to pay at C of O versus a different time. Was that addressed in your presentation?
Yeah, I mentioned that we already currently in our ordinance have the ability to do that.
Right. Well, we have the ability, but I think we are doing it. Is that?
Yes, there are those that are taking advantage of that.
Okay, it's optional?
Yeah.
Okay, for they're at their option.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then we were asked.
Now, let me caveat that. Risworth is under a sewer allocation program, so they have to pay at time of building permit.
Time of building permit, not CO.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just trying to, first of all, I should have complimented you. I know how much work has gone into this.
Tremendous, yes.
And the visits with the public and the interest groups.
And the collaborations and the work of just really community, our building community for.
I mean, it's
for
remarkable
engaging
that
in
we're here,
conversations.
and I'm glad we're here.
And to get the kind of feedback that we're getting is great.
Right, supportive.
Yes.
We haven't had an increase in this rate, as I understand, since
2014.
2014. So it is beyond time, and then you're putting it on CPI.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll leave it there for the moment.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, congratulations on getting to this point. When I came on in 2012, the sewer rates, the quarterly rates, those which are rolled up into rents if your landlord pays those, they started going up. And before they even went on a CPI, they had jumps, 8% one year. As a matter of fact, if you could show what the other item that I sent to you guys. But it started puzzling to me why the hard costs, everyone says growth pays its way, we're sitting at 2014 numbers. Mr. Borchardt talked about since 2020 inflationary pressures. We've been carrying the inflationary pressure since 2014 of these connection fees. And it's gotten increasingly difficult. It's got increasingly difficult to stand to constituents and say, your rates went up 7.2, I think, this year, but all the hookups, the growth, it's hanging out. And so we got to get there. I like, and I tried to get there at one point. You don't have the Reno Gazette Journal article from September of 2015, when I tried to two-step, the council in July said they would two-step at 8% rate increase. And then they heard from the development community and the construction community, don't two-step it. And so families took, in 2015, an 8% hit. They took a 7.2% hit this year, while development is stand at 2014 numbers. It's time, to really go, and I'm glad you're not supporting this step concept. What I would support, though, and this is even bigger, is what Tumwa does in their very honest rate setting and budget setting, which is not CPI it, but put both rates and connections on a 5-year. Because then it makes you very honest to hire another guy to do a capital project to see where you should be. But I would only support backing off of the CPI here if we're going to pass a resolution that says we're going to stop the rate CPI for 5 years. Tumwa does a great job. They put it in 5-year buckets, more or less. They show you what the capital is to run the operation, and everyone has fairness and equity. I think when you allow things to go on a CPI, you lose your strategic responsibility in being good budgeting. I really object to it. But if we're going to keep rates on it, I'm ready to go this way. I support the micro units. I think it'll advance some of our infill objectives, which really need that key. And I support the mega units, the highly enhanced projects. You want, a hot tub off of this balcony, another one over here, get paying for it. A dog washing, thing in the garage. Yeah. But I have some technical questions. Number one is on RISWRF. I think RISWRF is not going to get on for 5 more years with the One American. And I'm talking to Tumwa folks, and I think that's true. So, back to earlier, why do you need 2 more plant operators? The number that you threw in for the RISWRF, including the expansion and the One Water, is what, 240 million?
That sounds about right, yes. So because it includes Red Rock Reservoir, it includes infrastructure to get us to 6 million gallons a day.
Yeah, I don't think, those will change. They're out there, but you threw a number in. I have some objections to the 6 MGD. I have a lot of other objections, but I just want to know, so you did put the 240 in. You could agree with me that 5 years, it's going to be hanging out there, and you're diverting, because when are we going to turn the plug on? When are we going to get off the allocation plan and start putting stuff on?
So to answer the question, when we finish the water out piece, which would be the the Advanced Purified Water Project, when that comes in place, then we can utilize all the capacity that we have there. Right now, we just have the capacity today, and we have the flow shade project.
But when is that? When is that?
All right, Councilmember
Okay,
Breckus, I'm gonna hit
I'll come back
stop
around
you.
because I have other questions about.
Yes, and I will get back to you.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Vice Mayor Reese.
Thank you, Mr. Flansburgh. Thank you for the presentation. I'll share with you something I shared with the city manager yesterday, and that is in talking with some of the development community, they were incredibly complimentary of you and the work that you've put into this and to your staff, very specifically you and Ms. Magoon. And Ms. Koski, I know, had a role in some of these things as well. But their statement was really about the process, like how did we get here? And you described a bit of that at the beginning of the presentation. And maybe one of the things I did not hear, but I wanted to highlight, was you actually went back and sent letters to people who had made connection fees in like the last 7-year period. So it wasn't just current folks. I mean, some folks who got them had not had any business with the city of Reno in the last 7 years. So it just speaks to the incredible effort that you went through to make that engagement. And again, the credit is not this body's, the credit is yours. And so I wanted to make sure I conveyed those thoughts to you about that. The second thing is I understand Mr. Borkhardt and Mr. Morgan's concerns about the way in which our economic conditions right now are a bit unknown. We have home builders who, some of which have, I think, pulled out of the market, some home builders who have left projects on but aren't moving them. And so I didn't totally understand the position that you've taken about any kind of a stepped up process. I, like Councilmember Breckus, am a bit skeptical of that process because what I saw on the slide, and if we can go back to that, it's one that has a red number, 12. Yeah, so the 12,764,827 is that's the carrying cost of keeping the commitments that we want on the capital side over that 5-year period. I'm not sure I understand what the delta is there.
So we looked at, and it's included in the staff report, but we looked at what the rate, with growth and projected growth and where we thought we'd be in 5 years. And then we looked at the step-up rate, stepping this thing up over that period of time, and the delta in the revenue was going to be a difference of about 12.8. Meaning, if we start out with a lower number and we step up to a higher number, it was going to be about $12.8 million difference. And then the impact to the rates going from that point forward, in order to capture that coming back in, was probably going to be in the 300, 350 range more per connection.
So on this particular slide, in the absence of any action to the contrary, if we stepped it up over that 5-year period, the city is eating the 12.8 million?
No, it's just delayed revenue when it comes in.
Yeah.
It's just it'd just be a delayed period of time for when it comes in. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't look at a stepped up rate. I'm just saying I would recommend to you that we go to the rate increase and just do a one time. I'm not, but that's why I'm bringing this to you, is that we've had a request. We went ahead and modeled that request.
Why don't you recommend that? I mean,
just to make sure that we have the funding available when we need it to build the projects as they come in. As you know, a really good example of this is that we did the expansion at Riz Wharf. The expansion at Riz Wharf, you're going to bond for those because it's a very big cost. Some of these projects we try to do pay as you go. So the impact of this could just be that we may need to bond a little more than we would otherwise.
I think I see a different impact, and maybe I'll just say and then move the time to someone else. But if you delay it over that 5-year period, someone may come in with a project and we would not have the capacity to approve that project in the absence of the delayed capital improvements. So really it hurts the development community in the long run. And sort of that's the flip side of the coin. I think there are some folks in the queue that might be able to get in and benefit from it, but longer term it is a benefit. I think it lacks the benefit to those same folks. So it's one of those things where I'm struggling very heavily with it. I'll also say, and then conclude my time, Madam Mayor, with your indulgence, that when we originally started this process, and I think Councilmember Dewar can attest to this, the number on the fee was much higher. And so it was in that $17,000 connection fee. And basically what has happened over the course of these many months is we have been able to figure out a way, and you all have used the numbers to make a significantly less fee. So in that regard, they're sort of getting the benefit of that effort over the last many months to reduce the number down. So those are the kind of the comments that I have, but I might come back in a second round. Thank you so much.
All right. I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Flansburgh. My question has to do with some of the comments that we heard about the timing and the amount of time that has gone into getting to this point, which was way, way, way before my time, as many people have pointed out. Is, in your opinion, or in your, not opinion, but in your expertise, is there anything that we may have missed that if we extended this and pushed it out further, are there any other research avenues, grants, anything that we could be looking at if we had more time? And then my other question is, when will this actually go into effect?
Thank you for those questions. So specifically, we have spent, when we have scrubbed through the options, we have even asked for input. Do you have a better plan, out there? I mean, because we've been looking through these for quite some time. They have come down, and we do have some benefits that we've been able to put into some of these. Sometimes the prices have gone up because new information comes in of what it's going to actually cost, and so we might see the flip side of that. I do, in my opinion, there are opportunities perhaps for grants that may come in, but until the grants actually come in, we won't know. And so we did not assume any grants into the model. We did assume, though, the water right sales of the Advanced Purified Water Project, the prorated share of that would become from connection fees, that revenue coming back over a period of time. We did include those. We felt that was more of a sure thing. So we were in our model. We did include that. So, and then finally the timing. On the timing, we've had some of those discussions and work Chris Pingree in terms of, when is that time when they come in for their permit and they get their BLD number? What is that timing of when the fee will actually go into effect? This fee will go into effect upon passage of when it's adopted. Usually it's a couple days after, and then those projects it'd be those projects coming in after that would be affected.
So is that in a month to a couple weeks? What does that look like?
Yeah,
in January 2023.
With my recommendation of getting the motion going forward and bringing this back on the 25th, it would go into effect, say, Monday the 30th.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
question?
Councilwoman Dewar, did you already have a round?
I had one.
Okay, so hold on one second.
Yeah.
Anyone else that has not spoken yet on this? Go ahead, Councilwoman Ebert.
I just have a couple quick questions. You mentioned that our rates are going to be higher than comparable areas or situations. Did you give a reason why? I missed that.
Thank you, because I didn't fall back on that, and I meant to when I was going through the different areas. It comes down to this area that we love to live in, and the Truckee River, and the water quality of the Truckee River, and the pristine area that it has. It's great, and Tumwa has to take that water and treat it and send it out to everybody, and we love that. We get people's sewage, and it comes into the plant, and now we have to treat that sewage. And because the water quality of Truckee River is so high to begin with, we have to meet an incredibly high discharge permit requirement in order to remove the nutrients required to get that water back to that level. And so that is why our rates are so high here. In North Valleys, the reason our rates are going to be higher in regard to some of those is because we live in a closed basin. We have to be able to treat the water and then have a place for that water to go. Water is also scarce, so it also becomes an opportunity because of the cost of water in North Valleys, that the advanced purified water. That's why that project makes sense for us. But those all have costs, and those costs roll up into the available capacity, and then we have to pass that on to be able to provide the sewage or to provide this connection fee. We have to recover the cost of those projects if growth is going to pay for growth.
Okay, so my next question, if we hit a drop in development and we stop, receiving this money from increased sewer connection fees, how will this move forward? Do we have alternative options to continue to fund this besides, passing this cost off to residents and existing commercial or industrial businesses that already exist?
Great question. So the beauty of this is if we're not growing, then we can push out projects and the timing of when those need to happen. If we grow faster, we have to move those then forward, and it comes sooner. And so we do have some flexibility in the rate. In the last time that we went through a period where we had less development going on, we still had enough funding in that connection fee side to make our debt payments, and so that's where those come in.
Okay, and we kind of mentioned a little bit grants and federal funding.
Yes.
Is that something that we're actively applying
pursuing
for? That's wonderful. Okay, thank you. I think I might have one more thing.
Okay.
Nope, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, one of the things I wanted to ask you about, because there's an affordable project online, and they have expressed that they probably will not get their fixtures and windows and things like that until 12 months down the line. Can we do it so that they would pay their fee then instead of before? Because here's my fear, like, honestly, you know, right now we are really trying to do everything we can to have affordable housing, right? And you know this, we need housing of all types if we truly want to alleviate the stress and strain of the market. But we're also in this time now where we're
Yes.
seeing that the labor force is very expensive, and supply is really expensive. And so then I wonder, then you put a fee on top of that. What does that look like?
So this is, again, this is not a new fee. It's going to be a new rate. I wanted to be clear about that. Second of all, you have had already some affordable projects that have come in with a sewer rate deferral on their projects. They pay the fee at the time of that agreement when that with the council. Those ones that went to council, that's the fee that they had at the agreement time. Future projects coming in, again, future projects that we don't even know about, they would come in and they would apply, you know, potentially for a deferral or something. Again, deferral is different than a subsidy. I do want to say, be very clear, we did not include any subsidies in the sewer connection fee model, because those typically would be something that you would discuss and budget for, and we're going to be asking you this year during budget process to look at what that looks like, so we make sure that we have the funding. But that would be in the sewer fund, the sewer user fee side, not the sewer connection fee side.
Okay, so can anyone come in for a deferral then?
Currently, right now, anybody can come in for a deferral as part of their building process when they go to pay their fees. They can do the deferral. And then you guys have had special arrangements with some affordable housing projects where you have a separate agreement with them. And those terms are different than the 1 year or a time of certificate of occupancy.
And what about the ones that are in the queue now?
Yeah, the ones that are in the queue, what we've talked about is it would be the new projects coming in at the date that this goes into effect.
Okay.
Mr. Manager, is that correct?
But I kind of would like to hear from, you know, I mean, Mr. Listener, you are an expert in building. I mean, we've done a lot of it. And so tell me, I mean, what are your concerns? I mean, I really think that is important, because my concern too, and I get that we have to do it. I get that. The timing is so, quite honestly, I mean, we're starting to see projects slow up. Does this make it much worse? So I guess the timing for me causes heartburn.
Well, the short answer is that, pardon me, short answer is that we builders get all sorts of surprises. The last surprise was wood, which cost us sometimes more than $50,000 more per house. At this point, just speaking for this builder, we just want to be able to build. If you implement that fee tomorrow, we're fine. We don't need any steps. Let's just do it. This is not the biggest problem we have. Mm-hmm. The biggest problem is if we can't build at all. So let's just get it done. Does that help at all?
In the future, is that what you're saying? And then does that fee end up getting, because we always hear this, the fee will get tacked onto the home buyer?
Not so.
Okay.
The market decides what a home buyer will pay. And it's deciding it goes up, it goes down. So it's the landowner at the end of the day that's going to get $6,000 less for their land, because unless the housing market goes up. So we can't just pass something on to a home buyer and say, you have to pay an extra $6,000 because of this. They won't pay it.
Right.
They will pay the best deal they can find.
Yeah. I think the council just gets very sensitive because we're trying to do everything we can to have affordable housing. And, you know, because that's really been our mission. And so we just want to make sure that, you know, with the unintended consequences, what that looks like. Thank you so much. Okay,
Madam
send
Mayor.
it back to you, Councilwoman Breckus.
Yeah, let's just again remember where we're at. And I'm sympathetic to them. You know, they're going into another downturn. You know, it's cyclical industry. But ratepayers since 2012 have had their rates doubled. In 2015, it was 34%. I think and it's compounding, right? You know, so it's close to doubling. Because last time I did it was about 50%, and that was several years ago. Growth paying has been at $2014, okay? So it's very hard to talk to topics of equity and fairness among our residents, our struggling families, because it's a household bill. You know, your mortgage, your utility costs, they're all the same. Your rent, they are the same. But through a tremendous growth boom, a lot of industrial, they've been flat at $2014, and we have huge obligations. We flooded a whole area. Now, I want to ask a really specific question. Risworth, you know, if you don't want to say when it's going, that's fine. I don't think we've given you the go-ahead on Red Rock Reservoir that at one point was a $90 million project. I really want to get there and understand where we're at. But, you know, we're on this allocation project for Risworth. And last thing I saw is you better not hook anyone else up to Risworth. And I don't think you are. But I'm hearing some background chatter that you're putting people over the shave. And so they're essentially becoming Tumworth connections. You know, that Buck lift station got so aggressively built out that we're just putting it over. I wish we were spending money in Ward 1 where they don't have sewer and people are, you know, almost can't even live in their homes because their septic yards are failing. But, you know, how we pay new growth or older neighborhoods, you know, we just haven't really equalized that. But so these people are shaving over, and I'd like to see your allocation plan start to show who you're shaving over, and how much you have over there. Are they paying Tumworth or are they paying Risworth? I know it's 1.5 does the same. They've come down a lot. They're equalized, but your maps do not seem parcel based to me. And so, what's going on there? What is your thinking?
Thank you for that question. And, you know, absolutely, you see that in those memos that come in because you see what projects are coming in and they're using part of the flow shave now. So you've had that information in those memos that come to you. When we get if we get these rates approved, and where we stand today and what we have left in flow shave, I will bring back another item to council to request more of the flow shave capacity at Risworth. Again, it's the flow shade going to Tumworth is going to be a temporary situation. It's not a long term. We do show it in our allocation to Tumworth, so we track it with our regulators of where the sewer is actually going. But that the sewer that's going to be flowing into Risworth, when the water the effluent management projects are completed, they will stay there and be part of that process.
But immediately, do you think you'll hit them with Tumworth or Risworth rates?
We would hit them with Risworth rates because that's going to be their home rate.
Okay. Not rate, connect, you know, it's a one-time thing, right?
But it's a rate that they're paying a fee at a rate.
Yeah.
And so they'll pay that rate.
Okay, and I have a few more questions I want to follow up on my.
Yeah, thank you so much. A couple of very specific questions, John. Sorry, could you go back to that slide?
Okay.
The red, does that include inflation? So if you push it out 5 years, does that number include inflation or not?
It's based on what we did put inflation in our model the one time, and then we had the step up fee that was a specific fee to the end, and then we make all the adjustment in the end of that.
So is that, yes, it does include inflation?
It does include inflation.
Okay, that's good. Number two, way back when, 8 years ago, when I started on regional planning, governing board, we had a strategic planning workshop. And to a person, 10 elected officials said the number one issue in our valley 8 years ago was sewer. Not water, not land, not nothing else, but sewer. Sewer was our limiting capacity, limiting factor for growth.
Yes.
So it's still the same today.
It is.
I mean, so I'm glad that we're dealing with this, and I think it's important to recognize that this was and still is like a number one impediment issue to growth, right?
It is, and that's why all this work has gone into
Right.
solve it.
Then I liked what you said to Councilwoman Breckus, which I think you said, if you're in the basin in the North Valleys and you would normally go to Riz Wharf, but you've gone through the shave over to Tum Wharf, which has a different rate, you're going to pay your home base rate because you're going to be shifted back when Riz Wharf has capacity, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Another thing is, I want to just clarify the time of payment because there still seems to be some confusion here. So I'm going to get it one more time. You have an option to either pay when you come in for your permit. Is that right?
Yeah, when you're ready to charge out, yes.
Right? Or pay when you get your CO.
Yeah, you can fill out a
Your certificate of occupancy. It means
you can
your
fill out a form
toilets
and
are
get
in,
that.
everything's in, people are ready to move in.
Yeah,
Whether
CFO
it's-
or 1 year later, whichever is first. Is what our
Okay,
ordinance
so
says.
we got options. You can defer it, but you can't not pay it. Unless
Correct.
we decide you're not going to pay it because you're special category like affordable housing.
Right. And we're
Under
gonna
a specific agreement.
Yes.
Okay.
And we'll ask for budget on that.
All right, then I just want to, I understand. Then I want to understand about the CPI increase because for years it was very simple. It was 1 or 2%. You could kind of project. But this last year and then a year previous with the 8%, this year the 7.2%, these are big shocks to the system. So to Councilwoman Brex's point about Tumwa, one of the things that they do is they kind of look holistically and they try to even out the impacts of CPI. So it's not maybe 1% one year and 7% the next year. And so I do think there is some benefit. I want to make sure we do one or the other. But on the user rate side, I have customers or residents in my ward who are calling me up complaining, hey, I was paying $50 20 years ago, and now I'm paying $150 for the same exact two people, the same exact use, two people, but it's $150 today. So they have had those inflationary impacts. This has been held constant. We've got to do a catch-up. So I'd like to see a blend of both. I'd like to move forward with the CPI, but I would like to see a 5-year, if we have to make an adjustment, either downwards or upwards, we have that authority if we want to stretch it out. We've made all kind of interesting decisions at Tumwa to parse out rate increases over a couple years or bite the bullet in 1 year. It just depends on economic times. It just gives us that flexibility. So
And what we would do, Councilmember Dewar, is this would be part of your budget process every year, is we would have, here's what the CPI was. And
Gotcha.
so just to be clear, it's the CPI from 2021. So from January through December of 2021, that goes into effect on October 1st of 2022 for residents on their user fee.
Okay,
We are
so we have
proposing-
time.
We are proposing that it's going to be the same time frame, but it'll go into effect on July 1st when all other fees go into effect in future
Couple months
years
earlier.
on the CPI.
Couple months
for-
earlier.
For these connection fees.
Couple
Because
months.
it follows all the building enterprise fees that you guys approve at
Right,
budget
right.
time.
I got you. Okay, thanks.
And I just, really quick, if I
Yeah.
could. Councilor Dewar, I think you were asking you're about those fixture units.
I was.
The fixture units for Tumwar, for instance, they're $554 a fixture, per unit. And so
A one-time fee,
a one-time fee, and so if you
except the
had.
toilet's 4.
So if you had a toilet that was 4 and you're putting a new toilet in, it would be
$2,000.
$2,000, $2,200. But that would be the impact if you were over that 31 fixture unit. So
And if you're putting a new bathroom, you got a toilet and a sink and a
7
shower.
fixture units,
So that's
7 times 550.
3,500 or something. So good chunk for a bathroom. Okay.
I just wanted to call out that was a great point that Naomi made about our ability to have sewer capacity is limiting to our growth and development. So even though there might be a cost to builders, it's also gives them more potential to develop in those areas, and profits, or I shouldn't say profits, cost of homes has gone up significantly. So it will potentially give them more opportunity to build in these areas because we will now have the capacity to treat at these sewer facilities. So great point, Naomi. I just want to call that out.
You bet.
And to that point, that's why we can make this statement and ask you to make this motion, is that we're asking you that the ordinance will not impose a direct and significant economic burden upon a business, nor directly restrict the formation or expansion of a business. And you're going, well, you're raising the fees so high. How can you say that? We can say that because the alternative of not doing this is no building, and then that really impacts the businesses and their ability to do things.
So we don't want to be penny wise, pound foolish. We don't want to take the short-term view and handcuff ourselves where we can't provide services to builders.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, just, yeah, I mean, we're already behind significantly. I don't understand what you said, but I don't have time to, get back into it, about us doing it budget, because the ordinance, if it's paralleling the rate ordinance, that just goes through on its own. It really, the way I've understood it, it's not part of our budgeting. It goes through, and then the escalator is in October. And I'm prepared to put this one in an escalator because our households both, are on an escalator. But I would encourage the council, the better we get at having an honest CPI, a realistic one like Tumwa does, get off CPIs and do it on 5-year increments. It's really very fair. I think that another thing is what are the following steps? You said you're going to bring back the float shave, resolution again. I'd like to see what you think the timeline is right now to the 4MGD. We just invested in 5 more employees. That hits the number. I don't really know what we got for them and why they were needed. We talked about that. I do want to see, I really think we do, to the mayor's earlier discussions, we need a policy on how we're going to deal with the subsidized affordability units. Not someone coming through with their hand in their hat. We need a policy, and then we budget for it, you suggest. So what I would like to see is, and then one last thing too is, we need you to tell us what we need to do with our partners, okay? So we got Washoe County, and we're moving off, I think, in a very unfair juxtaposition with those who go to Stumworth versus this new arrangement, because they're not paying a penny for the collection system. That's really wrong. That is getting to be one of the biggest inequities that I see. And it should concern ratepayers and could concern connectors. Sparks, and I'll disclose that my husband works for the city of Sparks, and in his chain of command for a couple more months, he has Tumworth. But do we need to re-engineer our agreements with them because they're behind and we've got room? Okay?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll be bringing those to you.
So
Yes.
please bring, but in your next item, but bring a bullet list so we know what the upcoming highlights are in this topic. That's what I'm asking for. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, what round are we on? 2? No more. Okay.
Everybody's gone, except maybe Councilmember Taylor or Councilmember Miguel.
Yeah, I just had a quick one, it's probably not quick for him, but can you please give a quick explanation as to how the Red Rock Reservoir would be beneficial to flood management during periods of abnormal rainfall and snow?
Yes, thank you for that. The Red Rock Reservoir would be a wintertime storage location. So the Advanced Purified Water Project would be taking a certain amount of water that would be treated to the Advanced Purified Water stage. It would go up and be injected. That's during the wintertime also. But this would give us a location also to take water in the wintertime other than Swan Lake. So we wouldn't be adding to Swan Lake during that time. The other benefit to the Silver Lake watershed is that it would actually be capturing some of the snowmelt and water from the Petersons that drain down eventually down to Silver Lake. And so it gives us some additional stormwater volume mitigation for that watershed.
Thank you. I just wanted to call attention to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan, do you want to come up for a minute? Because obviously you represent all these builders.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For the record, Dan Morgan, the Builders Association. And I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. And I think Councilwoman Breckes just touched on it when you talk about partners and the other partners. I still think there's a little bit of unknown, and that's what we're expressing is we understand that there are sewer issues, and there have been. There's discharge issues, water quality issues, and we're here to be a partner and help with that. What I requested in my earlier comments was we might need just a little bit more time to sit at the table and find a regional solution and a long-term solution, whether it's CPI or it's indexed, or there's a lot of different ways to deal with it. We also believe that there's the potential for a significant amount of federal funds out there, whether it's through Build Back America or the infrastructure plan, the EPA, the Clean Water Division. There's a lot of, we want to pay our fair share, and we understand, and I think Councilwoman Dewar said it, that, we got to connect to the sewer to build a home, and we understand that. But we just want to come with innovative, creative solutions, and quite candidly, our timeline was about 4 days between the presentation and the closing of public comment. So we just wanted to partner with the city and with John and his staff to come up with some solution and come with that bullet points of all these answers that we can all agree upon.
Okay.
And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I am curious, John, is this something I would imagine we could put in for some infrastructure funds for this, or no?
We are actively seeking on all of our projects infrastructure dollars, regardless whether they are user fee, whether they are user fee related or connection fee related. All of these projects that we have, and we've received some community grants already for some of our projects.
Oh, okay, so they do qualify.
Mm-hmm.
What might be helpful in terms of context, though, is, John, we were really excited about a grant that we got from the federal government, 18 months ago, and we fought hard to save it. And the amount was $5 million.
Yeah.
But we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars in infrastructure. And so while it's helpful, it's a drop in the bucket. It's not a solution to the challenge in front of us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the Advanced Purified Water Project, we're going to be seeking, 20 million or more for that project. And so those are the kind of numbers we're looking at there for the project. Yeah.
For the whole.
That's what we're seeking. That's what we're going to be requesting in our application.
Oh, from the infrastructure app. Okay.
Yes.
Not very classy.
Yes.
Councilman Breckes, go ahead.
Well, it's about priorities. We got federal funds for this earthquake, this building. Lemon Valley Drive just got $7 million to raise Lemon Valley Drive. Mm-hmm. Is this the priority or not? Let's have that discussion. The third thing I want to say is I am very skeptical of the resale of water and would hate to see any bonds issued on that as a revenue source. I've seen too many revenue bonds not come true, Event Center. And because one, you got Bidler ready to go and open up the pump there. They got a ton of water that they're waiting to sell. So it's in competition with that. And Washoe County just is giving away their water, their reused water, just last month, correct? They said, we're not charging it, we want to get rid of it. So I really don't like those numbers in there.
If I may just answer that just a moment.
Yes, please.
Yes, Washoe County is looking at giving away effluent in the South Meadows because they need to have places for it to go. And the economic model in South Truckee Meadows is way different than it is in North Valleys because you have to buy the Vidler water, and the Vidler water has 40,000 acre foot cost. South Truckee Meadows is much less, like less than 10,000 an acre foot. So the economics are totally different. And that's why these rates can't be compared to other municipalities and where they are because we all have different standards for the Truckee River.
Yeah.
We have different situations like the projects that make sense in Pencil, like in North Valleys for doing the effluent management piece we're doing up there. So really they're all specific area based. If we were all draining to the Colorado River, one after the other, all those communities, yeah, probably your cost would not be much different between the two, all those various ones. But ours are much more varied.
Okay, that's interesting. Thank you for explaining that. All right, and for any further questions, seeing that there are none?
I'm going to make a motion.
You're going to make a motion?
Why not?
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, don't we want to kind of move this forward?
Well, hold on one second. This one would be okay, but we also need an ordinance read
Right,
by the city attorney
D2 and
before we get into
D3.
that.
So how do you
And-
want to do this?
And to D3, I have, there were a couple typos in the rates, and I want to be able to show those so
Go
that we
ahead.
bring the right ones back to you. Can I have the overhead, please? So on the Riz Wharf side, the single-family dwelling greater than 31, it should read 11906, not 11806. And then the multifamily residential,
What are we doing?
zoom in, the lot and Verdi one was transposed over to that. It really should be the 10,168. So we just want to make those two adjustments when we bring it back to you and just want to make you aware of that.
Do you have a draft motion that would be appropriate, and do we need to read the ordinance first, or just for D1?
Back to the presentation.
Wait, can I just ask
Oh, we
one
have more
question?
questions.
Just for the record, what impact would this have on the amount of water, that effluent that gets pumped into Swan Lake?
So-
Annually or daily?
So the application of these projects and the capital and why we're doing this is so we don't have to put water into Swan Lake, except for those times when drought, when we may choose to want to do that.
Okay, so we would just be putting in enough to maintain legally with the, what is it, NDP, EPA?
We would always make sure that we were in compliance with our
Okay.
discharge permits.
Yeah, I just wanted that on the record. Thank you.
But reiterate that again, because I feel like,
People should know this.
The future.
yeah, I don't feel like they hear it or
Yeah.
they know what you're doing. So can
The
you-
issue today
I
is
think
that.
to Megan's point,
Is that we
on the
don't
record,
have,
yeah.
we don't
Okay.
have an alternative. That's where it goes. We treat it during the wintertime, it goes into the ditch and it goes to.
Okay, so
it
we don't
flows to
have an
Swan Lake.
alternative.
Right.
So that's for everyone to.
Right.
Okay.
These create the alternatives.
Yeah.
These projects, this cost gives us that future, so in the future timeframe when we build these.
So we don't
will-
need to
we will have those options we wish we would have had in 2017.
Yeah, I just wanted that on the record, that this will help alleviate that problem where we have with putting water into Swan Lake and then the flooding happened. So I just wanted that on the record. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, I just think we should take them one by one to reduce confusion, so.
And wait, but I do want one thing, and maybe Councilwoman Durer, you're pretty good at motions, so you kind of take in everything, kind of everyone's.
That we've heard, yes.
Concerns, I know how you are. But let's also somehow clarify, let's say we get some big federal grant and then we don't have to, raise them, right, for one, so we could commit and still stay on track, because I don't want people to think that we're still not actively seeking that, correct? Or other solutions that are more amenable to come back to council.
Okay, got
Okay.
it.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the first one, though, D1, is about accepting the business impact statement.
Yes.
So I would move to accept the business impact statement and find that it's in compliance with NRS 273.080, and that it was prepared in accordance thereto, and that the Reno City Council finds that this ordinance does not impose a direct and significant economic burden upon a business, nor directly restrict the formation or expansion of a business.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar, I have a second from Vice Mayor Reese. Any discussion? No discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay.
Okay. For D2, because we opened them all together, so I'll give this a shot. Let me just go back here. No, it's up on the board, but read it off here. So for D2, this one determined that in compliance with NRS 354.613, the Reno City Council hereby finds that fee increase is not prohibited by law. The fee increase is necessary for the continuation or expansion of the purpose for which the enterprise fund was created, and that the fees are deposited in the sewer enterprise fund to be used solely for the purpose for which the fees are collected. Is that, now, the amendment would come later, I think, on the next one, where we
Yes.
actually establish the
Yes.
fees.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar, second from Vice Mayor Reese. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. So for number 3,
So for D3,
Yep.
it's an ordinance introduction, bill number 7227. Ordinance amending Reno Municipal Code, Title 12, entitled Public Works and Utilities, Chapter 12.16, Sewer Service, Section 12.16.290, Dwelling Unit or Residential Unit, Section 12.16.300, Industrial Commercial Connection Fee, to revise the connection fee rates for both residential and industrial commercial, to establish the fees by service area, and provide for an annual fee increase per consumer price index, all urban consumers for the west urban area, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith.
Okay, so I would make that motion with some adjustments. The first addition I would make is that we would move forward as it states here with the option to do a 5-year evaluation of the rates and make adjustments as appropriate. Option, not required. Okay, if this council, if our manager brings that to us that way. The second one would be that we would have the option to adjust the rates as appropriate based on any new revenue sources that might come in, such as a grant. Did that incorporate everything people are interested in?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or other.
Right, any other revenues,
Yeah.
with the example being a grant. That we could come in, reevaluate, and set a new rate based on receipt of unexpected revenues.
Okay.
Is that?
All right, so I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar. Do I have a second?
I'll second for the purpose of discussion.
Okay, I have a motion, I have a second. Go ahead.
Well, I just want to make sure, certainly I agree in principle with the, I guess what we'll call them the additional things, but I'm just trying to figure out, A, is that something we can do in the context of the reading and adoption process? And then second, I want to make sure I'm very clear with you, Mr. Flansburgh, and I think that you know this. You've heard Mr. Morgan, Mr. Borghardt, who are excellent members of the community, make representations about their desire to keep moving forward. I make an assumption that your door is always open, that you're always looking for solutions. Just because we pass a number of things today does not mean that if the heavens open up and we find a different or better way to do a thing, that you will be receptive to that and continue to engage with the community that you have been engaging with. That's all I really wanted to say. I think you hear the concerns raised by the body. You've certainly heard some of the comments made by the community. We want to be good partners. We want to be flexible, especially with the home building community, who also are providing jobs for the community. I mean, they are an economic driver of activity here. And to the extent that we want to make sure that you are receptive and responsive to the idea that we're always working together in concert, right? And so that's what I'm trying to figure out. One is sort of a legal question for our city attorney's office as to whether or not those are appropriate additional add-ons, and whether or not we need to do something different than that.
It seems that you could have that as part of your overall strategy, but I don't think it should be part of the ordinance. So I think the ordinance should go forward as it is, and then if you wanted to look at other options down the road, then I think, certainly you could reopen the item down the road if more revenue was received through the various sources. So my recommendation is to refer the bill as it is.
If I might add on to that, I appreciate the advice from the city attorney, and I believe it's right. I believe the concerns that have been expressed here are more budget management principles and CIP principles. We have a very capable team as it relates to managing the CIP, and I know Director Van Buren is revamping how we do the ordinary CIP as we speak, and you'll see that in this year's budget workup. Certainly, if we get to a point where the revenue in the sewer fund far outpaces, our needs because we've come up with some federal grant or some federal program that has defrayed some of those costs, you'll see that. Absolutely, you'll see that in the annual budget workup when we go through the enterprise funds.
We say that, but I get worried about having that flexibility. I just do, because The last thing I want to hear, and I will cringe whenever I hear this, Mayor, we've been trying to do an affordable project or any housing project. I mean, I want everyone to understand that. I always say that because of the supply and demand, because that affects all housing and that affects the market, period. But it's really hard if someone, and we do hear it, that it's challenging. I think, we're doing a lot better than most markets for sure. But we do want to be partners in that. And I don't want to, make it so we are not incentivizing people to build because right now we are in a crisis. So I want that flexibility. So I want to be able to support. So I get really nervous whenever we're just going to put in there without including some of that flexibility to do it. Like you just said, getting a grant, we get a grant.
Okay, I have a suggestion.
Okay.
So my suggestion is to move forward with the ordinance as written, but to have a two-part motion, and the second part is a policy direction right now to the staff with those two issues, that staff are directed to look for grants and to come back to us with an adjusted rate as appropriate if we receive one. And the second is to consider adopting or conducting a 5-year evaluation. These would be policy directions to you rather than in the ordinance. Does that work for you? I'm looking at Doug.
So I defer to the lawyers as to whether or not we can do that under the open meeting law today, but I do think everybody takes the meaning and is not opposed to the policy direction that you're describing. I mean, I think that it is sound budget management practice that you're describing.
But we also amend motions all the time.
Yeah.
And so I would think that would be appropriate, or some other viable way to alleviate some of, if there's some pain points.
Yeah.
So, the unintended consequences. So,
Well, I think, Madam Mayor, if I could, this is coming back for a second reading. So at the second reading, let's have an agenda item that's broader and captures, these things.
Okay, good idea.
I want a roadmap, I
Good
really
idea.
want a roadmap where we're going after this, because this is almost just a starting point. We've got to redo we've got a lot ahead of us.
Okay.
And
That's
so if
good
I don't
idea.
see that on the second reading, might have a problem with my vote on that second reading.
Okay.
Yeah.
all right. I think
Same for
it's
you
Good
guys?
idea.
Councilwoman Breckus brings up a good.
Yeah. So I'd like to amend my motion to just go with the straight proposal from staff with the amendments that you made to the numbers on the record.
All right, so I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar, second from Vice Mayor Reese. Any discussion? Nope. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay. All right, thank you. Madam Clerk.
All right,
It's been a long day, and it's our first council meeting back from break, so I think everyone is a little out of practice.
We are.
I apologize.
We are on item D4,
We're all in shock, I think, what it is,
which is
right?
the 2023 State Legislative Plan from Nick Ciccone.
I'm so excited because Nick looks amazing. He's like ready to go for all the wins at the legislature. Are you excited? I'm dying.
I am very excited.
You are? I'm excited for you. You're gonna have a great time. All right, Madam Clerk, do we have to have any public comment on this item?
Madam Mayor, we have no public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Nick, we're gonna let you take it away in your new role as, what do we call you, our legislative director?
Nick Ciccone, Legislative Relations Program Manager.
Okay, well, wow, that's a long one. Okay.
Yes, it is. So thank you for the opportunity, Mayor, Council, City Manager Thornley, Nick Ciccone, Legislative Relations Program Manager for the record. So today I'm going to give you an overview of kind of why it's so important that we have these good relationships and we continue to work with the state. Throughout the course of this meeting, it's been very apparent that there are many laws and implications when it comes to those laws. And we talked quite a bit about them when it comes to open meeting law, noticing requirements, or elections. They all came up today. We are a Dillon's rule state as opposed to a home rule state, which basically means that we have to go to the state and ask for authority to accomplish certain things or have the power or authority to accomplish those things. There are some limitations or exemptions for that rule, but for the most part, we do have to ask for that broader authority. It's important that we have these relationships with the state when we think about different funding or revenue sources, which was another thing that just came up when it came to the sewer connection fees. So just thinking about the ways that we can continue to work as a city to make sure that our needs are met and so that we can serve our community is really important. And I wanted to set up that groundwork first before I delve into the actual platform. So general principles for legislation, if you look at the platform, these are basically written guidelines to give me and the legislative team an idea of things to advocate for operationally or policy-wise when it comes to going down to the legislature. So that could mean for local government authority, making sure that the city council does not lose any power or abilities when it comes to local control, regional roles and responsibilities, strengthening our or your membership on local boards, and commissions, fiscal sustainability. Again, looking at different revenue sources, other ways that we can approach and continue to serve the needs of our community as it quickly grows and changes. Public works, giving preference to local bidders, redevelopment, making sure that our existing redevelopment area continues to stay that way. Collective bargaining, just staying out of those and staying neutral when it comes to our employees and their collective bargaining rights. Law enforcement. So here I've highlighted the three things that I actually went in and changed from previous platforms. As you'll note, the document that was uploaded is the 2021 red line and outlines some of the changes that I had made. Law enforcement was one of the things that I had changed. Originally, that had said law enforcement reform, and we want to continue to be part of those conversations, but we also added some language based on operational needs when it comes to trick driving or street takeovers. So that's something that we'll be pursuing and making sure that we get addressed so that we can continue to meet the needs of this quickly growing issue in Northern Nevada. Open meeting law and public records, just making sure that we're part of that conversation and have the additional flexibility or needs or resources in order to meet those requirements. When it comes to affordable housing and homeless services, the only change that I made there was just separating the two issues so that our community understands that those are two separate issues and might not always overlap. So we will continue to pursue affordable housing and affordable housing legislation as it relates to our strategic goals and initiatives. And sustainability, just making sure that we have the ability for our community to continue to live sustainably. So all of this comes together with these general guidelines and principles, as well as your strategic priorities that were set by the city council, as well as some of the fiscal note analysis. So our staff, our subject matter experts will be the ones going through and letting us know how much this might cost, how many new full-time employees might we need, what does this bill's impact on the city look like, and then finally, the political capacity. Is this going to be feasible, especially with changing dynamics in the administration and with a different ruling party in the state Senate and the state House or state Assembly? So just thinking about that, looking at the feedback that I received from you and from our staff, and using that to make administrative recommendations for what we will support as a city. So as you all know, earlier last year, we went through and adopted put forth our BDR, which is now Senate Bill 12. That eliminates gendered language throughout the charter. It repeals the changes to the number of wards scheduled to take effect in 2024, and it adds green infrastructure projects to local improvements. At that time, council opted to not use the second BDR and instead directed staff to prioritize and advocate for efforts to advance affordable housing legislation that align with our legislative platform, which I've outlined here. So that's it for the platform, but thinking about how I'm going to communicate and continue to keep you up to date so that we do make informed policy decisions, this is kind of like what the update is, what the communication strategy is going to look like. This is all based on internal deadlines the state Senate and state Assembly make, and this will give me a better opportunity to give you a real idea and grasp of how things are playing out down in Carson City, and I will have the ability to tell you exactly where something is in the process after these deadlines have passed. In addition to this, I will be giving informational biweekly updates to groups or individuals, just letting you know and informing you about what we are seeing down in Carson City and how that'll impact the city. Lastly, when it comes to keeping you informed, we will continue to be sending you updates weekly, just letting you know where a certain bill stands and what our city's position is operationally. And this is just another example. This is the 120-day calendar, which outlines the State Assembly and State Senate's internal deadlines. Finally, I want to be a resource for you and help you communicate those efforts. I think oftentimes it can be difficult to separate a city council member from their official position or the city's position. So I just want to be that resource so that I can connect you to the Legislative Council Bureau, so that I can connect you to the legislators, or so I can help you work on whatever testimony you might want to bring forth. All in all, I think having that unified message and making sure that the city is advocating for things as one city, as one unified group, will benefit our city and our community greatly. And finally, that is the recommended motion up on the screen.
Okay.
Mr. Ciccone, thank you for the excellent presentation. I appreciate the thoroughness of it, and also the nature of your thinking critically about how we receive information, because of course, at the end of it, that is really what's crucial to all of us. While we may only have one bill that we are moving as a body, we all have interests in many things, and so it'll be important and incumbent upon you to sort of be following along and letting us know as it is. I'm going to open up to the body and start to my left with Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. Just an ad, if you could go back to that list, subject list. Three of you were not here, but back in 2021, September, this body adopted unanimously a resolution to take a stand against coyote killing contests. It wasn't about killing coyotes, which is legal. You don't need any permits. It wasn't about limiting the number of coyotes anyone could kill. It was just about eliminating the legality of contests, which are give prizes based on the number and weight of coyotes that are killed. It's encouraging predation of predators. That's all there is. So Councilmember Reese and I co-sponsored that. It passed here unanimously. Apparently, Assemblyman Watts is introducing a bill to actually move forward and take the action. They allowed the Department of Wildlife to consider it through their regulatory commission. They did not consider it, and so now the legislature is taking action because the commission did not. We are not the only ones who adopted this resolution. Clark County also adopted a almost identical resolution to ours. And so I just want to say, since we know it's coming up and since we took an affirmative action here, I would love to see it on the list, as long as it doesn't conflict with our bill. In other words, it isn't in conflict or we have to choose one or the other, that kind of thing. I would love to see us go and support that bill that's coming up where we've already taken action. So I would like to, if we take a vote, I'd like to include it in the list.
Absolutely.
Okay. For something to monitor. May never get to the hearing stage. If it gets to the hearing stage, it may not get to the voting stage. If it gets to the voting stage, it may not get to the governor. Who knows? But, we've taken a position. So I would be interested in making sure it's on your list to watch.
Hey, go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Are you asking us to adopt this today?
The legislative platform? Correct.
Okay. Couple things. Number one, you say it'd be valid for interim. Interims are usually called for certain reasons. So if there is an interim, I think sometimes they're called really quickly though, but sometimes there's not. It's good to bring back, an interim position if we have one, I think, and have that discussion. But that's a post-June thing. It's just a comment. I have in here, Ms. Dewar talking about the coyotes. I have something that someone reached out to me about gig workers who have to respond, Uber drivers, DoorDash people, they're made to contact the mothership when they're driving, and they say it puts them in danger. And so I'd like to convey that to you, just so you know. And you'll meet with us, or you're going to update us every other week? On an individual basis? Yeah.
Individual or in group settings.
Okay, I think that's fine. I've found in the past sometimes just really good written briefings. We met with Congressman Watts, or Assemblyman Watts on Thursday about this. We testified on this. Now, I'm in a tricky spot because I objected to our BDR. I think it's going to be a laughing stock for Reno to be down there to reverse something that so many people work so many sessions on to get. So I'm not going to be supportive of this, nor will I be supportive of the position that minority positions will not be conveyed, because I have been very consistent all along with my minority position on that BDR. So that, I just want to say that. And then I want to ask you, because I didn't realize, I'm happy for you for your job, but I thought it would be two of you down there. Do we have a lobbyist on contract? Has that contract come forward?
We don't currently have a contract lobbyist outside of our contract with Warren Hardy through the Urban Consortium.
Warren Hardy through?
The Urban Consortium.
Okay, so are we planning on hiring a
We're
lobbyist?
looking at our options.
At your options.
Yes.
And would it be under $250,000 to go to, so the manager had signed it and wouldn't go to this body?
We would have to look at the exact contract and our typical purchasing policy for that.
Okay, well, here's my feedback on that is, one, I want to know who's representing me down in Carson City. So I want to see it. And two, I have the list of our people who have signed up to lobby us. And I don't want to see someone who's a lobbyist to us then be our lobbyist. That's a circular kind of arrangement, relationship that I'm uncomfortable with. So if you hire someone and it doesn't come to the council as a lobbyist to represent us in that building, please make sure they're not representing clients to us. I don't want to be lobbied by my lobbyists, okay? I think that's good but in the past we have had lobbyists representing us in Carson who also lobby us here, and I just think it's not, I think it's a little conflicty, okay? Thanks.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Chacon? No? All right. That being said, I think we were at a motion to adopt the legislative priorities, correct? And so I'm going to make the motion. I move to adopt the 2023 legislative platform.
With the addition, I don't know if you were here, but we added the no coyote killing contest. We adopted it unanimously here 18 months ago.
Well,
And there's
no, I
actually a
remember
bill
that.
coming. What?
Okay. All right, so you wanted to include that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So for clarification on the motion, just so I understand, does that mean you want to use the language from the resolution from last
Right.
year?
I don't want to deviate from our language of
Yeah.
the resolution,
Including the language.
including the
Okay.
language.
All right. So we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'm opposed.
Why? Can I ask? I thought they were good. I thought they were all good priorities.
I do not support our BDR. I do not support reversing what was attempted many sessions to do to change us to have a sixth ward. I've been consistent with that all along.
But that's not the whole legislative platform.
I-
So I think you have to try to
Yeah.
support, this is just me,
Yeah.
Councilwoman Breckus, listen, I'm just trying to get you in a space where at least you can support some part of the body and the work that the staff does, because they work really hard to get here. And I mean, that's small compared to like everything else we do. And
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor,
I
to
just was
disappoint
hoping
you.
that you could
Yeah.
get there, 'cause it was
Yeah.
so, I think, Nick, you did an amazing job. Thank
Yeah.
you. I know it's your first time out, and we're all really proud and excited for you to be there. So good job, and hopefully we reflect that here.
Thank you very much.
All right, thanks. Okay, next.
Real quick, I'm sorry, Mickey, my mic was off, but I voted aye. Sorry.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the record. Okay, we're moving on. Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Mayor, we're moving on to our F items, which are ordinance adoptions. We're on item F1 to be read by the city attorney.
Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6641, case number LDC 23-00001, Panther Valley Flex Park Master Plan and zoning map amendments. Request for a zoning map amendment from general commercial GC to industrial commercial IC. The plus or minus 4.41 acre site consists of 3 parcels and is located directly north of the intersection of Panther Drive and US Highway 395, Ward 4.
All right, I have a motion from Councilman Reese. I have a second from Councilwoman Taylor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
All right, motion carries. Okay. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Was that Ebert and Breckus?
Yes.
Yeah.
Item F2 to be read by the city attorney.
Okay, sending it back to you, Mr. Carl Hall.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6642, case number LDC 23-00005. Highland zoning map amendment, ordinance for zoning map amendment from plus or minus 112.6 acres of planned unit development, PUD, to plus or minus 48.31 acres of multifamily residential, MF14, plus or minus 44.39 acres of parks, greenways, and open space, PGOS, plus or minus 16.17 acres of multifamily residential, MF30, and plus or minus 3.73 acres of general commercial, GC. Plus or minus 112.6 acre site has plus or minus 1,981.32 feet of frontage on Lemon Drive, plus or minus 476.82 feet of frontage on Sky Vista Parkway, and plus or minus 732.1 feet of frontage on Vista Knoll Parkway with the master plan land use designation of suburban mixed use, SMU, and planning area, SPA, Ward 4.
All right, thank you. Any public comment, Madam Clerk?
We have none.
Okay. All right, I have a motion to adopt. Do I have a second?
Oh, Madam Mayor, I do apologize. We do have public comment on F2.
Okay.
We did receive one letter of concern, which has been distributed to the Reno City Council, but I have no live public comment.
Okay, go ahead.
I think Councilmember Ebert seconded it. Is that right?
Yeah, but do we have public comment to hear? No? Okay.
Oh, we're not doing?
No, I was just reading into the record that we really received one letter of concern.
Oh, okay, all right, I got
We
it.
don't-
So I
we
have a
don't read the
motion
concern, or-
from Councilman, or from Vice Mayor Reese, and a second from Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, I have a question. We don't read the letter of concern, or?
Those are distributed to the council members before the meeting.
Okay, but.
And
we
they
don't-
go as a part of the permanent record, but we do not read them into the record.
Okay, I just had a question on it.
Okay, so I had a motion, I had a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
All
Okay.
right, item F3 to be read by the city attorney.
Ordinance number 6643, case number LDC 22-00050, Sierra Manna Care PUD amendment. Request for an amendment to the Sierra Senior Care Planned Unit Development PUD Zoning District Design Standards Handbook to allow for 96 multifamily dwelling units on the vacant northern plus or minus 3.26 acre portion of the PUD. Also, in order to accommodate the proposed use, various additions to design standards are proposed, including building architecture, setbacks, lighting, landscaping, parking, etc. The plus or minus 5.09 acre PUD is generally located north of the terminus of Beck Street and south of Mountain View Drive. Site has a master plan land use designation of multifamily neighborhood, MF Ward 1.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this.
All right, I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar. Do I have a second? I have a second from Councilwoman Taylor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
And I was pleased to see that the conditions were incorporated into the language of the PUD. So I was glad to see that.
It was good. Okay.
All right, Madam Mayor, moving on to item G1, which is discussion on potential appointment to the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Commission.
All right.
This is the citizen appointment.
All right, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment?
On item G1, we do not have any public comment on item G1.
Okay, so this is generalized. Can, I would like to make a motion for Alex Velto. I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Do we know who it is now? And do they vote?
Yeah, who
or?
is it now?
Well, they usually vote and recommend.
Well, that's what I was
So who do they
confused.
recommend?
I was
Oh.
That's how we
waiting
The
to.
staff report indicates that the recommendation was Sylvia Villanueva.
Oh, okay, because the only one that had reached out to me was Mr. Velto, so I thought they
Yeah.
Mr. Velto. So, okay, well then, Mr. Velto, there you go. Sorry. I hope
Hey, in the
you wanted
future,
it.
could I just make a request, staff? Could you write, was that in the staff report that said it was, they recommended Ms. Villanueva? Okay.
Oh, I didn't see that.
And is that a vote from the planning
Yeah,
commission?
does the body make a vote?
I've been around since 1998 watching the planning commissions, and I've never seen the council veer from their recommendation.
Yeah, neither had I.
Yeah, this is Carl. The planning
they
commission
vote on
did take
it?
a vote. The planning commission did take a vote and recommended.
They
doing
recommended,
away with-
okay.
Yes.
I'm going to ask for reconsideration then. I really don't want to go away from that long practice.
Well, I would like to hold off then, because I would like to find out. I just think that that's weird that I had.
You want to continue it?
Well, yeah, because I didn't hear that, and I was hearing that they were fine with Velto, so I want to know the process and how
Yeah.
that works, and
So I'm going to make a motion for reconsideration.
and
I'll
let's bring it
second.
back.
Okay.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries.
Wait, I'm sorry, who was the seconder on the reconsideration? Okay.
So then would we just not make a motion, or would we, do I have to
Right.
vote to
We're
continue
gonna-
it? Or?
I would like to bring it back to the next council meeting.
Okay. All right, so we're moving on to item G2, discussion of potential reappointment or appointment to the Washoe County District Board of Health. And this is the citizen appointment.
Okay. I absolutely love Dr. Ariel. I think he would be amazing on there. Right now, though, because we're doing all the regional fire stuff, and I'll talk to Chief Brown about it later on. So what I'm thinking, once we get through all the regionalization, that I would like to bring Dr. Ariel on. I think he'd be amazing. So at this time, I will appoint Mike Brown, Chief Brown, and once all the regionalizing is over with, then I'll ask him if he would be okay with Dr. Ariel, because they're both amazing. So I'm going to make a motion for Mr. Brown. Chief Brown.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
All right, item G3 is the potential appointment for up to 3 individuals to the Ward 3 Neighborhood Advisory Board. And we do have a public comment on this item from Marie Rodriguez.
All right.
Good evening. For the record, Marie Rodriguez. The last time I spoke here, I expressed how important it is for me to play an even more active role in my service to Reno and to further connect with my neighbors. Today, I just wish to express my appreciation to City Clerk Huntsman and City Attorney Hall for making the effort to look into my eligibility to serve on the Ward 3 Neighborhood Advisory Board. Thank you.
I want to tell you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Out of everyone that applied, like, they all said we would, get on the neighborhood advisory board, and you really were committed. I am so impressed. Fantastic. And you've waited this whole time through this meeting, so it tells me that you have the chops and the patience to do it too. Because you got to have that too, because these meetings can be long and can be boring. So, fantastic. Okay. Any further public comment?
No public comment.
Okay, I'm going to send it to you, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you. I'd like to motion to appoint Marie Rodriguez to the Ward 3 Neighborhood Advisory Board.
And I would love to second that. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. All right, congratulations. Yay, you're going to be great. I can't wait to hear all your feedback and how you're enjoying it. Council seat soon. That's how that works. Okay, good job.
All right. Item G4 is discussion and potential appointment of up to 4 individuals to the Human Rights Commission. The appointments available are for Ward 1, Ward 2, Ward 4, and Mayor.
All right, so I'm going to start out with first of all, do you have any public comment?
We do not have any registered, thank you.
Okay, great. I'm going to start out with mine. I would love to appoint the wonderful Steve Shell. Second. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries. Okay, next. Ward 1, go ahead.
All of these were just fabulous, fabulous resumes. And I actually thought that we had, all of them were going to get picked. but it looks like someone is going to get left on the sidelines, unfortunately, because we have 3 more and we have 1, 2, 4 names. I'll let others go first.
But sometimes people come off.
Yeah. Why don't the other people, the Ward 2 and the Ward 4 person, make their
Well,
appointment?
I would like to, for my appointee, I'd like to appoint Tori Sunheim.
Who? Tori?
Tori
Okay.
Sunheim, the last name on this list.
Second.
Well, she's a reappointment, but it's not listed that way here, so.
Here's your reappointment. Okay, so I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar. I believe a second from Councilwoman Breckus. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Motion carries. Okay. Ward 4.
I would like to come back to this. I have one more person that I specifically would like to apply.
Okay, great. All right. That's it then.
Well, I'll make an
yours? Okay.
appointment.
Oh,
I
okay.
just, I thought they were all so excellent, and I actually thought all of them were going to go. I have Mallory Johnson's application up, so I'll appoint Mallory Johnson then, I guess.
So I have a motion from Councilwoman Breckus, a second from Vice Mayor Reese. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. All right.
All right, and we will, Councilmember Ebert, we will connect with you when you're ready to bring that back for appointment.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're moving on to item G5, consideration, discussion, and possible appointment of 1 elected representative and 1 alternate to the Downtown Reno Business Improvement District.
All right, I'm going to send it to you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I move to appoint Councilmember Tabor as the representative and Councilmember Martinez as the alternate.
Second.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, moving on to item H1, council comments.
All right, any
have a
comments from the council? Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Well, some of you or all of you may have heard that there's a proposal for a new casino to come into town. That is proposed to be located in the formerly approved Stations Casino site, which is directly across from the Reno Sparks Convention Center in the, so directly across Virginia Street from the Convention Center Atlantis. Because of the interest in this, they reached out to me to hold a public workshop, and we are holding that workshop tomorrow night at 5, let me make sure, 5:30. So I wanted everyone 6 o'clock. So I wanted everyone to know it's happening. We've done a fair amount of outreach. I've sent it out twice to the NAB. I think the city's social media has put it out on Nextdoor and other places because it kind of has a citywide interest. We don't get this that often. One big difference from the previous approval thus far is they have proposed to, even though they have what's known as a movable license that doesn't have a room requirement through a settlement agreement, they are locating in the convention center, which previously had a convention center plan which required rooms, and they have agreed, unlike stations before them, to include 201 rooms at this time. That could be more, it could be less by the time it is all baked or comes to us. So that right now is their current proposal, plus they have a fairly elaborate plan they plan to present. So I just wanted to, in case anybody wanted to attend or learn more about it, it's happening, it's all virtual, so it's easy to watch.
Okay,
online.
great. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, just so that I can flag it for you, I did try to register for the event using the link on the that was provided in the social media post, and I was not able to do so. And so I just want to make sure someone checks that.
That is very challenging because that's been sent out twice. I think let me ask, I guess that would be an Ashley question because it was set up with Tyler and the applicant.
I suppose ultimately you'll know if it worked if people are signing up, is my point. Maybe it's my user error.
Madam Mayor, Council, for the record, Ashley Turney, Chief Innovation Experience Officer. That link was provided to us from the developer directly, so we'll have staff follow up with them and ensure that it's correct, because it is not something that we're receiving the notifications on because it's not a city-hosted event. It's not a city Zoom, but we'll confirm with the developer and make sure that they've got that ironed out.
Okay.
Great. All right, anything else from any other council members? Go ahead, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you so much. Being the new liaison to the Youth City Council, I just wanted to say that I'm working with city staff to get that up and running again. So if you all know anybody that's 14 to 22 who would want to get involved in Youth City Council and get that experience, feel free to look for information coming out shortly. So we should have that coming up and on board. So I'm excited about that, and I want to make you all aware of that. Yeah.
That is so great. Okay, cool. I'm super excited to get that started again. Those kids are like, have so much energy, and you're going to love it. It's great.
That's great. I'm glad
All
you did
right.
it.
Anything else from council members? Seeing that there's none. I'm going to embarrass you a little bit, but I am super excited to have Mr. Eric Edelstein join us. I was supposed to do it at the beginning of the meeting. And so I'd asked for the next council meeting because I think it's really appropriate that we introduce you to the public. Today was a lot on this agenda, so we didn't get the opportunity because we were just kind of jumping right in. But I know we are so looking forward to having you. And, you know, I know what you're capable of all the wonderful things. It was you that actually really changed the dynamic of the ballpark and the relationship that we had, you know, with the city of Reno. And so we couldn't be more thrilled to have you aboard. So next council meeting, be prepared. I am going to embarrass you again, Mr. Edelstein, but welcome aboard. And everyone is just thrilled that you're here. So. And you survived your first day, I believe, right? Oh, your second day. Okay. All right. I love it. Love it. Well, we didn't scare you off with a council meeting.
I wanted to clarify that the Zoom link, it looks like works. It just doesn't require pre-registration. So it's just different from how the city sets it up. So you should be able to just press on the link that was sent out.
Okay.
And pop into it.
Okay. Madam Clerk, anything else? What do you need from us?
I just need to do closing public comment.
Okay.
So for the record, we did receive several public comments that were after 4 p.m. yesterday or general in nature. We received 2 letters of support, 1 letter of opposition, and 1 letter of concern. Those have been distributed to the Reno City Council and will be a part of the permanent record. And we have no public comment registered. So at this point, I'm just looking for a motion on item K, adjournment.
All right. That's a tough one. I have never seen that one not approved. So with that being said, I'm going to send it over to Mr. Martinez.
Thank you. I'd like to motion to adjourn the meeting.
I have a motion. Do you have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Opposed. I'm kind of an opposition. Well, we outnumber you. So we're leaving. All right. Thanks, you guys. Really appreciate it. Have a great